In response to the matriarch, this person has come to the underground world once previously. He started off helping us deal with a young dark dragon. However, because Chief Dana targeted him, wanting to capture everything in one fell swoop, he somehow betrayed us and left more than half of us dead. In the end, he even stole the eternal Sigh of Darkness one and made that dark dragon his magical pet. This young dark elf respectfully reported. Adele started and hastily inquired, "What?" "The eternal Sigh of Darkness is in his hands." Nodding, the dark elf replied, "Yes, matriarch, he stole it from the hands of Chief Dana. Last time when we went to deal with the lizardman, that big lizard crushed Chief Dana to death. A lot of us saw him then too. I'm sure it's him. Dark dragon, he made a young dark dragon his magical pet." Elder Sikong muttered to himself before suddenly saying in astonishment, "Matriarch, that dark dragon wouldn't be Gilbert, the son of Gilgs, the head of the dark dragons, would it? When we left the underground world, we promised Gilgs, that old bastard, that we would be responsible for finding his son." When she heard Sikong's words, Adele's expression changed. "That's very likely. That young lewd dragon and this Brian have similar temperaments. They're probably running together. If that's indeed the case, we definitely must not move against him now. This person is not someone we can provoke." "Matriarch, then what do we do? Are we going to just let the lizardman go?" The young dark elf hastily spoke, seeming to have a deeply rooted hatred for the lizardman. Adele shot a glance at the young dark elf and responded, "And just how important are the lizardmen? This underground world houses so many races, and they are by no means crucial. Besides occupying a few minds, they have no other accomplishments. The present situation will not change whether or not we provoke them. However, if we can strike a good relationship with this Calamity Church fellow, perhaps we will be able to return to the world above and forcefully reclaim the fertile lands of the damned forest elves." The young dark elf was pleasantly surprised to hear those words. "We can actually return to the world above and even take back everything that belonged to us from the hands of the forest elves. In this world, there is no such thing as impossible," Adele confidently said. As Adele and several dark elf elders spoke, their ears had been constantly taking in the unrestrained moans from above. But when their conversation reached this point, the sounds from above suddenly started gradually calming down. It quickly dwindled into silence, and not a single dark female elf's voice sound. As Adele knitted her brows to listen for a moment, she suddenly couldn't help but feel alarmed. She noticed that not even one of her subordinates had come down. All 5 of those dark elves were actually from a group within the dark elf race that were the most skilled at sex and the most in need of vigor. Their lasciviousness wouldn't topple even after going through 10 guys in a night. According to Adele's instructions, after they'd dealt with Hanchuo, they would send a signal to inform her. However, from the present situation, it seemed that the elves had already submitted. Not a single one of the 5 harlots had sent a signal or continued to make any noise. "Why is there no more noise?" an elder asked suspiciously. "He's probably finally incapable of continuing. To be able to last so long, it seems like this human actually has some tricks indeed," another elder replied. Adele shot a glance at the 2 elves and lightly humphed before saying, "You think everyone is useless like all of you? Ha! Can one human be capable of subduing those 5 sluts in such a short time?" One elder sneered. "You're right." Adele disdainfully shot a glance at him before muttering, "Do I actually have to personally take the field?" Adele's body started growing hot from head to toe after speaking, her cheeks turning an alluring blood red. Without taking another look at the couple of male dark elves here, she twisted her waist, excitedly swaying her buttocks to and fro as she walked upwards. When Adele finally arrived, she saw Hanchuo's completely naked body casually sitting on top of a chair, a smile on his face as he gazed at the restless Adele burning in flames of passion. At Hanchuo's fete, 5 wanton dark elves lay on top of a rug like 5 balls of cotton. They seemed to lack the strength to even raise their fingers in greeting. Adele merely shot a glance at Han Shuo's spirited and fierce thing on his lower body before suddenly feeling a tremble in her heart. Then, looking at the scene that had become a mess, the throbbing in her heart became increasingly intense, and she was sure that the sound of her thumping heart was echoing across the room. "I've been waiting for you all along." Han Shuo smilingly looked at Adele as he opened both of his hands in an inviting manner. "How about coming here, my lady?" Adele suddenly emitted a moving moan as the clothing on her body drifted towards the ground like pieces of a feather. She unreservedly displayed a perfect, naked body that was ravishingly beautiful out in the open. Then, like a moth flying into flames, her plump butt directly fell on top of Han Shuo, who sat upright on a chair. Han Shuo and Adele simultaneously emitted a loud moaning sound that brimmed with endless joy and satisfaction. In the room that Adele had left, the male dark elves left were discussing things, seemingly disbelieving the words Adele said before she left. However, after Adele's prolonged moan traveled into the room, the faces of each and every one of the male dark elves became extremely unsightly. From the moment her voice rang out, it signified that her judgment was correct. That Han Shuo had indeed conquered the 5 dark elves in a very short time frame and had now started his expedition on matriarch Adele. Some human males were indeed stronger than dark elves in this field. However, the ability of female dark elves in this field was also very well known throughout the profound continent. Even if an unusually endowed and gifted human male confronted a female dark elf, they wouldn't have any advantages whatsoever. Those first 5 wanton dark elves were actually well-known figures among the dark elves, but who would have expected that Han Shuo would deal with them with ease? Now that Adele had personally taken the field, the previously disdainful words that she said to them became fact. This seemed to resemble a slap to a face and caused their self-respect in this matter to suffer an enormous humiliation. What a frightening fellow! Seems like only the matriarch can make him succumb. Sikong said towards the few people beside him as the blood on his face gradually faded away. The other people had a noticeably envious look. However, after Sikong's words, they also all nodded and said, "Naturally." Sikong and the others were originally Adele's lovers. This was a normal situation within the dark elf race, but even with all of them together, they still weren't a match for Adele. Perhaps, because they knew how frightening Adele was in this respect, they were constantly afraid of Adele deep in their hearts and were unable to raise their heads. As Sikong and the others resumed their discussion, another prolonged moan came from Adele above. The complexion of the 5 elders changed greatly after hearing this. Sikong couldn't help but to cry out in alarm first, saying, "How is that possible?" The others also had faces filled with incredulity. Each and every one of them looked at each other with dismay, not knowing what to do. From that prolonged moan, they could obviously recognize that Adele had climaxed. But, without waiting for the 5 dark elves to react, Adele suddenly emitted another extremely carefree moan and let out a shrieking no. The 5 black elves were once again stupefied. Amongst them, Sikong was aghast. "He's still going, can it be that even the matriarch is also unable to continue?" Impossible. Even if the matriarch climaxes, she still shouldn't say the word no. Perhaps she's purposefully putting on an act. You all should know that the more weakly a woman resists, the more likely a male will orgasm torrentially and delightfully. Among them, a dark elf elder thought for a moment before analyzing with great pomp. The other dark elves immediately reacted. Amongst them, Sikong drew many inferences and suddenly said in realization, "The matriarch is truly powerful. It seems like her recent moaning sound is just to confuse this terrifying human. That must be so. What kind of person is the matriarch? As if such a young and vigorous fellow is capable of conquering our matriarch. We seem to have overthought the situation. It seems like the matriarch has once again earned herself another servant between her legs." As the couple of dark elf elders discussed and believed themselves to be infallible, Adele's panic-stricken voice became louder and louder above them. An unceasing shrieking sound started, "No! Don't do this, I beg you. The matriarch's act is so genuine. It seems like he will soon be done for." Sikong continued to voice his opinion. Ah! Damn Sikong, hurry and save me, save me. Suddenly, after Adele's wretched and mournful howling, she unexpectedly started shouting for assistance. Sikong leapt up with fright and spoke, stunned, "Did you hear that clearly? The matriarch is shouting for me to save her, could something have truly happened? Ah! Just kill me, you demon, just kill me!" From above, Adele screamed frantically without a hint of joy at all. The Dark Elf elders finally started reacting at this time, suddenly realizing that a very major incident must have happened above. They rushed out of the meeting room with a shout as they hastily made their way upstairs. They barged into the room and gaped at the sight that greeted them. Adele was firmly pressed down on top of the chair and was being vigorously pounded from behind. But that wasn't what transfixed them. Adele's body seemed to visibly age, as if the wheel of time had quickened by 1,000 times. Her long hair on her head gradually started becoming grey. Following this change, Adele's powerful aura also began to slowly flow into Han Chuo's body, causing his originally mellow aura to start to soaring unceasingly. "Hey, you guys came!" Han Chuo's big arm firmly pinned down Adele as he continued his punitive expedition. Turning his head towards the couple of Dark Elf elders, his smirk seemed to turn into a somewhat ruthless smile. "Let go of our matriarch, otherwise, we will kill you." Sikong hissed severely as he pulled out the crystal ball he'd used previously. "I'm almost ready, just wait a moment." Han Chuo laughed as he started pounding in an increasingly fierce manner. Soon after he began exerting himself with a burst of speed right in front of the Dark Elf elders, he flung his head back, howling loudly with elation as his body began to uncontrollably tremble for a short burst. As he finished, he took another look at the Dark Elf matriarch Adele. At that moment, the ravishingly beautiful Madame Adele, whose looks could fell cities and topple empires, had become a grey-haired, loose-skinned Dark Elf granny. Her skin didn't have the slightest luster of life to it. It was clear, she would never again regain her youthful radiance. From his space ring, Han Chuo cheerfully and happily took out another shirt and put it on. Han Chuo, having just absorbed all of the power of Adele's body, only felt an unprecedented contentment as he faced the several Dark Elf elders with a smile. "Adele's dead. You guys should all go die too." Chapter 369. 369, Traitors. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Adele's death, coupled with Han Chuo's ruthless words, sent chills over the Dark Elf elders. Especially Sikong, who had personally fought Han Chuo, was deeply affected. Sikong, who'd been the first to suggest coming here, didn't feel the slightest desire for revenge upon seeing Adele's corpse. He actually shrank back as a fearful look crossed his face. What do you want?" Han Chuo laughed, and grinned as he said, "I want your deaths, of course. You also gain no benefit if we die, and you might not even be able to defeat the 5 of us." Sikong opened his mouth again, his expression becoming slightly calmer. "Let's negotiate." It was at this time that the naked elf girls lying on the carpet slowly woke up groggily. Upon seeing the situation, they panicked and ran to the elders, screaming, "Elders, save us!" The Dark Elf elders were unsure of what to do when they saw the 5 naked bodies running towards them. They didn't have much time to think, however, as the 5 elf girls all ran into the embrace of various elders. Still wearing an expression of fear, they gabbled, "We're scared. Let's leave this place." Pfft! Sikong stared in disbelief at the delicate dagger protruding from his stomach, then stared with disbelief at the squirming girls in his embrace. However, their faces no longer held any trace of fear now, but instead wore expressions of indifference. The other elders met the same fate as Sikong. Each of the elf girls that had barreled into their embrace had struck a fatal blow with daggers into each of their chests, all with cold, vicious expressions on their faces. "Trying to kill you folks in your own territory wasn't easy. Ha, but it seems the people who want you dead are your own people." Han Chuo explained with a smile, coldly watching Sikong fall into a puddle of his own blood. "Why?" Sikong asked the dark elf girl, unable to accept the situation. "Why did you old bastards come up from down below? All of the races were doing just fine until you came and stole our spots, becoming our slavers. Keek, every race has them, not to mention us dark elves. As long as you die, then we'll become the true holders of power amongst the dark elves." The dark elf girl coldly smiled. She squatted and grasped the dagger tightly, shoving it even farther in. Sikong's eyes widened, and went glassy, never to see again. All of the dark elf elders were extraordinary magic users. However, they would have never thought that their own subordinates would act against them, and immediately fell victim to the dark elf girl's covered ambush. Emitting a small sound of inquiry, Han Shuo flew towards one of the dark elf elders like lightning. One of the elders had just struggled to his feet from a puddle of his own blood when Han Shuo placed his palm on the elder's back. An explosive sound rang out from within the elder's body. This elder, who had not fallen in the sneak attack, was finally dead for good. Having made preparations for hand-to-hand combat with Han Shuo, Adele had not posted any dark elf sentries nearby. Knowing that she would likely be loud, she would likely not want her subordinates to hear her, as she was the main wielder of political power amongst the dark elves. As a result, she had dismissed her bodyguards. This made it so that even after the battle had finished, there were still no sentries who were aware of the earth-shaking situation that had occurred. They were still busily going about their own business in the distance. "Didn't you say you'll work with us? Why did you still kill Adele in the end?" A dark elf girl named Xialan asked Han Shuo with puzzlement as she wiped her blood-stained arm on the carpet, putting on her gauze-thin clothes. After Han Shuo's display of strength from pushing all 5 of them down in such a short time, Xialan and the rest had made a proposal to Han Shuo, hoping that Han Shuo would help kill Adele and the elders. However, they were tactfully declined by Han Shuo. Shrugging, Han Shuo said with resignation, "Adele acted against me, so I suddenly changed my mind." When Han Shuo said these words, he sighed lightly. There seemed to be several red strands moving around in his body. 2 black dots were being seemingly harried by the red strands into the palm of his hand. The skin of Han Shuo's palm suddenly burst open, and 2 blue spiders the size of beans emerged. 2 balls of flame materialized in Han Shuo's palms, turning the 2 blue spiders into ashes. Han Shuo blew, and the ashes vanished in the air. Han Shuo originally hadn't intended to act against Adele. However, it became apparent that Adele was conspiring against him. With Han Shuo's level of power, it was utter simplicity to discover any oddities within his body. Judging by Adele's use of 2 spiders to infiltrate Han Shuo's body, it was obvious that she didn't have any good intentions. These 2 spiders were implanted into Han Shuo's body when he and Adele had been kissing passionately. He hadn't even felt them in the heat of the moment. Had Han Shuo not been as powerful as he was, he never would have known that Adele was acting against him. With Han Shuo's temperament, he wouldn't hold any kind feelings towards Adele since she made the first move. During their fierce body-on-body combat, Han Shuo suddenly used the demonic secret technique to absorb Adele's energy, taking yin to replenish yang. Adele was a strange dark mage and also had a strange energy in her body. This energy was completely different from the other forms of energy Han Shuo was familiar with, containing some sort of evil, wanton power. Han Shuo had detected a trace of evil divine power within the energy, and assumed that it must have come from the evil goddess Rose. It was precisely because Adele's body contained this kind of depraved evil power that she was so powerful as a mere dark archmage. She'd resisted madly when he was draining her yin, but she only had the power of a mage. When faced with Han Shuo, whose physical body was as tyrannical as a magical beast, her struggling was futile. When using the demonic technique to drain Adele's energy, most of the absorbed energy had been from the dark goddess Rose. After filtering out the impurities, only a fifth of the original amount was left. However, even this small amount of energy nourished Han Shuo's magical yuan. The demon infant in his body was gaining more and more sentience, loosening Han Shuo's inhibitions. As for Adele's mental strength, it wasn't something that the secret technique could harvest. Unfortunately for her, under Han Shuo's relentless soul tremor spells, it was impossible for her to focus enough to concentrate her mental strength to attack him. It seems that the strength in my heart has been getting stronger recently. Could it be that I'm on the verge of a breakthrough to the carnal realm? Han Shuo suddenly began to doubt his progress. Recently, he had been feeling the strong urge to subdue every pretty girl he came across. Even towards enemies, Han Shuo had the urge to behead them, with wild thoughts of massacres and other brutality oozing their way into his thoughts. Shaking his head, Han Shuo temporarily dispelled those thoughts from his head. Glancing at the 5 elf girls who had finished dressing themselves and were standing in front of him, he said, "All right, these old bastards who were preventing you from taking power are all dead. Now can we talk about matters relating to us?" Shilan nodded her head, and said, "Leave the rest to us. We'll give you 500,000 gold coins as long as you give us the eternal sigh of darkness. We'll also promise not to disturb the lizardmen. What do you say?" "No problem." Han Shuo readily agreed, taking the bow he'd acquired from Dana. "It's useless in my hands anyway, it's a very good deal for me to exchange this for 500,000 gold coins." Adele and the Dark Elf elders weren't carrying anything that was of interest to Han Shuo. Perhaps it was due to the fact that they had just arrived from the layer below, but they lacked the opportunity to collect any wealth, meaning that Han Shuo couldn't loot any satisfactory war spoils off them. In addition, we agree to establish long-term agreements. Here in the underground world, we have many things that you people above ground lack. I believe that these things could be exchanged for some fine wine, as well as some fine art, including gems that increase power. With those items, we dark elves can craft beautiful magical weapons. If you were to sell them outside, they should be items that nobles fight over to acquire." Xialan said to Han Shuo. "Haha, don't worry, I won't let you down. Of course, you also have to satisfy me as well. Let's get rich together." Han Shuo happily said to the 5 dark elf girls, who were about to become the next group of dark elf elders. Chapter 370. 370, Summoning the Old Fey Corpse. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After Han Shuo departed Dark Elves' territory, the 5 female Dark Elves worked together to drag the corpse of Adele and the Dark Elf elders into one of the deepest cellar rooms. They falsely claimed to others that Adele and the other Dark Elf elders had already begun touring the world above. After a couple of days, the cellar was suddenly filled with tens of thousands of small spiders. It seemed as though every spider in Dark Elf territory had somehow made their way into the cellar. Somehow, none of the Dark Elves within the territory detected these spiders. Tens of thousands of small spiders were densely packed together, completely filling up the cellar. As the spiders crazily squirmed on top of Adele's body, the small spiders began spitting a strange, magical silk one after the other. As the silk fell onto Adele's body, the small spiders began drying up one after the other, losing their lives. They had spat out their very own life force along with the silk. This process continued for some time. Finally, after the tens of thousands of small spiders that had entered the cellar room had all spat out their life force, they all died within the cellar room. Adele's dried up and shriveled body slowly began weathering. After a few days, only white skeletal bones remained. However, within Adele's skull, there was actually an additional thumb-sized blue pearl that emitted a blue haze. The pearl was filled with the evil goddess Rose's evil power, similar to what Han Shuo had previously absorbed. One day, this blue pearl suddenly burst, expelling hundreds of thousands of blue-colored threads of silk. They inserted themselves within the bodies of the several Dark Elf elders that had already died. The silk actually began extracting strands of blue light from within the elder's body. Within just a moment's time, the body of all the several Dark Elf elders had completely transformed into ashes, blown away on the air. Then, during the middle of the night, the blue-colored pearl slowly flew out of the cellar, flying towards the temple of evil goddess Rose. In the middle of the temple, an innocent and pure young female dark elf was facing the statue of Rose, piously praying. This dark elf young lady appeared to have the age of a 16 or 17-year-old human girl, seemingly uncorrupted by the profoundly lewd and evil cultures of the dark elf race. She worshipped Rose's statue, looking like a most devoted believer. While facing the statue of Rose, she kowtowed continuously while murmuring in the language of the dark elves. Suddenly, the blue pearl flew over her head and hovered there. Then, the blue pearl abruptly burst, emitting blue-colored rays of light that tightly wrapped around the young lady below. After the blue-colored pearl emitted its tremendous power, it began transferring that power into the young lady's body. The young lady began to shriek in pain, but the strands had tightly wound around every inch of her body, even sealing her mouth. So even her wretched screams were stifled as she struggled in vain. The young lady's originally jade-green pupils gradually turned white. The muffled shrieks also began to gradually quiet down. After a while, the blue pearl, along with the hundreds of thousands of blue strands of light, slowly began merging into the young lady's body. The blue-colored light continued to linger within the young lady's body as she collapsed in front of the statue. Only when it was nearly dawn did the blue light completely disappear, and her pupils gradually regain their previous jade-green look. When the young lady stood up and faced the statue, she performed a rite in deep gratitude. Then, she gnashed her teeth and said, "Brian, I will make you taste every iota of my suffering. I swear, I will use the same method to kill you." At that moment, a carefree and wild laugh echoed from the cemetery of death, brimming with the sound of joy and comfort. An approximately 2-meter-tall old fey zombie stood in front of Hanchuo. Its body was covered with long, green hair, and its teeth and claws looked razor-sharp. At long last, Hanchuo had successfully summoned it, and it wasted no time in roaring its displeasure. This advanced-ranked zombie was actually not being restrained by the laws of the heavens and earth of the profound continent. Instead, it was clamoring in an immensely loud voice that spread powerfully throughout the cemetery of death, mixing with Hanchuo's wild laughter. After the old fey zombie roared, it raised its head and saw the creator of the contract in front of him. Unexpectedly, it shot straight towards him. Its speed made it seem like a bolt of green lightning as it flew, its 1-meter-long talons humming through the wind. It had an astonishingly and incomparably imposing aura. Damn it, it seems like it wasn't entirely successful. There's another part that needs fixing. Otherwise, this formidable zombie would not have immediately attacked me right after arriving within this dimension. If this was during an actual battle, the necromancer would have been screwed. Hanchuo cursed softly. Seeing the old fey zombie charging at him, he hurriedly took out the demon slayer edge. Hanchuo's left hand grasped a skeleton staff. A quick wave and incantation later, an enormous bone shield crashed in front of Hanchuo right before a sharp bone spur could skewer him. The old fey zombie's attack crashed audibly into the shield, with the latter exploding fiercely. The old fey zombie tumbled to the ground from the force of the impact. The bone shield summoned by a Grand Magus was considerably more powerful and covered a wider area. Thus, when the old fey zombie charged towards the bone shield, it couldn't pierce through the bone shield's defenses. It was only capable of cracking the shield. Without waiting for the old fey zombie to scramble back up, the demon slayer edge suddenly flew out of Hanchuo's hands. The screech of metal striking metal rang out as two of the old fey zombie's sharp claws were severed. However, Hanchuo was still shocked as he wondered exactly what on earth the old fey zombie's sharp claws were made of. Only 2 claws had been shorn off after the demon slayer edge's strike descended, and that too with difficulty. Hanchuo knew in his heart just how sharp the demon slayer edge was. Furthermore, after tempering it meticulously once more with enormous amounts of killing intent, it could effortlessly split rocks and chop metal. Hanchuo truly had never anticipated that this old fey zombie would actually be so frightening. When the demon slayer edge chopped downwards, it had only snapped apart 2 of its sharp claws. The old fey zombie fell to a sitting position, baring its fangs and howling loudly once more. Then, it once again launched itself towards Han Shuo as he also began waving the skeleton staff in his hands again. This time, 100 or so bone spears appeared, breaking through the skies. Although they were incapable of piercing the old Fey zombie, they were enough to force it to backtrack and retreat. Taking advantage of the respite, Han Shuo relied on the contract's powerful connection to the other world and used the skeleton staff to forcefully return the old Fey zombie back to its world. It was not that Han Shuo feared the old Fey zombie. It wasn't a difficult task for him to kill this old Fey zombie with his strength. However, because the old Fey zombie had begun launching attacks towards its master right after being summoned, Han Shuo knew that there was a problem in his incantation. Thus, the most important problem currently was how to chant the summoning technique properly and not to continue dilly-dallying with the old Fey zombie. After Han Shuo left the underground world, he had stayed within the Cemetery of Death for a few days and practiced Grand Magus rank summoning techniques. After studying intensively for such a while, Han Shuo had slowly starting grasping the technique. Because of this, he was finally capable of summoning the old Fey zombie from another dimension today. The old Fey zombie immediately started to attack me after arriving at this dimension. It must be because it was not completely under the restricting power of the contract. Otherwise, it would absolutely not dare to attack me. Han Shuo muttered to himself while knitting his brows and reconsidering the details of the summoning technique he had just used. He took out that thick tome of necromancy and once again began reading it earnestly. After a little while, he suddenly had a thought flash into his mind as he cried out, "Ah! Was I supposed to make the contract midway through?" When Han Shuo had used the summoning technique to call forth the old Fey zombie into the profound continent, he'd first used the incantation to create a connection with the other dimension. Then, after chanting some syllables to locate the old Fey zombie's position, Han Shuo's mental strength had instantly traversed through an endless distance of the boundless space, before arriving at the other dimension. Finally, Han Shuo would then randomly target an old Fey zombie with his mental strength. Following these events, the mental strength must then be used to firmly suppress the old Fey zombie that was targeted. Then, while the old Fey zombie was being suppressed and was incapable of resisting, the zombie must be dragged into the space tunnel. The old Fey zombie would then pass through the space tunnel before finally descending on the profound continent. However, Han Shuo noticed an annotation in a remote corner of the cryptic book. It stated that when a creature was in its original dimension, that would be when it was in its most formidable state. However, when it left its dimension and entered the space tunnel, it would enter its weakest state. But when it descended onto a material world, it would restore its power once more. It was only natural that zombies would always be at their most formidable when freely traversing through their own undead world. But after arriving within the material world of the profound continent, they would begin suffering to a certain extent due to a lack of intense death energy. Even so, zombies were still capable of exhibiting a powerful force within material worlds. As long as there were living creatures in the material world, death energy would certainly exist from the departed spirits. Although the death energy wouldn't be as pure and condensed as their own world, it would still be able to provide the zombies with necessary strength. Additionally, with the death energy that was innate to the zombies, their strength would also be on par with their strength on home world even if they descended onto the profound continent. However, the process of entering the material world inevitably required entering through the profound space tunnel. This distance should have originally been distant beyond measure, but was shrunk to the span of an instant under either the powerful influence of the contract, the caster's mental energy, or rules of space encompassed in the contract. According to the differences in one's mental prowess as a necromancer and one's skill at chanting spells, the speed with which a zombie entered through the space tunnel from its dimension and entered the material world would also differ. The stronger a necromancer was and the better they understood the essence of necromancy magic, the less time a necromancer would waste on incantations. Under normal circumstances, when a magic apprentice became an archmage, it would take 3 to 5 seconds for a zombie to leave its dimension and enter this material world. As for Han Shuo, he could already be considered as at the Grand Magus rank. Thus, he only needed a brief second. If the spell was cast by a sacred Magus necromancer, then the time to traverse the space tunnel would be calculated in the milliseconds. As a result, the zombie would descend onto the material world in a flash right after the incantation was complete. The process of chanting the incantation was in reality just a way to communicate with the creature in the other dimension. It was a string of events related to finding, suppressing, and binding the creature to the contract. However, regardless of whether one was a magic apprentice having just entered the world of necromancy, or a sacred magus who had already deeply understood the essence of necromancy as a sacred magus, a summoning always required traversing space tunnels. This was true whether the summoned creature was the weakest skeleton warrior or the most frightening undead bone dragon. Although the time to travel through the space tunnel depended on a magician's strength, this step was unavoidable. According to this note, it seemed that regardless of how strong the undead creature was, they all became extremely weak when brought into the space tunnel devoid of death energy. According to the contents within the book, taking advantage of that moment of weakness to enforce the contract was the most logically secure method. Han Shuo seemed to have suddenly comprehended something as his heart somewhat stirred. He began to chant the spell once again. After carefully concentrating his mental power to an optimal state, he connected with an old Fey zombie in the other dimension as the syllables of the incantation rose and fell. During the spirited struggling from the old Fey zombie, Han Shuo's mental energy burst out like a mountain flood, suppressing the zombie's struggle. Following the continued chanting of the necromancy spell, Han Shuo's mental energy gradually eliminated the old Fey zombie's resistance. He then drove the old Fey zombie to enter and cross through the space tunnel with the appropriate syllables. The moment the old Fey zombie faded into the space tunnel, Han Shuo immediately exerted all his strength to rapidly conclude the contract in less than a second. 1 second later, the old Fey zombie suddenly descended in front of Han Shuo in the cemetery of death. After lightly exhaling, Han Shuo brightly gazed and stared attentively at the old Fey zombie that had just been summoned. He would be prepared for any sudden contingencies. This time, the hideous-looking old Fey zombie didn't make any movement whatsoever. It wasn't like last time, charging wildly towards Han Shuo. After deeply and attentively watching the old Fey zombie for a while, Han Shuo gradually grew happier in his heart. He tried to transmit a command. The old Fey zombie immediately began flying in a circle. Although, Han Shuo felt a feeling of impatience verging on loathing from the old Fey zombie for forcing it to do such a pointless action, it continued to fly according to Han Shuo's command. Resistance was impossible under the contract's power. Success! I finally succeeded! Han Shuo wildly laughed out loud as he felt a strong sense of satisfaction taking over his heart. Obviously, this time's incantation was a success. The necromancy Grand Magus level old Fey zombie summoning technique had finally truly been realized under Han Shuo's assiduous hard work. Being able to successfully use this meant that grasping the next summoning techniques for the Bone Devil and Mummy Lords would now become much quicker and easier. Chapter 371 Chapter 371, A Woman's Heart. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Using the Cemetery of Death's transportation array, Han Shuo arrived at an desolate area within an underground abyss near Seagate City. After summoning the elite Earth zombie to tunnel to the surface, he left the underground abyss and hurriedly headed towards Seagate City. With the kind of power Han Shuo had at his fingertips, any city's defense was as useful as a paper shield in front of him. He swooped in unseen, landing in a deserted corner of Seagate City. After which, he made his way casually to the manor Helen had taken as her residence during her first trip. However, only after Han Shuo arrived at that place did he notice that Helen and his personal guards had already left Seagate City long ago. He changed headings, soon arriving at the Dark Mantle's stronghold at Seagate City. He called for Delante, and soon found out that Helen had already swept through the city in a bloody purge. She'd gained complete control of Seagate City. The letter that Han Shuo sent last time had already entered Dick's hands. According to Han Shuo's commands, Brettle City had begun spreading another rumor of how Helen had absolutely never been in an intimate relationship with Han Chuo, and how the previous rumor about Helen's rape was just an assumption made by his subordinates. Furthermore, Brettle City also made a formal statement attesting to the veracity of their new rumor. This was quickly and deliberately spread widely throughout the 7 Grand Duchies. Indeed, that alone convinced a majority of people. However, some narrow-minded people were still as before, disbelieving in the authenticity of this message. As this official statement and its accompanying rumors started to spread through the duchies, some of the citizens of the Helen Duchy who deeply respected their Grand Duke Helen began to believe in her again. Helen originally felt that it was beneath her dignity to come out and testify as to its authenticity in public. But after facing so many impassive faces and thinly veiled contempt, she took advantage of the situation to finally stand up to say her piece to the public after Brettle City sent out its statement. Helen agreed to an evaluation of her body held by the various nobles of the Helen Duchy, overseen by several ladies of prestigious, virtuous reputation. 3 old specialists dispatched by a couple of powerful nobles to examine Helen's body finally confirmed that Helen was indeed a truly intact virgin. After the powerful nobles and ladies published a formal statement together, all the citizens completely believed the authenticity of the situation, clearing Helen in their eyes. Perhaps because the citizens felt that they had insulted their own Grand Duke's reputation, they all began grieving, lamenting, and even reflecting on their previous actions of despising Helen. After going through this event, the citizens of the dukedom began viewing Helen with an unprecedented level of respect and admiration. Taking advantage of her citizens' newfound faith, Helen swiftly and decisively rooted out several political enemies in rapid succession, completely cleaning her court of conspiring nobles and disloyal aristocrats. After she had finished her blood-spattered massacre, there wasn't a single noble left in the entire Helen Duchy that ever dared rebel again. At this moment, Benedict Sackville, who had originally treated Helen with incomparable disdain and indifference, immediately sent an ardent letter to Helen. On one side, he bitterly and hatefully expressed his remorse. On the other, he was like his former self, stubbornly starting to pursue Helen again. At the Helen Duchy residence within Seagate City, Helen held up the letter that was filled with his touching words of love. She tore the letter into fragments with a cold sneer as she spoke to Firewind by her side. I have thoroughly and clearly seen through the true face of Benedict Sackville after this event. What he was pursuing all along was Helen Duchy, and never me. Back then, when all the citizens and nobles of the Helen Duchy rebelled against me, not only did he not extend a hand in help, but he even schemed against me in the shadows. Yet now that I've restored my power within Helen Duchy, he has once again begun to chase me like an annoying fly. It seems that only the duchy has ever been the true target of his affections. Firewind had transformed into her human form, and so nodded at Helen's words. I told you long ago that Benedict Sackville wasn't a trustworthy person. Politicians, they always act for their own benefit. This person's hypocritical behavior makes me feel nauseous. I really don't know how you could have willingly cooperated with him before. Helen's tender and beautiful cheeks slightly reddened from Firewind's words. Sister Firewind, I was just using him, that's all. It was just a thing between nations. Narsen Duchy has the same enemies as me, so I was just using him to defeat the enemy. That's all. After pausing for a moment, Helen's face became even redder. She hesitated for a moment, and asked Firewind somewhat cowardly, Sister Firewind, what do you think of Brian? Firewind blanked momentarily before gritting her teeth with hate. That despicable and baseless person. Without knowing why, Helen's heart itched ever so slightly when she heard Firewind call Han Chuo a despicable and baseless person. It was as if the depths of her heart was unwilling to heard anyone vilify Han Chuo. Even someone as intimate as her sister Firewind was not an exception. Exactly that Brian. Sister Firewind, what do you think of him? Because Helen and Firewind had such a close relationship for so many years, she naturally didn't rebuke her and even looked expectantly at Firewind. After Firewind had flung out her earlier sentence, she shot a glance at Helen and noticed an expectant expression within her eyes. Firewind had already noticed that Helen didn't have a single bit of her previous resentment. Firewind sighed in her heart and forced a laugh as she said, "Helen, this Brian is even harder to deal with than Benedict Sackville. I could even sense a little bit of his filthy thoughts being directed towards you when he was facing Benedict Sackville. Furthermore, he wears a hypocritical expression that is completely at odds with his innermost thoughts. However, when I'm together with Brian, I'm completely incapable of sensing his heart's mood. He seemed like a bottomless cold pond, an unfathomably grim feeling. As for going even deeper, that is something I have absolutely no way of prying into. That man is too powerful. If he wanted to kill us, we couldn't even put up a decent fight, let alone survive. I know we can't defeat him, but I also don't know if your methods are truly the right way of doing things." Firewind knew that Helen had already unconsciously developed feelings for Hanchuo. Hanchuo indeed had the ability to attract any woman. However, this type of guy was simply a type of poison for a woman. If one became addicted, then it would be hard to free oneself. However, to the ambitious and exuberant Helen, only an equally ambitious kind of tyrannical person was the most suitable for her. Hanchuo was exactly this kind of person. Looking at it from Helen's point of view, the frighteningly powerful, decisive, and fierce Hanchuo was filled with a deadly attractiveness. If Helen had such a guy constantly supporting her, then it wouldn't be a bad thing even if the 7 Grand Duchies warred all year round. Alas, this guy schemed way too much. It was clear that he would never be satisfied with just one Helen Duchy. When he begins trying to seize all the 7 Grand Duchies, Firewind didn't know if it would be Helen's good fortune or misfortune to follow him. "Sister Firewind, I already know what I want. Benedict Sackville can't give me the things I want, but I think Brian can. Additionally, I don't know why, but I've noticed that I can't feel any hatred for him. Perhaps, I am just too sentimental. I can hate someone to the bone, but I can also transform this hatred into love after something's happened." Helen heaved a sigh as her voice became laden with emotion. As Firewind and Helen pondered within the Duke's home, a ball of light mist slowly drifted over. After passing the courtyard, it rose in spirals, before finally descending down towards Helen's window. Right as Helen was about to talk to Firewind, she noticed a light mist gently appearing and slowly rising in spirals. She couldn't restrain the pleasant surprise in her heart as she rushed to cheerfully say, "He's here." The Firewind Phoenix started, staring blankly. Then she started sensing an evil aura slowly filling the room. This aura of necromancy and demonic magic on Hanchuo's body was somewhat taboo to Firewind. Thus, seeing the light mist coming, Firewind knitted her brows and retreated a couple of steps back, increasing the distance between her and the gradually materializing Hanchuo. "You came." When Helen saw Hanchuo calmly appearing, she suddenly had an impulse to throw herself onto Hanchuo, entering his bosom. But the joy on her face was indeed genuine and sincere. I was delayed for a few days due to some things. But, all is fine. Now that you've seized Seagate City, the entire Helen Duchy should be more secure than before, correct?" Hanchuo nodded and smiled. Looking at Helen's sincere and joyous face, Hanchuo was feeling truly happy in his heart indeed. He was happy that this girl was gradually falling deeper into his snare of love. Helen had rooted out her political enemies in a short time through a bloody purge, reconsolidating her hold on the Helen Duchy. This sort of decisive move made Hanchuo somewhat admire Helen's ability. Thinking about how this woman had ascended to the highest point within Helen Duchy, it seemed that she really did have some methods to her name. Seeing that Firewind was also here, Helen didn't feel it appropriate to act excessively intimate. So after her initial delight, she immediately got down to business. "Oh right, the thing you mentioned last time, how is it going? My people have arrived within Seagate City. Only, because I had yet to arrive, they never dared to get in touch with you. They are currently right outside. I believe Helen Duchy is completely within your grasp at the moment, so I ought to be able to secretly conduct some business deals now, right? Han Chuo laughingly replied. Seeing that Han Chuo was talking, Helen took advantage of the situation to give Firewind a meaningful glance. As Helen's face reddened with some shyness, she blushed with shame and said to Firewind, "Sister Firewind, please invite them in." Seeing Helen's face that seemed like it was surging with a longing for love, Firewind sighed in her heart. How would she not know that Helen wanted to send her away so Helen could say some intimate words to Han Chuo? "Yup, I'll be right back." Firewind replied before directly walking, headed outside. In her heart, she couldn't help but to silently curse Helen for paying more attention to a lover than to a friend. Right after Firewind left, Helen immediately reddened, retreating a few steps back as she looked at Han Chuo getting closer with every step. She softly said, "What do you want to do this time?" Helen retreated until she was flat against a wall. Leaning against the wooden wall, she blushingly said in a low voice, "This is the Duke's official residence, you had better not act recklessly." Both of Han Chuo's hands suddenly pressed down on the wooden wall on either side of Helen's shoulders. Looking at Helen overcome with panic, Han Chuo felt an additional feeling of conquest filling him as he beamed straight down at her. "The Helen Duchy is completely in your control. According to the agreement, shouldn't you be taking the initiative to serve me in bed?" Helen suddenly grew frantic as she secretly thought how this scoundrel was actually so shameless to brazenly ask for such a reward. However, it made Helen's heart begin pound at an increasingly faster pace as she blushingly pleaded. "Give me some more time, I am still not prepared. Also, I just proved to the people that I'm still pure and innocent. If you immediately take me, someone might see through this." Han Chuo began having second thoughts after she said this. That would indeed true. If Helen experienced sex for the first time, an experienced person could immediately see through her. However, Han Chuo was extremely confident in his abilities. He believed he would definitely be able to alter the impression Helen gave to others to the point where it could mask the clues. "Fine then. I will once again give you some more time." Han Chuo's sudden response came after a moment of thinking. Just enough time for Helen's nervousness to reach its peak. Right as she relaxed, Han Chuo suddenly laughed mischievously, "However, shouldn't I receive some interest first?" As soon as those words hit her, Helen's heart that had just been pacified suddenly began to race. Bashfully and secretly raising her head to shoot a glance at Han Chuo, she noticed that a burning passion had started to smolder in Han Chuo's eyes. She then hastily lowered her head, softly saying, "What do you actually want to do? A kiss?" Han Chuo laughed. This guy is indeed still the same, a pervert. Helen sighed surreptitiously. However, she wasn't actually mad, only somewhat bashful. That's all. Helen hesitated for a moment, thinking since he'd agreed to not do that thing, it only seemed fair to give him a little benefit. Then, her thoughts suddenly became disorderly. She secretly thought in her heart, "I will be his sooner or later anyways, so why does it matter?" When her thoughts reached this point, Helen closed her eyes, raised her head and blushingly waited for the incoming kiss. However, after waiting for a while, Helen didn't hear the slightest noise. She opened her eyes, her gaze doubtful as she looked at Han Chuo, who was gazing back at her with a face full of smiles. Pointing at his own lips, Han Chuo said, "I want you to take action and kiss me. This bastard. He is so shameless. He actually wants me to personally kiss him." Helen's maiden heart started to thump wildly. Even her neck flushed red. The blush started spreading down the rest of her body. She had no idea what to do and bashfully blushed with shame. "Hurry up, otherwise Firewind and the rest of them will soon be here. If you don't kiss me before they enter, then I'll just have to kiss you right in front of them." Han Chuo looked down at Helen as he teased her. Helen felt frantic after hearing those words. Picturing what Han Chuo said, Helen became even more afraid within. She sighed inwardly as she closed her eyes, stood on her tiptoes and lightly reached towards Han Shuo's big lips with her charming face. Their lips touched, and they kissed. Chapter 372. Chapter 372, Teacher of the State Stratholm. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. This kiss was destined to be brief due to Firewind's approaching footsteps. Han Shuo only managed to have a little taste before it ended. He didn't have the chance to probe into Helen's sweet fragrance. Just as Helen was feeling baffled about how Han Shuo was not as avaricious as he had been before, she also caught wind of Firewind's nearing footsteps. After raising her head to look at Han Shuo with her limpid eyes, she immediately realized that it was not because Han Shuo was not avaricious, but rather, it was because Firewind was already here. Before Firewind had even arrived, Han Shuo had entered the bedroom to get a sip of tea. On this expedition, a couple of merchants from Lancelot Empire had come to Helen City alongside Fabian. Although these merchants were on very good terms with Brettle City's Chamber of Commerce, Han Shuo would not allow them to discover the relationship between him and Helen. Even Fabian had no clue of the exact circumstances. He had only come because he heard from Dick that this would be a safe trip. Fabian was loyal and devoted to Phoebe. Although his relationship with Han Shuo was also extremely strong, Phoebe was Fabian's true master. Fabian would always be there to support Han Shuo, for any other matter. However, if he discovered that Han Shuo had an additional woman, which happened to be Helen, Han Shuo was unable to predict how he would respond. If Fabian had honestly reported to Phoebe about Han Shuo's playboy-like actions, Phoebe would probably create some kind of noisy disturbance due to her jealous nature. When Firewind brought Fabian and the Lancelot Empire's merchants along, she had only shot a glance at Helen's face and discovered her lingering sweet blush. After subconsciously pursing her lips, Firewind couldn't help but start thinking askew and blaming Helen, giving her an angry eye roll. Attempting to gloss it over, Helen coughed due to the awkward atmosphere. She secretly cursed at Han Shuo. Only then did she look at Fabian and the merchants with a smile, before saying, "Welcome to my Helen Duchy. I believe everyone knew what we would be discussing today before entering this room." Fabian had only heard from Dick that Helen wanted to conduct some secret business deals merchants from the Lancelot Empire. With Fabian's sensitive sense of a profiteer, he immediately smelled a great opportunity for profit and gold upon receiving the invitation. Currently, as the person in charge of the Helen Duchy, Grand Duke Helen had 100% control over the Helen Duchy. With such a character taking the initiative to invite people, no matter which merchant group came, they would definitely receive ample benefits. Fabian smiled faintly and bowed respectfully. Of course. Our Buzz Merchant Guild is capable of providing the Helen Duchy with everything it needs. Additionally, we will also purchase some goods from your Helen Duchy at a reasonable and fair price. Both of our parties will definitely benefit from such a business transaction. As Helen and Fabian conversed, a bodyguard reported from outside the room, "Honored Duke, they have arrived. Have them come in." Helen gracefully and elegantly commanded. Shortly after, a party of 7 walked in. The vibe they emitted made them seem quite similar to Fabian and his people. Each and every one of them was overweight. The cunning sparkle in their eyes expressed their greedy desire for profit. "Honored Grand Duke." After this party of 7 entered, they all suddenly became even more respectful than the last. After going through this bloody purge, they would be hard-pressed to find another noble that would dare to revolt against Helen within Helen Duchy. Helen's viciousness was also extensively circulated amongst the nobles and merchants, making the merchants even more fearful and apprehensive in their hearts. Rise!" Helen commanded before introducing Fabian. "These are my Helen Duchy's merchants. From now on, the business deals between you and my Helen Duchy will be completed through you guys alone. However, you can rest assured. In the future, when you are within Helen Duchy's national borders, your safety will be completely assured by me." "Thank you, Sir Duke. This is a kind of business deal that is advantageous to the both of us and will definitely be to everyone's satisfaction." Fabian lightly smiled and said. Helen nodded, I just wanted to give both of your parties a proper introduction to each other today, make sure you are reassured about working together, and to let you know that the business transaction between you will be under my protection. Alright then, you guys should find somewhere to discuss amongst yourselves the specifics of the deal. I must also beseech you guys to not let anybody know about the business deals going on today. The more secretive you are, the better it will be. Rest assured, Grand Duke, we know what we ought to do. Together, Fabian and the Helen Duchy's merchants replied with great sincerity, before departing. As the merchants journeyed to their destination, they had already begun to discuss the details of their business. Only until after Fabian and the rest left did Han Shuo walk out from within, saying to Helen, I reckon that, with Lancelot Empire's merchants, your goods won't have to pass through Narsen Duchy anymore. The brute merchant alliance is too distant from your Helen Duchy, while you also have to deal with Benedict Sackville sticking his nose into your business in the midst of transportation. Your previous business deal with them is inferior to the partnership you will have with Fabian. You brought these merchants over so ardently, but is it not because you have an eye on my Helen Duchy's war horses? Helen shot a glance towards Han Shuo as he walked out of the bedroom, harumphing with a pout. Being told off like this, Han Shuo forced a laugh. This has always been a mutually beneficial deal. We will both be able to obtain benefits from each other. After pausing for a moment, Han Shuo said, all right, the seeds of internal strife in your Helen Duchy have been weeded out, so I believe that I should also leave the Helen Duchy for the time being. Ah, you're leaving already? Helen involuntarily started to feel a sense of disappointment rising within her as she said to Han Shuo, Helen Duchy actually has a lot of wonders that deserve touring. How about I personally bring you out to have some fun? In any case, I shouldn't have too much official business to do in the near future. When Helen heard that Han Shuo wanted to leave, she felt somewhat reluctant and unwilling, as she had wanted Han Shuo to stay in Helen Duchy for a little while longer. She couldn't help but make this proposal. Han Shuo laughed involuntarily, look at me, am I such a refined person? Helen's expression darkened as she stayed silent for a moment before suddenly saying softly, you've just arrived here and haven't even been here for a whole day, but you want to leave just like that? You can't even stay for a few days? Not even to accompany me? Helen's slender, shapely eyebrows lightly creased as her eyes brimmed with disappointment and sadness. She knew in her heart that Han Shuo was not the type of person to tie himself down for a woman. However, for the couple of days after Han Shuo had left, she didn't know why, but she couldn't resist her longing for Han Shuo at all. Now that she had luckily encountered Han Shuo again, she naturally didn't want him to leave so soon. Han Shuo silently looked at Helen, the corner of his mouth starting to break into a smile. After hesitating for a moment, he said, if I stay here for a few days, then I won't be able to guarantee that you can continue to maintain your pure and holy image within the Helen Duchy. Ahem, Firewind dryly coughed twice from afar. She waited until Han Shuo and the blushing Helen diverted their attention towards her before opening her mouth to say, I still have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Without waiting for either of the two to speak, Firewind suddenly stamped her feet before walking straight out the door. Within a blink of an eye, she had disappeared without a trace in a truly neat and tidy manner. Helen hatefully glared at Han Shuo before rebuking, this is all your fault. How could you say such things in front of Firewind? Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo suddenly said, it's her that wasn't being tactful. While we were having some alone time together, she should have found an excuse to take her leave. Heh, you will eventually become my woman, while as the Duke, this is also your mansion, so the things that I spoke to you about really can't be considered inappropriate. How will that do? Sister Firewind is just like a blood sister to me, and she will definitely tease me for this. Helen resentfully faced Han Shuo as she shouted in disagreement. She seemed like a young girl who had just tasted love for the first time. All right. I won't mess with you anymore. I actually need to leave now. Han Shuo prepared to leave the Helen Duchy, He wanted to go on a trip to the other 7 duchies and see if he could find an opportunity to attach his mystical demons to the minds of a couple of the Grand Dukes. Afterwards, he would take advantage of the situation to gain control of a few of the Grand Dukes and gradually nibble away at the 7 Grand Duchies' power. Are you really going to just leave right now? Helen nipped her lips, anxiously looking at Han Shuo. After hesitating for a moment, she lowered her head blushingly and suggested, "If you're willing to stay and accompany me for a few days, I will agree to anything else as long as you don't truly take me." After saying this, Helen's head was nearly buried within her own towering peak. She couldn't help but to secretly curse at herself for being such a despicable person, wondering how could she have taken the initiative to yield to Han Shuo so quickly, but in the end, she had said these words aloud, and since she'd done so, it was yielding to Han Shuo in one way or another. Han Shuo blanked as his eyes fervently looked at the bashful face of Helen, a goddess to the citizens of Helen Duchy. His heart had suddenly become incessantly hot with impatience. Standing before him, gorgeous beyond measure, was the cause of this heat, a bashful Helen. She possessed a charm that could seize control of any man's soul, causing Han Shuo to feel somewhat unable to control himself, nearly running amok. "All right then, I will stay and accompany you for a few days." Han Shuo agreed and suddenly held her by the waist to lift her up. Then, under Helen's bashful and soft cry, Han Shuo firmly faced towards Helen's rosy and fragrant lip, plundering her mouth deeply. Before Helen secretly left her mansion, she had temporarily handed some official business to a trustworthy subordinate. Then, Han Shuo accompanied Helen and roamed throughout the Helen Duchy for the next 2 days. Helen Duchy was equivalent to a province within the Lancelot Empire, and there were indeed some beautiful sceneries within the several cities. Helen had always been too busy up to now and could never find an occasion to go sightseeing within her own duchy by herself. This time, she was seriously exhilarated to travel with Han Shuo, taking advantage of his existence. Han Shuo and Helen were both able to defy gravity and fly through the air. In addition to this, Han Shuo also had sufficient power to protect Helen, and thus, for the purpose of having some alone time together, they were naturally heartless and decided to exclude Firewind once again. Several famous mountains, large rivers, and beautiful landscapes of ravines instigated both of them to make full use of the 2 days and visit everything. Truthfully, Han Shuo had completely explored Helen's body to the greatest extent at his own convenience within these past 2 days. Besides the forbidden area of ecstasy, every other advantage on Helen's body had been taken by Han Shuo. At the start, Helen would be reserved and resisted, but as Han Shuo slowly behaved more intimately with her, she gradually let go of herself. 2 days later, there was no estrangement between the two any longer. A downright torrential waterfall cascaded like a flood, torrenting downwards with a myriad of silver streaks. It fell into a deep, bottomless cold pond, causing droplets of water to splatter like sparkling and translucent crystals. Within the surroundings of the deep and cold pond, much lush vegetation grew. A few flower buds released delicate fragrances, as various kinds of birds chirped happily, dancing through the air. The feeling of spring tinged the air as the area was embellished to the brim with a thriving depiction of life. On the branches of an old, towering tree, that had leaves and branches that were verdantly big and lush, Han Shuo embraced Helen and gazed at the beautiful scenery with a smile. He listened as Helen murmured all the different interesting events that had happened during her time within Helen Duchy. For the past 2 days, Helen had relinquished the arrogant and dignified aura that kingdom lords had. She was a dainty and delicate girl who'd fallen in love, accompanying Han Shuo as much as she liked, laughing and smiling with joy. The more she looked at the man in front of her, the more satisfied she became. Some kind of feeling that was called contentment slowly but leisurely bubbled up from the bottom of her heart. Snuggling on Han Shuo's bosom and slightly adjusting her posture, she looked at the scene in front of Han Shuo as she said, "If you want to conquer the 7 Grand Duchies, there is one person that you should always keep in your mind." For a moment, Han Shuo stared blankly. Then, he yielded, puzzlingly asking, "Who?" "Stratholm of Stranglethorn Vale." Helen replied with a grave expression. Who is this person? How come I've never heard of him before? Han Shuo became even more puzzled, as he confusingly inquired. The current 7 Grand Duchies was once the Imperial Court of Verdun. When the Imperial Court of Verdun was in its golden age, it was not at all inferior to your Lancelot Empire. During the days of the Imperial Court of Verdun, the teacher of the state was the sacred sword master Stratholm. Although the Imperial Court of Verdun is no more and has since been divided into the 7 Grand Duchies, the former teacher of the state, Stratholm, is still living in Stranglethorn Vale. This person should still be living healthily even now. If the 7 Grand Dukes are invaded by foreign enemies, and on the verge of being destroyed, he will definitely leave Stranglethorn Vale to assist the 7 Grand Dukedoms. Helen gazed at Han Shuo as she explained. Hearing such words from Helen, Han Shuo truly felt extremely astonished. He couldn't help but to investigate the details, asking, the Imperial Court of Verdun has disappeared for so long. Are you sure this guy is still alive? Nodding her head, Helen said, so the legends say. Last time, when your Lancelot Empire invaded our 7 Grand Dukedoms, Stratholm proved to have a crucial effect. On the surface, the 7 Grand Dukes don't have someone at the level of a sacred sword master nor a sacred magus. However, the Lancelot Empire received a warning from Stratholm. When they previously invaded our 7 Grand Dukedoms, your Lancelot Empire did not dispatch their sacred sword master, nor their sacred magus to attack. When the Imperial Court of Verdun was still present, the teacher of the state, Stratholm was precisely the sacred sword master well renowned throughout the continent. Even though the Imperial Court of Verdun has been the thing of the past for so long, Stratholm is still living healthily even to date. No one knows how powerful he truly is. However, legends say that, last time, after the teacher of the state Stratholm gave a warning to your Lancelot Empire's powerhouses, they truly did not dare to use their sacred magus taboo magic to reverse your Lancelot Empire's losing prospects. Han Shuo was aghast as he silently nodded his head. In his heart, he firmly remembered this name, Stratholm. Chapter 373. Chapter 373, Backlash. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo didn't remain in Helen Duchy for long in the end. He stayed for exactly 2 days, just like he'd said. He rushed straight towards Narsen Duchy after separating from Helen and arrived at Duke Benedict Sackville's residence within the night. The former teacher of the state, Stratholm of Verdun's imperial court, had left a deep and profound impression on Han Shuo. Thanks to Helen, Han Shuo realized that this teacher of the state was still alive. By normal standards, when an expert advanced to the level of a sacred magus or swordsman, their lifespan would extend accordingly. Stratholm had broken through to be a sacred level of existence a long time ago. Having been a sacred sword master for so long, the reclusive Stratholm was most likely still living healthily, according to logic. This teacher of the state from the imperial court was also the 7 Grand Duchies' sole sacred level existence. If Han Shuo wanted to seize the 7 Grand Duchies for himself, then this Stratholm would indeed be a threat. Luckily, this person had already secluded himself long ago and Han Shuo only needed to make use of his mystical demons and attach them to the Grand Dukes before slowly turning them into his personal puppets one after another. Han Shuo believed that this method would definitely be more dependable than the Lancelot Empire's previous large-scale invasion. Stratholm wouldn't detect anything while staying secluded within Stranglethorn Vale. Han Shuo reckoned that by the time he had completely taken over the 7 Grand Dukedoms in secret, his strength would most definitely have improved by another step. At that time, Han Shuo might even be able to do something about Stratholm even if the latter came. During this night, a splendid sight could be seen within Benedict Sackville's mansion. Within the central courtyard, a banquet seemed to be underway as shadows flickered to and fro. Many knights completely clad in armor tightly defended the area. A crystal lantern hung from the ceiling in the main hall, while below, each and every noble from the Narsen Duchy wore formal attire and exuded a graceful bearing. They held wine glasses and conversed cheerfully with each other. Benedict Sackville was naturally the most dazzling figure amongst them. The Narsen Duchy nobles surrounded Benedict, while constantly trying to pry some information from his mouth in a roundabout and indirect way. The 7 Grand Duchies' previous meeting at Sakamimir Valley had ended on a sour note. When the war had entered its most chaotic state, several of the Grand Duchies had suffered under an assassination attempt. As a result, those dukedoms had some weakened their military strength. Narsen Duchy was also not an exception, as many of their high-ranking generals were assassinated during the battle. Now that Benedict Sackville had returned to the dukedom, the first thing he wanted to do was naturally fill the gaps that had occurred due to the loss of their outstanding generals. After hearing this news, all the Narsen Duchy nobles began recommending their own family's younger generation with utmost of efforts. They hoped their younger generation could fill the gap and become a character wielding true power within Narsen Duchy. Benedict Sackville also clearly understood the intentions of these nobles and also understood that it was the perfect moment to recruit. Thus, he was holding this banquet within his mansion, intending to understand everyone's thoughts while also gaining some personal benefits. After sending out his mystical demons, Han Chuo grasped a clear view of the situation within Benedict Sackville's mansion. He knew how many experts were concealed within the mansion, and that a magical enchantment had been set up in a particular corner. Nothing could escape his prying eyes. While hiding outside the Duke's mansion, Han Chuo seemed like a hunter in the night, calmly staring at his prey and patiently seeking for the best opportunity to send his mystical demons into Benedict Sackville's brain. Although the mystical demons had magical ability, trying to insert the demon into someone's brain was not that easy. Firstly, Han Chuo had to be standing right next to Benedict Sackville. When he began using his demons, he would have to promptly act in accordance to the secret demonic method without stopping. If he made even the slightest mistake, Benedict Sackville could immediately die a tragic death or even become an idiot, an outcome that would clash with Han Chuo's wishes. During this intrusion, Benedict Sackville could not possess even a single ounce of resistance, while his mind had to maintain a state as innocent as a newborn child. Only like this would the mystical demon be prone to successfully invade one's brain. Generally speaking, the most perfect timing was during a dream. Thus, Han Chuo would only descend next to Benedict Sackville's side when the latter entered deep into a nightmare. Then, taking advantage of his muddle-headed state, Han Chuo would successfully implant the mystical demon right into his brain. Everyone dreamt. However, dreams were not a nightly occurrence, and sometimes a person wouldn't dream for days on end. Han Chuo had to wait until Benedict Sackville finally dreamed. Thankfully, when a person dreamed, they would be sufficiently relaxed towards their surroundings, which would allow Han Chuo to arrive soundlessly beside his target. Han Chuo continued to linger in the vicinity of the Duke's mansion over the next 5 days. His mystical demons would incessantly monitor Benedict Sackville, particularly at night. He remained clueless throughout of this tight surveillance. Benedict Sackville was only been completely exhausted once over the next 5 days due to his official business on the 3rd day. That day, he sank deep into his nightmare because he was excessively tired. However, Benedict Sackville had an incomparably tight protection around his mansion's room on that day. There were experts upon experts protecting the room outside, while all sorts of magical warning enchantments were present within his room. That day, Han Chuo was only certain that he could forcefully charge in and kill Benedict Sackville. He could not guarantee that his mystical demons could intrude into his brain without warning. Han Chuo had even carefully considered his gains and losses. In the end, he felt that even if he killed Benedict Sackville, there would be another noble that would become the new Duke of Narsen Duchy. Rather than wasting time like this, he might as well just take control of Benedict Sackville. Precisely because of this, Han Chuo abandoned his thought of killing Benedict Sackville that night and continued to wait for the next opportunity. On the 6th night, Han Chuo unexpectedly noticed through his mystical demons that Benedict Sackville had left his mansion for the first time. While surprised, Han Chuo used his mystical demons to attentively watch Benedict Sackville on one hand and silently caught up to him on the other. He intended to see just what Benedict Sackville was up to. Things went contrary to Han Shuo's expectations. Instead of going somewhere for official business, Benedict Sackville was obviously headed somewhere else. After walking along the streets within Narsen Duchy's northwest city, Benedict finally arrived at a serene and elegantly quiet manor from the back door. 12 mystical demons scattered within the manor. In only a few minutes, Han Shuo had already discovered the type of place this serene and elegant manor was like. It was like the rose garden that Lawrence had previously brought Han Shuo to in the northern part of Asan City. This manor was a noble's special venue for licentious activities. This manor was undoubtedly Narsen Duchy's most well-renowned place, and it was even a bit bigger than Asan City's rose garden. Inside, all kinds of atrociously shady business occurred in innumerable fashion. After the 12 mystical demons circled the place, Han Shuo gained a much deeper familiarity to the licentious and rotten behavior of the nobles. Benedict Sackville was this place's owner. Han Shuo was still able to learn of this fact very quickly when he merely used 2 of his mystical demons to watch Benedict Sackville attentively. As Narsen Duchy's most influential men and as this place's owner, Benedict Sackville did not need to waste much of any of his energy while secretly controlling this place. Benedict Sackville first heard a report about current financial affairs in a heavily guarded room. Afterwards, he began walking towards a delicately serene and elegant small house with a chuckle. A mother-daughter pair were waiting within this house. Han Shuo had already seen the stunning mother-daughter pair when Benedict Sackville had held a personal banquet in his mansion last time. They were the wife and daughter of Count Delbert. Delbert's wife was past 40. However, because she had properly maintained her looks, she seemed to be barely 30 years old. As Delbert's wife and her daughter Dilly stood there together, they seemed not like a mother and daughter. They seemed more like sisters as their faces glowed with smiles, welcoming the person in control of Narsen Duchy, Benedict Sackville. Han Shuo was stunned through the eyes and ears of the mystical demons. Apparently, the mother-daughter pair had served Benedict Sackville before, and it was actually with Delbert's approval. It was precisely because of Delbert's encouragement that they were actually standing there. They jointly served Benedict Sackville in bed exchange for the only and youngest son of their family to become a captain knight under Benedict Sackville. After discovering this situation from his mystical demons, Han Shuo's understanding of the secret and filthy actions of the nobles increased to an even deeper level. Who would have expected that Count Delbert would actually allow his own wife and daughter to serve Benedict Sackville just so his son could advance? While Han Shuo felt this was inconceivable, he also felt that this had truly opened his eyes as well. This mother-daughter pair were indeed of the highest quality. The mother was seductively mature with ample, round curves, while the daughter was full of youthful energy, possessing a whiff of a charmingly beautiful charm. As the two stood together, it was truly a scene for the perverted. The more ethics and taboos were violated, the more vigorous a male would become. When a mother-daughter pair simultaneously resolved to serve the same person, this was increase the male's vigor by 10 times over. Even Han Shuo was feeling a restlessness, not to mention Benedict Sackville. Han Shuo could barely restrain his rod from firing up when imagining this kind of service from a mother-daughter pair. Seeing Delbert's wife continue to smile charmingly while saying some good words for her son, Han Shuo's eyes felt somewhat glued to her distinctive charm, her graceful and mature noblewoman look. My God! I can't just let that old thing Benedict Sackville enjoy these benefits. Han Shuo secretly gulped a mouthful of saliva as he ruthlessly began thinking. His brain started considering different ideas at the speed of light. Han Shuo felt as though he was gradually losing some control over himself as he kept seeing the splendid and heart-throbbing scene. He didn't know if he was about to enter the carnal realm or not, but he had this kind of impulsive desire to ruthlessly ravage the women there at any cost. As the charming daughter-female pair continued standing there, Han Shuo began thinking of the pleasing, forbidden situation, becoming somewhat even more agitated. When Han Shuo began thinking of such taboo things, the demonic infant within him suddenly began overflowing with a bizarre power. These strands of power that came from within the demonic infant began releasing at an increasingly faster pace. Han Shuo soon found it even harder to control himself as his skin became flushed with a deeper red. Alarmed, Han Shuo suddenly reacted, coming to his senses. The strand of power that came from the demonic infant was circulating with a bizarre power that carried an excessively nefarious aura. This kind of aura was the energy that Han Shuo had previously absorbed from the dark elf matriarch Adele. What's going on? I had clearly removed the energy residue last time, and this aura of nefarious energy should have already been expelled from my body. How come there's actually strands of this energy still circulating within the demonic infant? That's not right. Why wasn't there such a dramatic movement last time when I faced Helen? No matter what kind of unusual change the demonic infant underwent, Han Shuo could still make everything crystal clear with his consciousness. However, when he noticed that the demonic infant was rotating rapidly and that the excessively nefarious energy was becoming faster and faster, Han Shuo felt somewhat puzzled. He knew that he had not entered the carnal realm yet. According to logic, when he entered the carnal realm, he would perhaps become more lustful, but this wasn't just affect his lust, but other aspects as well. Could the reason that this strand of excessively nefarious energy became so merry due to the absorption of Adele's power? Although Han Shuo felt somewhat bewildered, he did begin to gradually notice that the intense lust within his body was slowly becoming harder to control as the nefarious energy circulated within the demonic infant. Han Shuo had always done as he would in being a demonic cultivator. Plus, he would also never rejected this kind of lust, causing him to gradually overflow with the desire to follow his desires. Can't let Benedict Sackville get this benefit. I must think of a plan. While Han Shuo ignored his spreading lust, his brain was rotating at high speeds. Due to the fact that this current place was not Benedict Sackville's mansion, the defenses were much more inferior. There were only some personal guards around the elegant and refined room he was in. There weren't any complicated magical enchantments that had been set up inside either. After hesitating for just a moment, Han Shuo suddenly released a dark and dense fog and took advantage of the situation to slowly float into the room in which Benedict Sackville and Delbert's wife and daughter were in. The three of them were still drinking wine at this point. As Han Shuo drifted over, he was somewhat unable to control the blue dots of light as they slowly flowed out of his body. The spots of light were not so obvious as Han Shuo was shrouded in a dark, dense fog. Benedict Sackville and the mother-daughter pair slowly inhaled the blue light through their nose and mouth. All this while, not only was Han Shuo began gradually entering a bleary-minded state and starting to breathe in a coarser way, even the mother-daughter pair and Benedict Sackville were as well. Including Han Shuo amongst them, the four individuals within the room were all shrouded by the bright blue spots of light that contained a nefarious energy, which slowly drifted through the air to cover the entire room. As Han Shuo accidentally allowed the release of such energy, he even became somewhat sober, gaining some reason. However, the other three individuals had become completely dull. The two mother-daughter pair that had been sitting together at this moment was first to give in to their heart's desire due to their weak wills. The two began embracing each other and revealing their breasts, moaning together. Just as Benedict Sackville suddenly roared in a low voice and attempted to pounce on them with his red eyes, the relatively sober Han Shuo knocked him out with a stamp of his leg. Then, Han Shuo pounced onto the completely delirious mother-daughter pair like a beast. A hard-to-suppress sound suddenly sounded from the room as these two mother-daughter pair writhed together with Han Shuo. There was no sense of shame as the two served Han Shuo together. On the contrary, they served Han Shuo with utmost enthused fervor under Han Shuo's nefarious power. Outside the elegant and refined room, the experts that Benedict Sackville had brought with him all began to display an expression of envy as they listened to the beautiful, high-pitched, and suave moaning. They softly and secretly discussed with each other, a bit clueless to the fact that their Grand Duke had already been knocked out. After a long time, the moaning within the room gradually calmed down as the window suddenly opened without wind. A lump of light smoke floated past as Han Shuo's entire body disappeared from here like a ghost. The black smoke swiftly floated away under the night. It disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. After Han Shuo left, he flew at high altitudes towards the wilderness while enduring the monstrous changes occurring to his body. He summoned the elite Earth zombie to open up some space within the underground abyss. As Han Shuo screamed with agonized howls, he took out a transportation array and arrived at the cemetery of death. After coupling with Adele and absorbing her energy, Han Shuo had suddenly received some backlash from the excessively nefarious energy. It only held a small bit of power originally, but now it seemed more like boiling water as it flared up within his demonic infant. When the demonic infant, the foundation of Han Shuo's demonic cultivation, was suddenly rinsed with such a baleful and chaotic aura, he actually became uncontrollably violent and ferocious. Deep within Han Shuo, there seemed to be an additional strand of energy that came from a boundless, distant place that was penetrating into him. That strand of energy spurred on the energy that Han Shuo absorbed from Adele, who'd received it from the spider goddess Rose, causing Han Shuo to feel an enormous amount of pain. Within the cemetery of death, Han Shuo emitted heart-wrenching screams as his durable body actually split open. Han Shuo felt that the foreign energy within him was becoming harder and harder to control. In the end, Han Shuo mobilized the Demon Slayer Edge enormous and boundless amount of wrathful power to fight against the power surging within him. Within Han Shuo's whole body, an enormous amount of pure demonic Yuan energy plus the Demon Slayer Edge, that had absorbed tens of thousands of creatures and various kinds of negative energy, combined to form a powerful strike erupted like that of a torrential mountain flood. Following this, his inner body became a cruel battlefield as his demonic infant's power and the strength in his Demon Slayer Edge's souls fought to the death against Adele's leftover power, as well as the sudden energy that had intruded into his body. Without knowing how much time had passed, Han Shuo's magical cultivation and Demon Slayer Edge's power gradually started gaining the advantage. Only after wasting such an endless amount of time did Han Shuo finally extinguish without a trace the detrimental energy within him. PFT. Within the distant underground world, a dark elf was making offerings to the spider goddess Rose within a temple. A spider-shaped, black temple held a young lady at its center, who had suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The young lady was facing the spider goddess Rose's statue in front of her as she muttered, wielding such inexhaustible divine dark power. Why couldn't I even imprison and reduce him to become my captive even with your divine powers? PFT. Another mouthful of blood was spat out as the young lady's faces trembled in fear. She frighteningly faced the spider goddess Rose's statue and kowtowed while promptly saying, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have questioned your might. Because you had to suffer the powerful laws of restriction, you indeed couldn't transmit even 1 in 1,000th of your true power. Your most pious believer wishes to accept punishment from you." As the young lady muttered to herself in a prayer, her beautiful skin suddenly split open as blood went everywhere. It seemed like an invisible whip had whipped her. Yet, the young lady did not dare utter a sound as she continued to sincerely pray in the language of the Dark Elves. Chapter 374. Chapter 374, A Philosophy of Blasphemy. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. This chapter is unedited. Et Valare is halting translations at chapter 380. Please check this post for further details. Within the cemetery of death, Han Shuo collapsed in the center of the large-scale transportation array, his clothing long since ripped to pieces. His curled-up, naked body constantly bled through his cuts and broken flesh. The wounds throughout his body were so deep that even his bones were visible. Han Shuo's magical yuan circulated silently within his unconscious body. They were like many tiny streams trickling towards his withered meridians, moistening them. One after the other, they swam towards every nook and cranny within his body, bringing a cool and refreshing feeling. While unconscious, Han Shuo's tattered and wounded body gradually healed at an astonishing rate. Shortly, his body had completely recovered to how he was before, with not even a trace of a scar. After his body recovered from this incredible torment, it actually seemed even firmer and stronger than before. Because there was no sun nor moon at the cemetery of death, how much time had elapsed was also a mystery. As Han Shuo leisurely woke up, he noticed immediately that he was not suffering from painful cuts all over his body. Instead, the cells within his body seemed to be brimming with a surging power. Then, moving from his curled posture and standing up with a stretch, all of the bones within his body cracked explosively non-stop. After probing his body with his consciousness, Han Shuo noticed that the vital organs within his body were still not completely healed. With a thought, he manipulated his magical yuan to wrap around them. Waves of bizarre power came pouring into Han Shuo's vital organs. Under the nourishment of his yuan power, Han Shuo's vital organs began recovering faster by 100-fold. With just a moment's effort, the weird feeling within his body disappeared. After a light exhale, Han Shuo left the cemetery of death and arrived near a torrential waterfall. Under this cascading waterfall, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on top of the rock, experiencing the most turbulent waters. Despite the incomparably violent current that heavily battered Han Shuo, he stayed completely motionless, sitting erect on top of the rock. After another few days, Han Shuo finally walked off the rock and looked towards the entrance of the underworld. After hesitating a moment, he finally started heading towards the cemetery of death. Then, a mark suddenly attracted Han Shuo's attention. He approached it and took a quick look before clearing the rocks away and extracting a letter from deep within the underground abyss. Han Shuo reassembled the message according to a special code before reading the contents of the letter. This letter was most likely sent here through Emily's people after she'd personally written it, describing some crucial matters. The current power struggle between the princes had reached a climax within Asan City due to the deteriorating health of the king. This also caused Lawrence's identity to be revealed, putting him at a severe disadvantage. Because King Uhtred Lancelot and the Chancellor of Finance's wife had had an illicit affair, resulting in Lawrence, the nobles rejected Lawrence. Furthermore, even the somewhat less traditional nobles also clearly expressed their opposition against Lawrence's succession to the throne due to his identity. The king was still alive and functioning well at the moment. He was forcefully suppressing the dissension and legitimizing Lawrence. However, the situation was still developing unfavorably. As of now, Lawrence's status within Asan City was somewhat awkward as his faction was the weakest among the princes. Seeing His Majesty's health continue to worsen, Lawrence felt anxious. He knew that the moment Uhtred passed away, the situation within Asan City would be even harder to control. At that time, not only would a bastard of the king not obtain the throne, but perhaps even his life would be hard to preserve. Yet while Lawrence was apprehensive, experiencing these incomparably troublesome and apprehensive days, Brettle City was outshining the other cities. Favorable news kept arriving one after another, describing how this waste of a city had suddenly begun erupting with a new vibrant energy. Although Han Shuo was far from the empire's capital, his name continued to resound, making him more and more famous. Precisely because of this, Lawrence suddenly thought of Han Shuo, hoping he would return to Asan City and help him. During such a crucial moment, Lawrence hoped that while Uhtred had yet to die he could borrow Han Shuo's support to improve the situation. At the very least, Lawrence could still make the other princes somewhat more apprehensive with Han Shuo in Asan City. Han Shuo had already made his decision after he finished reading the contents. The moment he entered the cemetery of death, a dragon's melodious howl resonated throughout the entire cemetery. Fortunately there was an enchantment enveloping the entire cemetery that never dispersed, or the sound would have traveled for hundreds of miles. "Honorable Master, you have finally returned." Gilbert was in his dragon form hovering in the skies, but after seeing him, he swept directly towards Han Shuo. Gilbert's body seemed to have enlarged somewhat while the scales covering his body had become pitch black. He exuded a sinister, ancient, and desolate feeling. Han Shuo knew that this sinister aura came naturally from Gilbert, while that ancient and desolate feeling was due to absorbing the green dragon beast's crystal core. After the uproar, his enormous body gradually shrank and transformed into a person with coarse black skin. His dark black eyes had an additional hint of otherworldliness to them. However, because his body's sinister aura was too heavy, that hint of otherworldliness was completely hidden. Han Shuo only shot a glance at Gilbert before immediately sensing a stronger power from Gilbert's body. He asked with a smile, "How was it?" "Great. Fantastic! That green dragon beast's crystal core had an extraordinarily powerful energy which allowed me to advance to the second level of a super rank magical beast. Additionally, I feel that even though I am just at the middle of the second level, my current strength is still extraordinarily powerful. Muahaha! Thank you very much for your grace, Master. Gilbert laughed loudly and heartily, his voice brimming with satisfaction. I have received news from the underground world and I believe it will spark your interest a little. Han Shuo waited until Gilbert's exuberant laugh subsided before saying in a measured tone. What news? Hehe, I have finally recognized that my decision to follow you, Master, was a correct one. If I didn't follow you, Master, how would I be able to advance to the second level so quickly? Gilbert clearly understood that all of this was due to Han Shuo's favors. Thus, he couldn't help but to start bootlicking. Gilbert, who would have thought that you would actually be the grandson of the underground world's dark dragon patriarch? You brat, your background is not humble. Han Shuo was all smiles as he looked at Gilbert. Gilbert felt taken aback. Han Shuo continued, that patriarch grandpa of yours seems to be extremely worried about you. He even got the dark elves to scout for word of you. It seems like you, runaway brat, is actually quite the favorite. Great Master, how could you know about these things? Could it be that you've actually entered the underground world's dark dragon city? The astonished Gilbert looked at Han Shuo as he puzzledly pushed for answers. Gilbert had never told anyone about his identity. Thus, he believed that there shouldn't be anyone who could know this. He truly felt confused now that he had heard such a statement indicating a clear understanding of his origins from Han Shuo. Your dark dragon city has some prisoners. Among them is a group of powerful dark elves from the previous generation. One of them was called Adele. Do you recognize this name? Adele. I seem to have heard of this name, however I have never seen her before. Within our dark dragon city, there are indeed some fellows imprisoned within that have grossly offended us. However, I just don't have any interest in such things. Master, why do you ask? It's precisely because this Adele had made a promise to your grandpa that she would help to find your whereabouts. However, I've already killed her. Not long ago, I absorbed the energy on her body. As a result, I nearly brought trouble to myself and received a backlash. So, I want to ask about things pertaining to Adele. After hearing this from Han Shuo, Gilbert was extremely surprised. Then, he stared into space before saying, I heard that this Adele seems to be the former matriarch of the Dark Elf clan. She can use the faith of the Dark Elves to connect to the evil goddess Rose. As a result, she possesses some extraordinarily frightening powers in bed. Adele has been imprisoned within Dark Dragon City for many years now, and it is said that she is extraordinarily beautiful. Considering the fact that our race has such a lustful temperament, we would have already jumped on top of her long ago. However, precisely because she can use the power of Rose, not a single dark dragon dares to forcefully take her to bed. They fear that she will suddenly use some treacherous methods while under pleasure. Master, it is also said that Adele herself is also extraordinarily powerful. I'm afraid that even our clan's second and third ranked dark dragons are not a match for her. It is said that due to her devout faith in Rose, Adele can communicate with Rose and acquire her divine energy. Our dark dragon race is deeply afraid that killing her will provoke the anger of that evil goddess. Thus, we have continued to only keep her imprisoned within. Don't tell me that you've truly killed her. I've ****ed her to death. Han Shuo calmly replied. Wahaha! The little lascivious Gilbert became excited as he looked at Han Shuo with worship. Master, what happened? Do tell. Hurry and tell your faithful servant the specifics of the situation. Seeing Gilbert suddenly becoming excited right after hearing this, Han Shuo walloped him angrily. Only then did he describe the things that he had experienced. Finally, after describing the previous incident where there was a hard-to-suppress lust, he calmly continued, I can guarantee that when I went crazy with lust not long ago, besides the energy that I had absorbed from Adele, there was also an even more tremendous and sinister power within my body. That strand of energy brought with it a bit of aura that shouldn't exist within this plane. If things are as I predict, it probably came from the spider goddess Rose. I really don't know how this could have happened. Don't tell me that the fact that I killed Adele was actually discovered. Could there actually be the existence of deities within this world? Listening to Han Shuo's description of his experiences, Gilbert's previous excitement transformed into rare seriousness. After thinking for a moment, he said to Han Shuo, "Master, I've heard from Grandpa that this world is not as simple as we think. Even with our dark dragon powers, we can only live in the underground world as if we are suffering from some kind of restriction. Even though my grandpa's power is frightening, he still can't avoid such restrictions. I can't think of anything else that can actually constrain our race within the underground world besides the universal concept of gods." Knitting his eyebrows tightly, Han Shuo couldn't help but to raise his head towards the gloomy and deathly still sky of the cemetery of death, sunless and moonless all year round. He began thinking of the Church of Light's deity of light, the temple knights, the holy aura on Kasa's body, and the feeling that Han Shuo felt from the revelation artifact. Then he thought of the existence of the Calamity Church and the skeletal staff within his own hands. When he'd first held this skeletal staff, he entered an absent-minded state and saw the shadow of a 10,000-meter giant in his mind. Now that Han Shuo had gained a faint layer of understanding, gradually believing in that kind of imaginary existence of gods. "Master, perhaps you were really attacked by that spider goddess last time. However, it is said that deities cannot truly intervene with the mortal plane. Else, they would suffer restrictions from the laws of this spatial world. Look, even that excessively evil spider goddess cannot do anything to you. This is sufficient proof that even she cannot violate this all-powerful law. There is no need for us to fear her." The dark dragon Gilbert casually consoled Han Shuo. Silently nodding his head, Han Shuo finally recognized how insignificant he was. Thinking of the giant's presence that emitted an aura from millions and millions of years ago, Han Shuo couldn't help but to feel some reverence within his heart as he said to Gilbert, "Indeed, we cannot surmise the existence of deities, however these deities must be subjected to this spatial world's restrictive powers. Otherwise, the moment they descend onto this plane would possibly be turned into ruins. The deities must also be antagonistic towards each other, otherwise the Church of Light and the Calamity Church would not wage war for so many years." Gilbert was also agnostic and didn't have any feelings towards them at all. Regardless of whether they were evil or righteous gods, he remained as carefree as always, seemingly without a care for the world. Han Shuo did not think much more about it as he nodded his head. "All right, since you've already evolved to the second level, then you should proceed to the Valley of Sunshine and help Trunks. I believe that the Valley of Sunshine will have a large disturbance soon. If you are within the Valley of Sunshine, then the Soul Destroyer mercenary will be somewhat more secure." "Ah, right, you need to pay attention to the matters pertaining to Dark Dragon City. Your grandpa has been constantly looking for you. I think that even if you don't return, you should still let someone deliver some news to your grandpa so he won't need to worry." "I understand, Master. I think that if my grandpa knew I've already entered the second level, he will definitely be extremely happy. When I was in Dark Dragon City, that old guy would constantly pressure me to cultivate for the entire day. I've already cultivated all these years, yet I was still at the first level. Now look at me, it's been barely any time since I've left, yet I've already succeeded in my advancement." This clearly indicates that his methods are useless. Gilbert indifferently replied to Han Shuo, seeming wholly unconcerned with his master's words. "All right, I need to return to Asan City and deal with some matters. However, I will constantly pay attention to the matters within the Valley of Sunshine," Han Shuo informed him. Then, after Gilbert left, he too took a step into the transportation array. Chapter 375. Chapter 375, The Sculpture. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. This chapter is unedited. Et Volare will be halting translation of GDK this weekend. Please go here for future news of the series. Lancelot Empire's Ossen City. Booze Merchant Guild headquarters. Phoebe and Lawrence sat upright sipping tea within an elegant secondary courtyard. Lawrence wore a clouded expression. Although his identity as a prince was already recognized by the king, he was still living miserably. In contrast, Phoebe, who sat opposite from him, had a charming appearance that was becoming increasingly natural and elegant. But because she also held that divine weapon, Starry Sky, she even had a somewhat icily arrogant charm. As Phoebe fondled with the Starry Sky within her hands, unwilling to part with it, her thought began uncontrollably floating towards the distant Brettle City. Junior sister, your current Booze Merchant Guild is becoming more and more influential thanks to your work. Brian is also like a fish in water in Brettle City. However, my days just aren't so well. I will probably be immediately killed by Charles right after Royal Father passes away. Did you truly help me deliver my letter to Brian or not? Lawrence looked at the Phoebe in front of him and asked somewhat helplessly. Senior brother, it's not like Brettle City doesn't have any of your people. You should be even clearer than me whether Brian is within Brettle City or not. But what you're saying is also true. It's already been so many months. Just why isn't there even the slightest trace of him? Could it be that he's gone to do another evil deed again? Phoebe's long eyelashes fluttered as her pupils sparkled with doubt. Lawrence had dispatched some people to Brettle City before, Falk being one of them. Afterwards, Lawrence had also arranged some talented politicians to enter Brettle City one after the other. Although these people were currently holding suitable positions within Brettle City, they would continue to relay information to Lawrence just like before. From the information they had sent, it seemed that Han Chuo was really not within Brettle City. Lawrence sighed before suddenly saying to Phoebe, I also have the Dark Mantle agents helping me inquire for any information of him. But, even until now, there has not been even the slightest hint of him at all. What do you think? Could something have happened to him? Phoebe laughed proudly while promptly taking out the divine weapon Starry Sky, which emitted a bright and sparkling starlight. She shot a disdainful glance at Lawrence and said, he could even kill Salt, the #1 Red Bud Knight commander out of the continent's 10 great knight troops. Furthermore, Salt was also a very powerful dragon rider. Just what kind of mishaps do you think he will face? That fellow is extremely crafty and sinister while his sensitivity is frighteningly sharp. Even if he encounters a dangerous situation, he would still be able to escape in advance. He definitely won't have any mishaps. Instead, he is definitely doing some evil deeds in secret once again. These words were naturally not spoken to Lawrence, but secretly mused within her own heart instead. Lawrence carefully reconsidered and found it reasonable. It wasn't his first day knowing Han Chuo, so he naturally understood that with Han Chuo's personality and strength, he would absolutely not indulge in foolish and reckless actions of courage. The moment he noticed that he was in a helpless situation, he would always leave immediately in a sorry manner. According to reason, no accidents should have occurred to him indeed. As his hands massaged his temples, Lawrence said somewhat exhausted, Junior sister, I must have been too anxious lately, causing my thoughts to gradually become somewhat chaotic recently. Don't worry. With your relationship with Brian, as long as he knows about the current circumstances within Ossen City, he should come back and help you. I have heard that not long ago, the 7 Grand Duchies tried to unite and defeat Brettle City. I think Brian has possibly gone to the 7 Grand Duchies to do some secretive things. You needn't worry about it. He will definitely come to find you after he has finished dealing with his matters. Phoebe said, comforting Lawrence. She knew that Lawrence had really been forced to the edge by the princes and she naturally understood Lawrence's current feelings. Hopefully he will rush back before my royal father passes away. Besides, we also have no clue what's going on with our master. The situation has already reached such a state, but he has yet to take a declarative stand. Even I have no idea if he will support me in the end or not. Lawrence complained with a headache. Then, he turned to Phoebe, "Junior sister, you're our master's most loved disciple. Do you have a clue as to what our master will plan in the end?" Phoebe thought for a moment before replying, "Master has always been solely responsible for teaching us various kinds of knowledge. I feel like he wants you to become king relying on your own strength. You should also know, our master has always made us work hard for our own goals. He has never once relied on his identity to help us before. Sigh. If I really just rely on my own strength, it's basically impossible for me to become king based on the current circumstances." Lawrence seemingly knew about a bit of his master's personality, as he couldn't help but to sigh. Although master won't justly and openly help you, however, he also wouldn't let others bully you. If not for master letting Grandpa Ballins secretly protect you, I'm afraid you would have already been secretly killed by others. This proves that master also cares very much for you." Phoebe continued to console Lawrence. Hearing this, Lawrence nodded his head and agreed, "This is also true. Fortunately Ballins was there to help me several times, otherwise I would have been killed long ago." Phoebe did not continue to speak as she continued to focus on polishing the starry sky that was already clearly shining like a reflective mirror. She treated it as though this sword was Hanchuo. "When I came over, Master wanted me to tell you that you shouldn't depend too heavily on the weapons in your hands. Weapons will forever be dead objects. They might be able to make you a little bit stronger, but they won't increase your personal strength." Lawrence stood up and said to Phoebe, "Don't worry, I have an even higher comprehension towards Master's martial skills than you. You had better put more effort into thinking how you can get some additional advantages from your royal father instead," Phoebe said indifferently before continuing to wipe the divine weapon within her hand. When she thought of the fact that this damned guy had still yet to see her after so long, she realized that, in the end, this long-distance relationship was definitely not going to work. As Phoebe reminisced and mentally nagged Hanchuo, he had already arrived at Asan City. Only after arriving at Asan City did Hanchuo notice that 3 months had already passed while he was unconscious and resisting Spider Goddess Rose's power within the Cemetery of Death. During these 3 months, the 7 Grand Duchies continued to unceasingly go on campaigns against each other, while Brettle City and the Helen Duchy had already conducted numerous secret business deals in secret. Hanchuo did not make another move towards Narsen Duchy's Benedict Sackville at all. On one hand, the opportunity was hard to seek, while on the other, there were still other more important matters waiting to be done. After returning to Brettle City from Narsen Duchy, Hanchuo took the necessary materials to refine an elite metal zombie from Jack, entered Mount Silk, and planted the future elite metal zombie within. Then, after handing over some tasks to Jack and the others, Hanchuo left Brettle City, passed through Seamist City's transporting array, and arrived at Asan City. Because Falk and the other former subordinates of Lawrence had already told Hanchuo that he wanted to urgently see him, Hanchuo immediately left for Asan City. Knowing Hanchuo's destination, Falk and the rest didn't report to Lawrence about Hanchuo's appearance because they knew that Hanchuo would arrive there first. After entering Asan City, Hanchuo hurried towards Fanny's laboratory place first because the teleportation array was near Babylon Academy. Hanchuo had not seen Fanny for ages and was truly longing for the bright and beautifully moving teacher at the moment. Hanchuo headed for Babylon Academy under the cover of the dusky night. On the road, Hanchuo avoided some relatively crowded areas and headed towards the Necromancy Major. The moment Hanchuo arrived at the long hallway with the sculptures that Jack and him frequently cleaned off, he suddenly noticed an extremely familiar-looking new sculpture. The finished sculpture was made of pure white jade and was meticulously carved. This imposingly tall sculpture faced the sky while holding a magical staff, and was posturing as if it was chanting a magical chant. Under this new sculpture, a glamorous engraving of small characters stated, "Brian, a graduate of Babylon Academy's Institute of Necromancy. Graduated in 2 years and 3 months, the fastest graduation speed in history. He is currently an Archmage Necromancer and has formerly defeated Great Sword Master Leah Kane." As Hanchuo looked at his own sculpture, he suddenly assailed with indescribable emotions. When he and Jack had been both wiping these sculptures, they had once been filled with ambition and desire to stand amongst these sculptures. But, after reminiscing through these times, he truly felt a spontaneous pride and satisfaction of attaining his achievements when he truly saw his own sculpture. I really never expected that one day my own sculpture would be able to stand here and become a motivational model for future generations. Han Shuo muttered to himself as he looked at his own sculpture in front of him. It's because of you that new student enrollment in the necromancy major has increased by many folds. Hehe, Fanny has become even more and more busy now. A kind voice sounded from behind Han Shuo. Babylon Academy's Dean Emma gradually walked in front of Han Shuo. As a space grand magus, Emma possessed a peculiar ability of walking through space. Within this region, as long as Emma wanted to find someone, she could immediately appear in front of that person's face. After the space fluctuated, Han Shuo immediately knew that Emma had noticed his arrival. When Emma's voice sounded, Han Shuo was not even a little surprised as he smilingly looked at the all-too-familiar Dean Emma, saying, "I truly never expected that my sculpture would be able to stand here." Hehe, you already had the qualifications to stand here when you advanced from a magical apprentice to an archmage in 3 years. Even more so, after you graduated from this academy, your every action maintained this stunning incredulity. The necromancy major is this academy's weakest major, but such a character like you could still emerge from it. It's only natural for your sculpture to be erected. Amy kindly smiled as she walked in front of Han Shuo's sculpture and lightly pressed her thumb on the annotation below the sculpture. She had just added another character, transforming the symbols of Archmage into Grand Magus. Emma seemed to have already ascertained that Han Shuo was a Grand Magus necromancer. Chapter 376. Chapter 376, Pointers. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. But I still haven't gone to the Magic Association to verify my strength yet, Dean Emma. Looking at Emma's movements, Han Shuo couldn't help but laugh lightly. Emma winked as she responded, beaming merrily, "So, you're admitting that you possess the strength of a Grand Magus." Han Shuo had no idea how Emma could see through to his true strength from just one look, but he also didn't feel the need to conceal such facts. It would be fine as long as his demonic magic was kept a secret. He didn't need to conceal his achievements as a mage. After hearing what was said, he nodded his head, "That's right." Han Shuo only considered his demonic magic as his most important secret, while he considered his strength as a mage as leverage for gaining additional benefits. Thus, he was actually preparing to go to the Magic Association to verify his qualifications as a Grand Magus. Regardless of nation, all Grand Magus ranked mages could obtain extremely high statuses. If Han Shuo went to the Magic Association to verify his qualifications, his future career would be impacted positively. As I thought, I could sense a bit of an aura on your body, but the most significant reason is because you killed Selt. To be able to kill a Sky Rider with a green dragon as a pet, your strength naturally has to be at the Grand Magus level. Emma replied matter-of-factly. "Dean Emma, why have you come to see me?" Han Shuo knew that Emma was extremely busy and there were a lot of small and big matters within Babylon Academy that she had to deal with. She definitely came to see Han Shuo for some particular matters this time. Emma nodded as expected before looking at Han Shuo with a smile. Necromancers are sparse within the Empire. There are even pitifully fewer Grand Magus ranked necromancers. The ones I know only know to practice magic and there are very few that appear in public. Hehe, you were also part of the Babylon Academy. Even more importantly, you've also promised Fanny that you would give some pointers in your free time to the students of your major. However, I hope that wasn't an empty promise, but that you actually try to seriously guide them when you have the time. Hehe, Dean Emma, don't worry, I will definitely give them some pointers if I'm free. Han Shuo did not readily make a conclusive promise. Han Shuo currently had way too many matters on hands, and he couldn't remain at Babylon Academy to guide the students. However, if he really had some time, even if it was just for the sake of Fanny's reputation, Han Chuo would still be willing to lecture them for 1 or 2 classes. That would be great, hee. Emma was wreathed with smiles as she nodded her head. After pausing for a moment, she continued, I know you came to find Fanny. She has been somewhat busy recently. However, she is nevertheless blossoming and becoming increasingly beautiful. Oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Fanny has also advanced to Archmage. You best treat her well, for she is also very amazing. Han Chuo's longing for Fanny became even more impossible to be restrained when he listened to Emma. He laughed, I'm actually looking for Fanny for some important matters. Then, I'll be on my way. MNN, go ahead. Emma didn't obstruct Han Chuo. The sky darkened after Emma and Han Chuo finished conversing. However, Han Chuo was incomparably familiar with the necromancy major and easily teetered around the students, traversing straight towards Fanny's laboratory. Han Chuo yet to enter Fanny's laboratory when he suddenly heard an oppressive stamping of footsteps from within. Feeling startled, he continued listening. He couldn't help but to show another stunned expression. He could hear an incredibly bulky creature via the heavy footsteps within the room. Han Chuo did not knock and walked in directly. An evil knight was holding an enormous spear and making stabbing movements within Fanny's laboratory, on top of an open area. A magical array was present 5 meters from the creature. Fanny was panting inside while controlling the evil knight, seemingly as though a large amount of her mental strength had been consumed. After summoning an evil knight, the necromancer did not need too much mental strength to control it because it was a kind of advanced undead creature. Just a command to attack would suffice. An evil knight resembled neither a zombie nor a skeletal warrior, and it naturally didn't require a summoner to dictate how to attack. Its wisdom was completely enough for it to display its powers freely and effectively. Naturally, if the necromancer wished, he could still use his mental strength to control the evil knight. However, this would not only consume his mental strength at a faster pace, it would also not help the evil knight display its true powers. In short, right after summoning the evil knight, this kind of advanced undead only needed the necromancer to transmit an attack command and it would suffice. Unlike skeletal warriors and zombies, it simply didn't need the use of mental strength to control it. Instead, this would hinder the evil knight's natural attacking ability. Fanny was naturally caught up in a misconception that she believed this kind of advanced undead creature needed to be manipulated like a skeletal warrior or a zombie. Looking at her huffing, seemingly seriously practicing and using her mental strength in an attempt to facilitate the advanced evil knight's attacking abilities, Han Chuo felt that it was somewhat laughable. Fanny was indeed as Dean Emma had described. She had become increasingly beautiful after these several months. This was naturally due to the credit of the rebirth pill. Her skin was as white as jade, and the substantial improvement to her inner body was also the reason why she had advanced to the level of Archmage so quickly. Han Chuo entered soundlessly. Fanny had just started to struggle with the evil knight and did not sense Han Chuo's existence whatsoever. Only when she manipulated the evil knight to turn around and stab forward did she suddenly notice Han Chuo standing by the door, grinning. Fanny's pupils blossomed with incredible happiness and surprise. But suddenly, she started grinding her teeth and stabbing her jade-like fingers hatefully at Han Chuo. Under Fanny's manipulation, the evil knight's enormous spear suddenly rose, piercing towards Han Chuo who stood there, smiling. Han Chuo was taking in all of Fanny's expressions. How would he not know exactly why Fanny was attacking like a spoiled child? He knew that she was angered because he hadn't come to see her for a very long time. Han Chuo was still smiling and gazing at her with deep emotions as the imminent spear pierced towards him. When the enormous spear pierced near the top of Han Chuo's head, Fanny's lovely face suddenly changed colors. She hastily used her mental strength to control and stop the spear from continuing in case the spear truly harmed Han Chuo. However, the spear was truly as quick as a gale while Fanny was obviously still not familiar enough to properly control the evil knight. Thus, Fanny's mental strength was mostly useless as the spur continued to pierce towards Han Shuo's head. It only slowed somewhat while emitting an ear-piercing, shrieking sound like the braking of a car. Fanny became incomparably frightened. At the moment, she was unable to open her mouth to urge Han Shuo to jump out of the way. She could only look at Han Shuo, terrified while exerting all of her mental strength to try and stop the spur. Ding! In the end, the spur still landed on Han Shuo's head. However, an unexpected metallic sound of collision rang out after a black cloud of light briefly took form on top of Han Shuo's head, before disappearing strangely afterwards. Han Shuo continued to smile, standing there without even the slightest movement. The spur's pierce did not even touch one hair on Han Shuo's head. In the end, the evil knight also ceased to stop under Fanny's command. In the next moment, Fanny suddenly threw herself into Han Shuo's chest and recklessly started beating Han Shuo's sturdy chest. A faint sobbing sound could be heard as she said, "Idiot, you can even kill Salt, so why didn't you dodge? Are you trying to die?" Han Shuo hugged Fanny tightly, saying softly, "How could you actually hurt me?" before suddenly kissing Fanny firmly in the lips. The two people were vigorously tangling together like snakes, even their souls seemed to be blending together. This kiss persisted for ages. Only when Han Shuo's hands started unconsciously climbing over Fanny's body parts did Fanny suddenly awaken, abruptly pushing Han Shuo away. She glared at Han Shuo with a reddened face, saying cutely, "I am your teacher. This is also a school. Behave." The moment Han Shuo saw Fanny's lovely and charming appearance and heard her words, he felt even more excited. He couldn't help but chuckle evilly when he thought back to when he'd been an ordinary student who greatly revered her. "It's precisely because you are my teacher that when I kissed you, I became even more excited. You can't escape from the palm of my hands." Right after these words sounded, Han Shuo captured Fanny once again and advanced towards Fanny's face, giving her another deep kiss. Then, he used his two hands to feel her soft and smooth back before gradually shifting his big hands lower. Before Fanny had time to react, Han Shuo suddenly palmed Fanny's outstandingly smooth and round butt and squeezed without restraint. Fanny struggled and whimpered while pushing Han Shuo away again with a red face. She once again glared hatefully at Han Shuo before taking a few steps back saying, "You little pervert! You haven't even seen my father yet. Behave yourself." Han Shuo paused. Then, looking at the evil knight next to him, he explained to Fanny with an unchanging expression, "An evil knight is not controlled like a zombie nor a skeletal warrior. Instead, since an evil knight possesses its own intelligence, it's only able to completely bring out its true fighting strength when it's not being controlled by mental strength." Fanny listened and looked at Han Shuo astonished, before saying in doubt, "It can bring out its most powerful fighting strength just by relying on itself." Han Shuo replied while nodding his head, "Of course, an evil knight is an advanced undead creature. Not only do they possess intelligence, they also possess their own dignity. If you don't let it display its own strength as it likes, but use your own mental strength to force it to submission, it will instinctively try to resist. There are no advantages to this at all." Han Shuo and Fanny's position had unknowingly reversed. Originally, it was always Han Shuo who would inquire about some difficult magic problems. But the Han Shuo of today could actually discover Fanny's misconceptions from just a glimpse at her actions and even help her correct it. Chapter 377. Chapter 377, Rapid Progress. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. All chapters post 373 were not edited. Et Valare is stopping translation at chapter 380, please refer to this link for more information about the future of the series. Fanny had no choice but to admit that her former student, Han Shuo, had already exceeded her knowledge in the essence of necromancy. Looking at Han Shuo's waxing eloquence, Fanny's train of thought floated to the past, thinking of when Han Shuo was still a magic apprentice. The willful, diligent quest for knowledge while cultivating, enduring a life of silence and solitude. At this moment, Fanny seemed to have comprehended a little of something. This male standing in front of her had lost any traces of his former self. Previously, he'd been a cowardly youngster with a delicate body, not even 170 centimeters tall. He had been a youngster that silently disposed of trash all day long, and was completely powerless in the face of others bullying him. Was he truly this outstanding, formidable male that was currently in front of her? Fanny's mind was somewhat temporarily distracted as she dazedly looked at Han Chuo, spellbound. She'd already forgotten the magic explanation that Han Chuo had just given to her. Only after a long time, when Han Chuo suddenly emitted a loud noise, did Fanny finally awaken. Her bright, clear eyes looked towards Han Chuo with an apologetic smile. She explained, "I don't know why, but I've noticed that the current you seems to have no features that overlap with the previous you. Seemingly, within just a split second, you changed into a completely different person. Even now, you are constantly changing. It makes me feel as if I'm in a dream." Within a few short years, Han Chuo had already matured to a point where others could only hope to reach. Now, even his teacher Fanny needed to admire him. Although Lancelot Empire had no lack of geniuses, Han Chuo's talent and development speed was unique to him alone. Han Chuo flashed a dashing smile and said, "I have changed far too much from my past self, so this kind of feeling you have is extremely normal. Hehe, everyone can change. This is how humans evolve. Only when someone experiences something that no one else can imagine does he grow and mature quickly." Only Han Chuo knew in his heart that he was from a completely different world from Brian. They had always been completely different individuals with completely different temperaments and experiences. Thus, for Fanny to notice these inconsistencies was a completely normal phenomenon. As a result, Han Chuo found an excuse to remove the suspicions within Fanny's heart. "Brian, I've always been within the academy for the few years you've been gone, but you've rarely come to train. I've constantly wanted to know what you've been doing all these years. Why is that every time you return here, you always startle people? According to what you've said, you must have experienced something I am completely unable to imagine, else your transformation wouldn't be so quick. Can you tell me?" Fanny looked at Han Chuo in a daze as she inquired what happened in those days. After Fanny's sudden question, Han Chuo thought for a moment before saying, "The experiences I had are too numerous, and it's too inappropriate for me to narrate them one after the other. However, it's precisely as you guessed. My experiences have indeed been extremely rich these few years. Hehe. Simply put, at every moment, I was always in the midst of passing through a life-threatening situation. It is precisely because of these situations that my potential was stimulated, and thus, my improvements unceasing. Brian, your life has truly been tough on you these past couple of years. I never asked, but that didn't mean I wasn't concerned about you. It's just I had no idea how I should help you." Fanny looked up at Han Chuo while gently and softly chatting. Her hands touched Han Chuo's face, lightly caressing his unswerving, determined expression, seemingly trying to smoothen away those few years of hardships. Han Chuo closed his eyes, feeling at ease as he allowed Fanny to caress his face. Unexpectedly, there were no traces of sexual desire within his heart. Instead, every experience he had since he'd been born into the world slowly and vividly replayed in his mind. Han Chuo even started to think of his parents from the other world. Han Chuo did not violate Fanny that night. This was mainly because when she encountered some problems in her magic knowledge, Han Chuo helped her by meticulously explaining it in fine detail. From being engrossed with Han Chuo's explanations, Fanny gradually drifted to sleep. A sweet smile hung on the corner of her mouth as she emitted a soft laugh. She gradually fell asleep in Han Chuo's chest. Seeing Fanny falling asleep, Han Chuo maintained a constant, unmoving posture, allowing Fanny to sleep in comfort. He took out a necromancy tome from his space ring and began to diligently delve into it once more. When Han Chuo advanced to his current magical cultivation realm, the need for sleep gradually disappeared from his life. Even if his body and mind were completely exhausted, he only needed a brief moment to circulate his magical yuan to completely recover. He never needed to sleep again to recover his body and mind. Precisely because of this, Han Shuo had even more time and energy to improve himself. In addition, Han Shuo's brain had developed substantially. Thus, the throbbing and wondrous characters within the cryptic magic tome were slowly unraveled under his meditation and studying. Books were the most valuable of legacies left behind by his predecessor. This author was also a person with extraordinary ability and wisdom, particularly in the discipline of magic. It wasn't an easy matter for successors to want to use this book to find a proper cultivation path. The existence of the Babylon Academy of Martial Arts would be meaningless if anyone could improve just through books. However, it wasn't easy to find a teacher that could give proper guidance to someone at Han Shuo's realm. Only a book filled with experiences left behind by a predecessor could provide such guidance. Only such a method could allow someone to break through their constraints in the fastest way. However, magical tomes were cryptic and difficult to understand. The more advanced the tome, the more complex it was. Taking this necromancy book in Han Shuo's hand, for example. If an untalented individual were to take a look at the symbols and incantations within, they would immediately become bewildered, let alone grasp the true meaning within each symbol. After Han Shuo's brain region had been excavated due to a breakthrough in his magical cultivation, his perception, memory, and comprehension became even more superior compared to ordinary people. When he delved into books in meditation, his comprehension speed was many times faster than his peers. It was precisely because Han Shuo could replace his sleep with cultivation, and the fact that his brain was too powerful, that he could grasp the old Fey corpse summoning technique so quickly. Han Shuo didn't wait for Fanny to wake up in the morning before soundlessly leaving the laboratory. He headed straight for the Magic Association. Han Shuo met the same young lady as before after entering the Magic Association. The young lady immediately became excited after seeing Han Shuo enter. She blurted, "You're Count Brian, right? I recognize you from before. How come you've returned to Asan City? Hee. I've heard that you've wiped out a lot of bandits while you were at Brettle City. You're so amazing." Previously, when Han Shuo advanced to an Archmage Necromancer, it was also this young lady who'd received him. She seemed to have a very deep impression of Han Shuo. She immediately started blurting with excitement the moment she saw Han Shuo entering. The young lady's sudden acclamation attracted a lot of attention. There were powerful swordsmen as well as mages dressed in a variety of different colored mage gowns within the lounge. Some of them were the Magic Association's people while some were probably here to verify their rank. Now, after hearing this young lady's excited shout, they all suddenly moved their eyes onto Han Shuo's body. Their eyes brimmed with surprise. Han Shuo swept a glance at these people. Then, he spoke demurely to the young lady, smiling faintly. He opened his mouth to say, "I've come to the Magic Association to confirm my rank." "Oh, that's right. Is Mr. Aries currently here?" "Please wait a moment. Mr. Aries is currently helping Carlos verify his rank, but he will be available shortly." The young lady smiled and answered. Then, realizing something, she suddenly asked, startled, "Are you here to verify your magic rank as a Grand Magus Necromancer?" Han Shuo had already previously advanced to the Archmage rank. Now, in less than 2 years' time, Han Shuo came again to verify his new rank as a Grand Magus Necromancer. The young lady was clearly shocked. Not only this young lady, but even the surrounding mages were all shocked, looking at Han Shuo. They seemed to be looking at a true monster, their eyeballs nearly falling out in shock. Although an Archmage and Grand Magus was only a one-character difference apart in Mandarin, they were actually worlds apart. Any mage capable of becoming an Archmage will always be acknowledged for their wisdom and ability in the hearts of all mages. They would absolutely be incapable of advancing to an Archmage without such traits. However, even if such an individual wanted to advance from an Archmage to an Grand Magus in 2 years, it was normally impossible. Different people had different aptitudes towards magic and naturally comprehended at different speeds. However, the process of advancing to a Grand Magus from an Archmage normally required 10 years minimum. Yet, Han Shuo had done it in only 2 short years. This kind of extreme speed was simply terrifying. As a result, the look that the other mages within the room gave to Han Shuo was understandable. If the sum of Han Shuo's magic career was totaled up, then the time he used would only amount to roughly 4 years. The speed at which he'd changed from an individual with no knowledge of magic, to suddenly becoming a Grand Magus who could shake any nation seemed impossible. Right as the young lady blurted such words, Ares Hussein, the Magic Association's supervisor, entered the room from above. Accompanying him was a person with elegant, long hair. He was a youth, appearing under 30 years old. He was clothed in a grey, white magic robe as he soundlessly walked with a carefree smile on his face. After a simple glance at the symbol on his magic robe, Han Shuo immediately realized that he was probably the Carlos who wanted to verify his rank with Ares. He obviously just became a Wind Grand Magus as he came down in an incomparably joyful mood. Currently, he was walking with Ares, smiling and merrily chatting with him. Ares mindlessly shot a glance downstairs and saw Han Shuo standing there like an immovable pole, a crane among chickens. Ares immediately exclaimed, "Hey! Young lad, you must be Brian. I remember you. Hehe, why have you come to the Magic Association?" Smiling, Han Shuo nodded his head and calmly said, "Mr. Ares, I want to reconfirm my magic rank." Hehe. I think I should have the qualifications to wear a Grand Magus medallion. Ares became incomparably astonished and carefully sized up Han Shuo with a few looks just like the others. Then, he rubbed his chin, doubtfully saying, "If I recall correctly, the last time you came here to verify your rank should be only 2 years ago. Don't tell me you're already ready to verify your new rank as a Grand Magus Necromancer." Han Shuo reaffirmed with a nod of his head, saying, "Correct. Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. Today is truly a bright day for my association. Hehe. The Lancelot Empire is not lacking in talented individuals indeed. Carlos is not even 30 years old, but he already advanced to become a Wind Grand Magus. Who would have thought, another would come right afterwards, although I don't know if you can actually bring about this miracle. I believe you're definitely not even 30 years old, right?" Ares kept shaking his head in praise and surprise as he looked at Han Shuo, sighing emotionally. When Han Shuo entered Brian's body, Brian had only been 16 years old. Since then, only 4 years had passed. Han Shuo's true age should only be 20 years old in this world. However, due to the excess of life and death situations Han Shuo experienced, plus Han Shuo's former age of 29 before entering Brian's body, he appeared somewhat more mature on the exterior. That's not important. Hehe. The important point is whether or not I can be verified as a Grand Magus Necromancer or not. Han Shuo didn't care about this sort of fame and laughingly responded to Ares. "Oh, you're that Brettle City's lord, Brian. Hehe. I've been truly wanting to meet you and it's my pleasure to be able to see you here today. I'm Carlos." At this time, Carlos, the Wind Grand Magus who walked down with Ares, suddenly laughed and greeted Han Shuo. Han Shuo replied courteously with a smile and said, "Correct, I'm Brian. My pleasure to make your acquaintance, Carlos." With regards to this Carlos, Han Shuo seemed to recall someone discussing him when Han Shuo last set foot in the Dark Mantle headquarters. Han Shuo hadn't paid attention last time, however. Since this person could become a Wind Grand Magus before turning 30 years old, Han Shuo dared to postulate that this person was extremely well known in the Lancelot Empire. He made a mental note to himself to find some time to look up this person when he returned to the Dark Mantle headquarters. There would definitely some information about this guy. "Young master, we must go." Within the lounge, an elderly person who seemed like a butler said to Carlos. "No rush. Hehe. I want to wait until Brian verifies his rank before leaving." Carlos replied to the butler with a smile. Then, he smiled towards Han Shuo saying, "If you don't mind, can I observe?" Han Shuo noticed that besides the Magic Association's people within the lounge, everyone else appeared to be Carlos' servant. He wondered how powerful this person's identity must be. Therefore, he wrinkled his brows before saying with a carefree smile, "Hee, no problem." Chapter 378. Chapter 378, A Summit of Dignitaries. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. This test was no different from the previous one, with mental strength being tested first. Since Han Shuo had indeed reached the Grand Magus level, he effortlessly passed the mental strength test. The next necromancer test was just as simple as well. Since an even more powerful summoning technique was the most effective representation of reaching the Grand Magus necromancer level, Han Shuo did just that. After Han Shuo's chant, an old Fey corpse descended from another world. The appearance of this old Fey corpse proved everything. Without a doubt, the appearance of the undead creature proved Han Shuo's strength. Ares gazed deeply at the old Fey corpse and sensed a thick sense of death emitting from its body. He nodded his head in astonishment before saying to Han Shuo, "It's true. You've actually become a Grand Magus necromancer. Inconceivable." Carlos' eyes radiated with an astonished sparkle as he looked probingly at Han Shuo. After a good while, he sighed with emotion saying, "Your reputation is truly justified. It seems like the accomplishments you've obtained thus far have truly not just been a fluke. Congratulations, Brian." Han Shuo politely nodded his head towards Carlos, before laughing, "Many thanks. All right, there's no problems. Just wait a moment, I'll immediately handle the proper formalities." Ares headed straight up after saying this to Han Shuo. He was most likely going to deal with Han Shuo's matters and record his current rank within the Magic Association. After Ares left, Carlos looked at Han Shuo. Although hesitant, he opened his mouth in the end and said, "Brian, your relationship with Prince Lawrence is extremely close, right?" Han Shuo was surprised, unable to determine the purpose of Carlos' words. But he still nodded his head and looked at Carlos, surprised. "Yep, what's the matter? I have some words but I don't know if they are appropriate." Carlos appeared reluctant and faltered. "Hee, it won't hurt. Go ahead and just say it." Han Shuo laughed while becoming increasingly perplexed. Carlos's complexion suddenly became stern as he deeply looked at Han Shuo. "Then, I'll be frank. Among the four princes, Prince Lawrence is the most hopeless and will probably fail to inherit the title of king. Additionally, because of Lawrence's peculiar identity, I'm afraid the moment when His Majesty passes away, Lawrence will also be the first to suffer. Forgive my words, but it's best if you don't become too close with Prince Lawrence. Only by keeping clear will you be able to provide the most help to Brettle City." Han Shuo had already known of Lawrence's predicament thanks to Emily's letter. Furthermore, when Han Shuo had first met Lawrence and found out that he was of illegitimate birth and status, he already knew that there would be such a day sooner or later. Candide had warned him once as well. Thus, Han Shuo naturally already knew that with Lawrence's identity, it would definitely be very challenging for Lawrence to inherit the title of king against the other princes. However, Lawrence had treated Han Shuo with sincerity and Han Shuo had once promised that he would try his hardest to help him. Even when Han Shuo took control of Brettle City, Lawrence still continued to help him as best as he could. Now that Lawrence has truly sunk into a predicament, Han Shuo couldn't just sit there and ignore him no matter what. "Thanks for your warning, however I am someone who returns favor with favor and repays my gratitude. Since Prince Lawrence has once helped me, now that he has encountered some dangerous times, I will still help him no matter how dangerous and how detrimental it is to me. This is my immutable, societal code of conduct." "Hee, still though, thank you." Han Shuo smiled at Carlos, clearly expressing his stance. After hearing this, Carlos sighed disappointedly while nodding his head. "Brian, I very much admire your methods, but you should still reconsider this prudently. This matter will not only implicate you alone. Once Lawrence fails to wield power, you, your Brettle city, and all of your friends will also be implicated because of this matter. Sometimes, even if it isn't for your own good, you should still think about it for others. This statement was reasonable. However, Han Chuo wouldn't change his decision just for these couple of words. At the moment, Brettle City was incomparably stable. Plus, Han Chuo could also rely on the Cemetery of Death. Even if Carlo's words became a reality, Han Chuo could still guarantee that he could bring everyone around him to safety. I am extremely grateful for your good intentions. Hehe. However, when I make a decision, I normally don't regret them. Even if my decision is wrong, I will still carry it out to the end. Han Chuo's expression remained the same as he calmly replied. Obviously, he wasn't tempted due to Carlos's words. After Han Chuo had said such words, Carlos knew that it would be useless to try to continue to persuade him. Carlos sighed helplessly before saying, I really didn't wish to be your enemy. However, if things develop normally, I'm afraid some things will truly be unavoidable. Sigh. What are you guys saying? You two fellows are Lancelot Empire's rare and talented characters. Hehe. It seems like every nation has their own talented mage. Brian, you're only 20 years old and you could actually become a Grand Magus Necromancer. Truly an abnormal freak. Right at this moment, Ares came from upstairs and chuckled at the two of them. It's nothing. Mr. Ares and Brian, I still have some things to do. Goodbye. Carlos politely said his farewells to Ares and Brian before immediately heading downstairs and leaving. Han Chuo looked at Carlos's departing figure. He knew that this person was definitely supporting of one of the other three princes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words. Perhaps because Carlos was wary of Han Chuo's power, or perhaps because he didn't want to face such a strong adversary, he tried so hard to persuade Han Chuo. But to Han Chuo, after his magical cultivation had entered the carnal realm, he wouldn't necessarily lose even if he faced a sacred sword master. Carlos would absolutely not be Han Chuo's match, since he was someone who had only just recently advanced to become a Wind Grand Magus. Thus, Han Chuo did not place Carlos on too high a pedestal in his heart. Brian, your data has already been rewritten. From this point on, you're a Grand Magus Necromancer. As promised, this is your new medallion and certificate. You can now order your own magical robe and embroider a symbol representing your strength as a Grand Magus Necromancer. Ares chuckled at Han Chuo before placing the certificate proving his new rank into his hand. Thank you, Mr. Ares. Han Chuo expressed his thanks and then opened his mouth to continue, all right, then I'll also take my leave. Wait a moment. Ares smilingly shouted loudly before opening his mouth, continuing, I'm good friends with your academy's dean, Emma. She has erected a statue of you within the academy and has once came here to verify your rank. If you don't mind, I will hand her the newest information about you. Hehe. This will greatly improve your status within Babylon Academy. Han Chuo was startled. Then he smiled and nodded his hand, as you wish. Hehe. I won't mind. However, Dean Emma already knows of my new strength. I think whether you inform her or not will not actually matter. Oh, is that so? Hehe, then I'll just forget about it. Ares laughed and then continued, all right, go ahead and do whatever you need to do. I hope the next time we meet I can verify your new rank as a sacred magus. It would be my greatest honor if I could still be alive to verify your rank for you. Han Chuo laughed cheerfully and chuckled, I hope so. But you must live a few days longer, Mr. Ares. After finishing these words, Han Chuo did not continue to remain within the Magic Association. He headed downstairs and walked out. Carlos had already left a moment ago with his crowd of servants. Thus, when Han Chuo started coming downstairs, that young lady obviously already knew that Han Chuo had successfully confirmed his new rank. She excitedly looked at Han Chuo with worship, you are truly very amazing. I have worked here for several years, but I have yet to see such a young Grand Magus before. Han Shuo only nodded his head at her reservedly and didn't say anything. After a laugh, he walked out the door and headed for the Dark Mantle headquarters. Mt Ordas. Dark Mantle headquarters. This time, Han Shuo was immediately received with great fanfare after flashing his identity medallion. One of the agents brought Han Shuo towards a building. Sir! Please wait a moment. I will go inside to send them a message first. That Dark Mantle agent brought Han Shuo to a wide doorway made of rock before respectfully informing Han Shuo. Although separated by the thick and wide doorway, Han Shuo could still sense a couple of powerful auras from within. Han Shuo always kept an impression of any new acquaintances he made. Furthermore, even if he was separated a large distance, he could still distinguish between them through their auras. After his magical cultivation advanced to the new rank and his consciousness improved greatly, Han Shuo could even more easily differentiate between everyone's differing auras. Thus, this stone door that was shrouded by some complicated and complex magic enchantments was completely incapable of blocking Han Shuo's mental probing. Go ahead. Han Shuo nodded his head and said to the agent guide. Han Shuo's current status was already different from his former days. As a Dark Sun envoy, he was definitely at the top of the social ladder. Last time when Han Shuo ruined Celt's operation in the underground world, he had already advanced to a second Dark Sun envoy. Within the entire Dark Mantle organization, there were not many that was a second Dark Sun envoy like Han Shuo. Thus, this agent naturally treated Han Shuo with great caution and respect. From this agent, Han Shuo discovered that Dark Mantle's 3 heavyweights had all congregated here today. Furthermore, even some senior figures that had gone into seclusion were included in this meeting. They seemed to be negotiating about some big matters. Within the entire Dark Mantle's enormous organization, only those that were above 3rd Dark Sun envoys could participate in this discussion. However, these agents knew that Han Shuo's identity was unique and immediately went inside to inform the dignitaries. Han Shuo could sense Candide and Ami's aura inside, as well as the not-so-friendly Cecilia. Besides them, there was also another completely unfamiliar aura. Since all of these people had gathered, there were definitely important matters needing to be discussed. Of this that was certain. The Dark Mantle headquarters had a tight defense in the perimeter. There were even more complicated and strange magical enchantments assembled within. Thus, Han Shuo didn't release his mystical demons to eavesdrop and only stood outside, waiting. After a while, that agent came out with another person. This person was extremely robust and also at the prime of his life. His coarse palms indicated that he was most likely a user of heavy weaponry. His sideburns were preserved in lushful display. After arriving, he nodded his head to Han Shuo and said, "Brian, right? Follow me." After saying these words, he said to the agent who guided Han Shuo, "All right, there are no more matters here for you." While heading inside, this robust man opened his mouth to introduce himself, "I'm the same as you. I'm also a second Dark Sun envoy. Hee. The upper guys have given verbal orders to bring you to them." This was an extremely spacious passageway. There were powerful crossbow mechanisms on the walls, as well as various magic cannons and hidden magical enchantments. Han Shuo dared guarantee that if one didn't have the qualifications to enter but still barged in, what welcomed him would be a road to death. After passing through the spacious passageway, they arrived at another gate that was protected by another 2 agents. The robust agent that guided Han Shuo signaled to open the gate and said to Han Shuo, "Go ahead, enter." Han Shuo was startled, took a look at this guy and said, "You're not going in with me." He smiled ruefully and shook his head before helplessly replying, "I don't have the qualifications to enter. Although we're both second Dark Sun envoys, I only have the qualifications to stay here on guard." Hee. They let you have a good guide, but here is where I stop. Hearing this, Han Shuo unconsciously fell silent before laughing apologetically at him. Then, he walked through the door without saying anything else. The moment after Han Shuo's steps landed inside, a formation suddenly mobilized into action. Han Shuo then noticed that he had already appeared within a secretive and sealed, wide stone room. The stone room was roughly the size of a basketball court. There were white marble tables and chairs individually placed in the surroundings. The tables were filled with various refreshments and fruits. Encompassing one of the large rhombus table were 13 chairs. Every chair carried a person. At this moment, these 13 individuals unanimously gazed towards Han Shuo. At one corner of the rhombus table sat the 3 heavyweights of the dark mantle. They were obviously Candide, Amis, and Cecilia. Emily sat upright at a different side while only shooting Han Shuo a glance with her eyes. She purposely didn't overdo it, probably to avoid arousing suspicion and letting others discover something. These 13 individuals were the Dark Mantle's truest senior levels. Among them, even the lowest ranked Emily had advanced to the 3rd Dark Sun, while the highest ones were like Candide and Cecilia were 5th Dark Star. However, after Han Shuo shot a glance around, he suddenly noticed that the 3 heavyweights were actually not sitting at the main seat. Instead, at the most honorable seat sat 2 unimpressively looking old men. Han Shuo had seen one of them once. He was precisely the elder that laughed all day while looking after a shop at the Valley of Sunshine's Dark Mantle stronghold. Chapter 379. Chapter 379, Elder. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Usual reminder that this chapter is not edited, et Valare is stopping at chapter 380, blah blah. The Dark Mantle stronghold in the Valley of Sunshine wasn't very large, and it lacked both personnel and resources compared to ones in other cities, but the oldest member here was actually the one sitting in the most esteemed position. Even Han Shuo had ignored the existence of this person in the Valley of Sunshine the entire time. All Han Shuo knew about him was that he smiled all day as he guarded the shop in order to conceal the existence of the Dark Mantle base within. He never imagined that the man was a founding member of the Dark Mantle. The old man looked at Han Shuo with shining eyes. Laughing, he nodded his head at Han Shuo, saying, "What, do you not recognize me?" "No, it's just that I didn't expect to see you here. I'm just surprised," Han Shuo earnestly said. "Brian, this is Teacher Sabacus. He is the previous 5th Dark Sunday. The Valley of Sunshine is the place where Teacher Sabacus has retired to, so that identity was naturally false." Candace retained his sinister look. However, he stood up when he was introducing Sabacus to Han Shuo, as a sign of respect for the former. Han Shuo was actually unable to feel any hint of the elements from Sabacus, causing him to be shocked. He immediately understood that Sabacus was either a normal person who didn't know any spells or fighting techniques, or was a powerful person that even Han Shuo couldn't tell the strength of. The fact that he could sit in such a spot naturally meant that he wasn't a normal person that didn't know anything, thus, Han Shuo could already imagine just how powerful Sabacus was. "Greetings, old sir." Han Shuo bowed respectfully and greeted him with a smile. Sabacus nodded and waved his left hand. The space around Emily twisted for a moment, before a alabaster chair identical to theirs landed beside Emily. Sabacus smiled towards Han Shuo, "Go ahead and take a seat." Han Shuo thanked the elder. He walked over to the chair to sit down, leaning against Emily. After Han Shuo sat down, Emily leaned close to Han Shuo and whispered, "Sabacus is Cecilia's grandfather, the space sacred magus of the Lancelot Empire. The dean of your Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Emma, was taught by him as well. The large-scale magic teleportation formations as well as all of the teleportation formations here were set up by him." Han Shuo was shocked and couldn't help but look at Sabacus once again, remembering what Emily had said to him in the underground the previous time. Emily had said that Cecilia's grandfather was a really amazing person, and Han Shuo had seen him before. Han Shuo was unable to think of who it was for a long time, and now he finally understood. An old woman with loose skin that creased into ravines on her face sat with Sabacus. Her 2 hands continuously turned and toyed with a crystal ball, while her grey eyes were full of loneliness, causing her to seem different from the other people there. When Han Shuo entered, the old woman who looked like a witch didn't pay any attention to him at all. She merely sat there silently as if she was asleep. However, the crystal ball in her hands continued to rotate, as if reminding everyone else that she was still listening to their conversation. That is the mysterious seer, Grace. I only just found out about her existence from my older brother, but I don't know what she does exactly. However, the mysterious existence of a seer was apparently able to see the future. I don't know whether it was true or not either. Emily explained for Han Shuo once again when she saw him look towards that old witch. Han Shuo sat properly without saying anything, and merely nodded slightly in order to show that he'd heard Emily's introduction. He swept his glance over Sabacus and the witch-like old seer, Grace. His heart was filled with shock. One of them was a space sacred magus, the other was a seer who was beyond mysterious. These two people should be people on the level of an elder in the Dark Mantle. Adding on to the fact that the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle were present, Han Shuo truly felt a bit of anticipation for the upcoming meeting. He sat there without moving an inch, and prepared himself to listen to what they were going to talk about. Brian, I know all about what you did within the Valley of Sunshine. Hehe, you're not bad, We can all have our own opinions when we discuss here. Since you sit here, then you can speak out your opinion for things we discuss here as well. Sabacus chuckled as he looked towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo thanked him before continuing to sitting with a proper posture and saying too much. Han Shuo took a look at the 13 people present, and understood that the ones that could sit here must be the true senior executives within the Dark Mantle organization. His heart was filled with curiosity, because he didn't know what sort of thing could actually make these people gather together. After a while, Han Shuo gradually understood why these people gathered. It was also because of the battle of power between the princes. When a new king needed to be chosen in a country, the country would face another gory bloodbath. Regardless of what power a person belonged to, it was improbable to remove themselves entirely. Even normally neutral organizations such as the Dark Mantle needed to make this headache-inducing choice as well. This Dark Mantle organization that directly served the king would also become the hand of shadows for the new king. After the new king is selected, he would definitely choose the person he trusts most to manage this huge powerful organization. If the Dark Mantle chose the wrong side right now, the Dark Mantle management would be washed clean in the future. After listening to it for a while, Han Shuo noticed that they seemed to want to remain neutral, but several princes had already sent a clear invitation to them. All three of the Dark Mantle heavyweights had been invited by the princes, but all three of them had declined the invitations and displayed a neutral standing. However, they understood that if they truly remained neutral, then any of the princes would exclude them out of their trusted followers. The Dark Mantle organization has always been the most trusted existence of the king. If they were unable to gain the trust of the new king, then the management within would be refreshed. When that happens, it would be unknown whether the three heavyweights would continue to be the current three. Out of these 13 people, some of them did lean towards the first prince, Charles, who was the most powerful right now. They felt that Charles had the most right to the throne. Of course, one or two did choose the other two princes for their own reasons. However, nobody thought well of Lawrence, the bastard son, so nobody mentioned him. Brian, I heard that you're close with Lawrence, what do you think about this? Cecilia suddenly glanced at Han Shuo. While the third and fourth Dark Sons had already expressed their opinions, the two elders and the three heavyweights hadn't yet. Han Shuo had remained silent and merely listened to everyone's discussion, so he was a bit shocked as he did not expect Cecilia to suddenly ask him a question. All of a sudden, the gazes of all 13 people within the room fell onto Han Shuo. Han Shuo, recently become extremely influential in both the Dark Mantle and the imperial structure, was in a slightly different position towards them. As a city in the east, Brettle City was beyond vibrant. As the city lord, Han Shuo had enough chips to side with anyone. Han Shuo drew a blank for a moment, then thought about it without smiling. I will help Lawrence with my identity as the city lord of Brettle City. Repaying favors is my policy, no matter how bad you think his chances are, I will support him. Lawrence, that bastard son Lawrence! Cecilia said in disdain and shook her head. Anyone has a chance except him. Han Shuo smiled without speaking and understood that the people there all wouldn't think that Lawrence had good chances. Some of the other envoys also carried disdain on their faces as they ignored Han Shuo's attitude. Then, they looked away from Han Shuo and towards Cecilia and the other higher UPS. At this moment, the crystal ball in Grace the old seer's hand suddenly emitted a soft light. At the same time, Grace's eyes slowly cleared as she moved her heavy eyelids to stare at shimmering light within the pale green fog of the crystal ball in her hands. The smiling expression of space sacred Magus, Sabacus, suddenly tensed as he looked solemnly at the old seer. Candide and the rest of the three heavyweights were also very shocked as they looked at the old seer, Grace, who'd seemed to be asleep ever since Han Shuo had entered the room. As the light in the crystal ball she held suddenly faded, the deep wrinkles on Grace's face suddenly trembled slightly. Then she started to cough intensely, seeming like her life would end at any time, like a candle extinguished in the wind. Her coughs seemed like they would tear herself apart, and in the end, she even coughed up a mouthful of blood onto the crystal ball. The crystal ball she held suddenly shattered, while Grace's body shook and she nearly fell down from her sitting position. After a while, her intense coughing gradually stopped as her eyes were filled with an unfocused white once again, as if her old eyes were unable to see the surrounding clearly. The third and fourth dark sons only found it strange, but Sabacus and the three heavyweights looked at Grace with shining eyes, as if they didn't dare to breathe, just like they were waiting for something. Grace, who hadn't uttered a single word since the start of the meeting, suddenly looked towards Sabacus and the three heavyweights with her blurred and lifeless grey eyes. In the end, she finally set her gaze upon Han Shuo, who was sitting in the corner. Sabacus and the three heavyweights were suddenly shocked as well as they set their gazes upon Han Shuo. What path should we take for the future? Sabacus looked at Han Shuo in shock, then looked towards the old seer and asked a bit cautiously. Sabacus, I'm a bit tired. The old seer replied with a tremble. She'd already retracted her gaze from Han Shuo as if it was just a casual glance. Sabacus nodded, then looked towards Candide and the rest of the three heavyweights. I'll take her back to rest first. You guys continue to chat, but don't make your decision yet. All three heavyweights stood up together and saluted both Sabacus and Grace, before respectfully sending Sabacus, the dark mantle elder, out. Sabacus smiled as a cloud of light wrapped around him and Grace. The two of them disappeared with the fading of the light. Even Han Shuo was unable to feel even a hint of their aura, so they seemed to have already left the place. After Sabacus and Grace left, the three heavyweights no longer said anything about the future path that the dark mantle should take, seeming to await the guidance of Sakaba and Grace. During the remaining time, all they discussed about were the great events happening with the dark mantle recently. The third and fourth dark sons all reported the issues they had, then spoke about all the strange situations that threatened the safety of the empire which occurred within their region. Brian, how is the situation with Brettle City and the 7 Grand Duchies? Candide took a look at Han Shuo after everyone else finished reporting and directed a question to Han Shuo. Although Han Shuo was the city lord of Brettle City, he was merely a rank 2 Dark Sun envoy, making his position the lowest there. Hearing Candide's question, Han Shuo stood up from his seat and said with ease, the Dark Mantle stronghold within Brettle City is developing well. Currently, its points had already spread out to every single major city within the 7 Grand Duchies with Brettle City as the center. They would use letters to report all major events that were occurring locally to the Brettle City through letters. Very good. The 7 Grand Duchies should indeed be properly watched, they have always been discontent with their place, Candide replied. My lord, do you know about Stratholm of Stranglethorn Valley within the 7 Duchies? Han Shuo thought about it, then suddenly asked Candide before sitting down. The moment he said that, the 11 people remaining after Sabacus and Grace had left all wore ugly expressions. Candide even shook his head helplessly with a sullen expression and then looked at Han Shuo in shock. "You met that old monster?" Han Shuo shook his head. "No, but I did hear that he was the previous imperial advisor of the Vainerdun dynasty. He originally had the strength of a sacred swords master the last time the empire entered the 7 Grand Duchies. Apparently he issued a warning to the experts on our side. I wonder if this really occurred." Candide shook his head helplessly. "This is the shame of the empire. If it wasn't for the existence of this old monster, the 7 Grand Duchies would have already been conquered. How could the 7 Grand Duchies stand up against us without a single sacred magus? The only reason we haven't attacked with sacred magi is because of the existence of this old monster." Han Shuo was rather shocked when he heard Candide admit it. He fixed Stratholm more firmly in his heart, and thought about whether he should be more vigilant against the 7 duchies. Chapter 380. Chapter 380, Han Shuo's headache of a matter. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Note, this is unedited, the usual, blah blah. Remember to check the teaser for more info. After the two senior figures left, the discussion that followed didn't include anything important. Everyone was mostly just concerned about Dark Mantle's future movements, so when this issue was dismissed, the meeting quickly concluded. Everyone dispersed after the meeting. With Candide's indication, Han Shuo followed Candide to his private room. He helped confirm Han Shuo's identity as a second Dark Sun envoy before finally asking, "Your development recently in Brettle City is going pretty well. Since I have already discussed this with His Majesty, your arrival this time is perfect. I believe His Majesty will confer upon you the rank of a Marquis. If that's true, it would be fantastic. Currently, Brettle City has 1,000 things to be taken care of. I need to report to His Majesty and see if I can set up a large-scale transporting formation array within Brettle City. With it, Brettle City can develop even faster." Han Shuo realized that communicating with other cities was inevitably linked to becoming a major city. As of now, it was very inconvenient for Brettle City to communicate with the outside world. But, if he could have his own large-scale transporting formation array, Brettle City's development could speed up. After hearing this from Han Shuo, Candide's head started to hurt slightly. He thought about it for a moment, said, "I can't guarantee if His Majesty will agree. Even though Brettle City has defeated some bandit groups now, they are just some bandits in the end. As long as Brettle City cannot reveal a power capable of withstanding the 7 Grand Dukedoms, I believe His Majesty will not feel at ease setting up a large-scale transportation formation array within Brettle City. If the 7 Grand Dukedoms breached a Brettle City that just so happened to have a transportation formation, the 7 Grand Dukedoms could easily expend some magic crystals to send armed forces into the cities of the Lancelot Empire. This would cause a catastrophe. Thus, His Majesty will definitely treat this cautiously." Han Shuo also understood Candide's meaning. After listening, Han Shuo nodded his head and said, "It seems like His Majesty will not truly be at ease before Brettle City can defeat the 7 Grand Dukedoms. AI, His Majesty's health is worsening and I don't think he will be able to last much longer. Why did you come here from Brettle City this time? Is it for Lawrence?" Candide sighed before specifically inquiring from Han Shuo. By no means did Han Shuo try to conceal the truth. He nodded his head and replied, "Yes, Lawrence and I have a pretty good relationship. My principle is to repay favor with favor. Sir Candide, you don't need to try to convince me otherwise. I'm not trying to convince you. It's just that I feel like you should carefully consider it again. Your influence in Lancelot Empire isn't small anymore. As long as you can make Brettle City somewhat more stable, your future prospects will be boundless and immeasurable. But, if you fight for Lawrence's power, I worry not only for you, but also your current foundation. You ought to carefully consider this once more." Candide also didn't know if he should persuade Han Shuo or not. Originally, when he brought Han Shuo into Dark Mantle, he never anticipated that Han Shuo would have such accomplishments as he did today. Furthermore, based on the current situation, as long as Han Shuo continued to develop smoothly, it was entirely possible that he could become one of the overlords in the Lancelot Empire. On one side, he'd been the one to bring Han Shuo in, and on the other, Han Shuo was his wife Emma's student. Regardless of which point he considered it from, Candide would never wish for Han Shuo to make a wrong choice and mistakenly continue down the wrong path. Thus, Candide tried to advise Han Shuo time and time again. But because he had worked for Dark Mantle for so long and had received so much information through his many channels, he knew Han Shuo was the type to stick to his decisions and not the type to be swayed. Thus, Candide was really clueless on what the proper action was. Sigh. All right, I won't interfere in your matters anymore. Before Madame's Grace clearly chooses the direction that our Dark Mantle will take, no one will know what kind of road the Dark Mantle will take in the future. Candide sighed and said to Han Shuo. Hearing Candide's words, Han Shuo could help but feel dumbfounded. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, Sir, is Madame Grace truly capable of looking clearly into the future? Han Shuo had understood long ago that the most mysterious profession in this world was a seer. He also knew all the different miraculous descriptions about divining. However, he wasn't the type of person to believe in that kind of abstruse prophecy at all. Thus, he was still half doubting even now. Candide's face turned solemn as he firmly said to Han Shuo, although the Lancelot Empire has faced many important events throughout the years, Grace has chosen the correct path every time. Furthermore, the Dark Mantle's ability to become such a powerful weapon of darkness within the Lancelot Empire is also directly related to Madame Grace's guidance. In addition, His Majesty cares about Madame Grace the most. Her prophecies can even alter His Majesty's decisions. Even now, His Majesty can't decide on which prince will be the next king. One of the reasons is precisely because Madame Grace has yet to tell His Majesty which prince is the true wise king. Also, Lawrence's master, also Carol Ascot, is in fact also waiting for Madame Grace to point the way. Whether or not the Dark Mantle can avert disaster this time is also dependent on Madame's proper instructions. Thus, none of us have made any decisions even now. Han Shuo was truly startled listening to Candide. Who would have thought that the old woman, who seemed as if she would die at any moment, was actually playing a critical role? She had the power to affect the decisions of Sacred Sword Master Carol and the king. Han Shuo's heart was filled with amazement. Afterwards, Han Shuo suddenly remembered the crystal ball that had shattered in the old seer's hand. When she'd gazed deeply at him previously, Han Shuo had originally believed that perhaps she was only shooting him a random glance. But, listening to Candide today, Han Shuo couldn't help but to start imagining some wild thoughts. Could her gaze have a special hidden meaning? Based on what you're saying, as long as Madame Grace acknowledges a prince, that prince will definitely gain great advantages. Han Shuo inquired of Candide after thinking for a moment. Candide nodded his head affirmatively before giving an example to emphasize the importance of the old seer, Grace. Even if it's Lawrence, as long as Madame Grace says he can bring prosperity, power and riches to the Lancelot Empire, then even he will have great hopes to succeed as the new king. Hopefully the old seer will actually support Lawrence, hehe. Who knows, I feel like Lawrence has quite the monarch's vibe. Han Shuo self-deprecated before asking, that Stratholm, what actually happened with him? As these words fell, Candide's darkened complexion became even more sinister and hazy. He hesitated a moment before saying to Han Shuo, last time, when the Empire invaded the 7 Grand Dukedoms, besides Sacred Sword Master Carol Ascot, there was also the Earth Sacred Magus, Dempsey Gayer, who accompanied them. Everyone originally believed that the fragmented 7 Grand Dukedoms would definitely be defeated. The rumors reflected the real situation. Because of the sudden alliance between the 7 Grand Duchies, the Imperial Army began facing obstructions everywhere. However, because the Empire secretly believed the 7 Grand Dukedoms didn't have the existence of a sacred magus, they wanted to violate a continental pact and use taboo magic to reverse the situation. In the end, before the Earth-sacred Magus, Dempsey Gayer, could even make a move, the old monster Stratholm sought him out. The old monster Stratholm openly challenged Sacred Sword Master Carol Ascot, the pride of our nation. This fight was witnessed by no one except the Earth-sacred Magus Dempsey Gayer. However, although no one knows the specifics, both the Sacred Sword Master Carol Ascot and the Earth-sacred Magus Dempsey Gayer did not make any more moves during the war. During the many years of the existence of the Verdun dynasty, Stratholm was the teacher of the state and had been as strong as a Sacred Sword Master long ago. Along with the fact that he had yet to die after all these years, the moment he moved, Sacred Sword Master Carol Ascot and Earth-sacred Magus Dempsey Gayer of the Lancelot Empire became apprehensive in their hearts. This already clearly explains his strength. At that time, a soldier saw that old monster and said Stratholm did not look as old as what people imagined. On the contrary, he had an elegant, youthful look. Precisely because of this, from that point on, we have always called Stratholm, the former teacher of the state of Verdun's imperial court, an old monster. Candide continued to explain. Han Shuo taciturnly knitted his brows and thought for a moment before opening his mouth to say, "I see. All right, I will leave this place first. If you need me for anything, you can just find me within Asan City. I will be staying here for a while. You need to be careful. Asan City is not too peaceful right now." Candide nodded and said. Seeing Han Shuo leaving, Candide hesitated for a moment before abruptly opening his mouth and saying, "Wait a moment." Pausing for a moment, Han Shuo turned his head towards Candide and said, "Is there anything else? Also, you should pay more attention to your relationship with Emily. Imes is not an easy person to get along with. Additionally, the Hans family is one of the most influential families in the empire. For both your own sakes, you should be a little careful." Candide sighed before continuing, Everything's good about you, but that you are simply a bit too much of a player. Also, you need to be even more careful with Fanny. I just learned this from your own Dean a while ago that her father is Commander Firenze of the Howling Legion. He's a notorious butcher who's even more difficult to deal with than Imes. And also Phoebe, she is Sacred Sword Master Carol Ascot's most doted upon disciple. The kind of women you've set your sights on. I really don't know how to help you." After hearing Candide's words, Han Shuo's face changed. Although he already knew clearly about Emily and Phoebe's identity and was only clueless about Fanny's identity, he'd never would have thought that Fanny's background would actually be even bigger than theirs. Her father was actually the Howling Legion's commander. As a second Dark Son, he naturally knew of such a renowned person in the Lancelot Empire. Firenze's Howling Legion was without a doubt the Empire's most powerful legion in the army. As a regiment's commander that behaved ruthlessly, sinisterly, and fiercely, he was a notorious, fierce lunatic in the Lancelot Empire. After all these years, Firenze's Howling Legion has continued to defend and resist the barbaric orcs in the southern border, causing tens of thousands of orcs to die to his men. Thus, within the Orc Empire, the name Firenze was synonymous to demons and nightmares. It could even be said that everyone feared and also cursed him. Firenze was the same even in the Empire, known and distinguished for his fierceness. He completely lacked the proper etiquette and the grace as befitting a noble. When once attended a private banquet hosted by His Majesty, Firenze had even dared to crudely come to blows with any noble that he'd found unpleasing to the eyes. But His Majesty the King, Uhtred Lancelot, found these people very important. It is precisely because of Firenze's existence that the barbaric orcs could forever be isolated to the south. Firenze was regarded so highly that even though he has offended a lot of nobles and has even cursed Grand Duke Ashburn as hypocritical and despicable, he was still living as nicely as before after all these years. Because he'd once beaten up Grand Duke Ashburn during a banquet, the king really couldn't put up with him any longer and thrown him into the dungeons. However, the moment this news spread out of the Lancelot Empire, the barbaric orcs immediately started cheering and celebrating. Afterwards, their army forces started invading various cities along the southern border. His Majesty the King had sent several generals forward in defense. But, ultimately, there were no one capable of preserving the situation. Seeing one city after another on the verge of being conquered, even the king had no choice but to beg Firenze to come out and face the enemy. However, Firenze had actually refused. In the end, only after 2 cities of the empire's southern border was breached did Grand Duke Ashburn personally go to prison and bow his head before Firenze. That was when he emerged from prison and drove the orc army out of the southern territory. Within the southern border region, this Firenze was as if a living god. In the entire Lancelot Empire, besides His Majesty the King, Ashburn was most apprehensive and most afraid of Firenze. Han Chuo had already looked through this information a long time ago thanks to the Dark Mantle's intelligence. Now, hearing that Fanny's old man was actually confirmed to be Firenze, he was struck dumb. He couldn't help but ask Candide again with a somewhat dry mouth, "You're certain that Fanny's father is him?" "It's him, this information is from your dean, Emma. Even I only found out just recently. Ai, you should pray for your own good fortune. I had already warned you to not be too unfaithful, now let's see just how you'll end up." Candide smiled ruefully as he helplessly said to Han Chuo. It seems like this really is a somewhat difficult problem to deal with. Ai, teacher Fanny is such a gentle, soft, and virtuous woman, how could she have such a messed up old man? This world is truly miraculous. Han Chuo lamented with a headache. Firenze is extremely doting towards Fanny because her mother had an untimely death. I think you should still take the next step with Fanny. If you can make Fanny docile and obedient, who knows, maybe you can escape this calamity. Candide came up with this idea. Han Chuo sighed miserably. But after inspiration suddenly struck, he abruptly asked Candide, "If I settle things with Emily, Phoebe, and Fanny, then there would be the Han family and Amies behind Emily. On top of that, there would be the sacred sword master, Carol Ascot, and that madman, Firenze. If I also include the entire Dark Mantle, what do you think, could I help Lawrence? Would he have hope in succeeding as the king?" Candide's body shook right after these words were spoken. Afterwards, he stared at Han Chuo's increasingly brightening gaze. After some time, he finally opened his mouth to say, "If you really do so, then Lawrence would have great hope to win. But, if even Madame Grace helps him, then this is practically in the bag." "Oh, right, do you think Lawrence knows about your relationship with the 3 women?" Han Chuo started. After carefully thinking for a moment, he nodded his head and said, "I believe Lawrence should know about the relationship between the 3 women and me. However, he has never talked about it much before." Candide was suddenly frightened. After a sudden sigh, he said, "It seems like among the few princes, Lawrence should be the most difficult to deal with. I can clearly tell you that Lawrence also knew about Fanny's identity. It's no wonder that Lawrence spared no effort to help you, he wanted to rope you in. If Lawrence had already calculated to such a day long ago, then this Lawrence is truly too frightening of a youngster." Listening to Candide's words, Han Chuo also felt somewhat apprehensive. He carefully recalled the events of meeting Lawrence. Han Chuo couldn't help but to feel amazed as he discovered that Candide's statement was very likely to be true. However, in any case, Lawrence has constantly helped Han Chuo, and I was also because of his existence that Han Chuo could climb up to his position so quickly. After staying silent for a moment, Han Chuo spilled out a laugh. "It seems Lawrence is actually the most capable. I think my choice just might be correct because only a person that has planned so far can distinguish himself among the various factions. Maybe your choice might actually be the correct one. Forget it, I should just wait until Madame Grace decides." Candide sighed and said to Han Chuo with a slight headache. To Candide, the most proper judgments can only be made by people who could clearly see the future like Madame Grace. Any other decisions were not guaranteed. If Han Shuo could grab a hold of all three powers, perhaps there would truly be some vague hope in helping Lawrence seize power. However, this is still only hope and nothing more. Oh, that's right, His Majesty's health is becoming increasingly feeble, and he probably can't last much longer. When I went to see His Majesty last time, His Majesty was constantly thinking about the miracles of your body and trying to understand your mystical martial arts skills, hoping to be able to use it within the army. What do you think about this? Candide thought for a moment before asking Han Shuo. I will consider this carefully. I will give you my answer after some time. Han Shuo predicted. And here is where the translation ends. Thanks to all the pirate sites and readers who think pirates are the translators despite being told otherwise. I've actually seen people justify their decision to pirate to the end of the world, so here's my response when 4 hours of work are stolen in 4 seconds. Enjoy the end of Etbalare's translations, and please support The Real Deal next time. Chapter 381. Chapter 381, Luring into Demonhood. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Once Han Shuo returned to his official residence, Collis immediately reported to Han Shuo that third Prince Lawrence had been waiting for him all along. Lancelot Empire's King Uhtred originally had 3 princes, eldest Prince Charles, second Prince Cyril and youngest Prince Beverly. Of the 3 princes, eldest Prince Charles was intrepid and fond of battle, second Prince Cyril was the standard for a cultured noble, while the youngest prince was only 15, still yet to be considered an adult. TL note, I know Beverly is more commonly known as a feminine name, but, 1. That's what is written in the Ross. 2. Beverly was traditionally a commonly given masculine name. When Lawrence's identity was revealed, he became the third prince. However, the title of third prince was only what the public addressed him as on the surface. The way they silently criticized him was hidden within their hearts. Han Shuo had just returned to his residence when he found out from Collis that Lawrence was waiting for him, causing him to exclaim internally at Lawrence's information network. After entering Asan City from Brettle City, Han Shuo had never showed his face to anyone, only visiting the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, as well as the Dark Mantle headquarters. News from Brettle City should not have arrived that quickly. It was evident from Lawrence's arrival that he had other quick information channels. Compared to his former cheerfulness, Lawrence's expression had an added gloominess. It was unclear if it was because things recently had not gone according to his wishes. Lawrence's temperament had become colder. However, when he saw Han Shuo enter, he still embraced Han Shuo while laughing heartily. After an intimate discussion with Candide, Han Shuo had a new level of understanding toward Lawrence's plans and thoughts. Seeing Lawrence initiating a hug, Han Shuo also had a happy expression, hugging Lawrence tightly out of a sudden. He then inquired on Lawrence's health, still laughing loudly. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Shuo waved his hand to instruct the servant that had sent light refreshments to withdraw. He lightly sipped on his cup of tea that originated from the south of Odin Empire, before looking toward Lawrence and said, "It hasn't been long since we met. I didn't expect that the situation has already reached such an extent. Brian, there's finally news of you. This period of time, my days in the capital have been unbearable. Charles has been undermining me and currently within the capital. Apart from my foster father and Uncle Boris, none of the nobles support me. This is because my identity is relatively awkward. I know those nobles despise me. However, this situation isn't something I can avoid. Otherwise, Charles and the rest definitely wouldn't let me off." Lawrence didn't hypocritically say anything else, getting right to the point and venting out his current predicament. Of the other 3 princes, eldest Prince Charles had Grand Duke Ashburn's support. On top of that, his mother was also the current queen. Hence he was the most likely to succeed the throne. Second Prince Cyril was usually in the capital and had friendly relations with every powerful noble, conducting himself as someone who was good-natured and understood the will of the people. Hence, there was also a group of nobles that supported him. Although the youngest Prince Beverly was not yet considered an adult, his mother was the woman the king currently loved the most dearly. With her constantly whispering sweet nothings to the king, Uhtred appeared to extremely love Beverly. Furthermore, Beverly's grandfather was northern Bimson City's marquis and his clan's strength was not to be belittled. Actually, if not for his overly awkward identity, with his father and uncle's support, in addition to his master being Sacred Sword Master Carol Ascot, Lawrence who had joined in belatedly still had some capital. Unfortunately, due to his identity as an illegitimate child, these were not considered as a massive capital, simply unable to provide him with any assurance. Han Shuo knew from Candide's words that old astrologer Madame Grace had the power to sway the decision with her words. Lawrence's master Carol had not declared his support, seemingly also waiting for Madame Grace's opinion. Lawrence did not seem to have an understanding in this field, sighing in despair as he narrated to Han Shuo. After a while, Han Shuo finally replied, "I've just returned from Dark Mantle and had obtained a piece of extremely important information. Within Dark Mantle, there is a senior astrologer Madame Grace. One word from her is capable to bring about immense benefits for you. The reason why your master has delayed declaring his position is perhaps also due to his consideration of the bigger picture for Lancelot Empire." After Han Shuo had described all the information gathered by Dark Mantle to Lawrence once, Lawrence knitted his brows and pondered for a while. He then gazed deeply at Han Shuo, replying, "Brian, thank you. This information is extremely important. Madame Grace is my father's personal astrologer, and I've heard a few rumors about her. However, astrology is too vague. In any case, I need to make early preparations." Han Shuo nodded his head, understanding that to a few people that were fond of power, the mysterious astrology wasn't something that would be overly bothered about. Just take the incident this time round. Even though the venerable astrologer Grace said Lawrence would bring prosperity to Lancelot Empire, the other three princes would surely not surrender and willingly yield the throne to Lawrence. The mysterious astrology was only one aspect. Those that strived for strength and power would definitely not willingly resign to their fates. Lawrence was such a person. When Han Shuo heard Lawrence's narration, he couldn't help thinking of Lawrence's plans and nodding inwardly. Han Shuo knew Lawrence was definitely not easy to deal with. However, Han Shuo's choice was Lawrence. The tougher Lawrence was to deal with, the more relieved Han Shuo was. He smiled and nodded after hearing what was said, replying, "Be at ease, whatever the final conclusion of the astrology is, myself and Brettle City would stand behind you. Who cares about what divine prophecy, we would still stake it all. Hehe, of course, if the situation is beneficial to us, that would naturally be even better. Brian, thank you. If I am able to succeed the throne, Dark Mantle will only have you as the head in the future," Lawrence solemnly promised Han Shuo. "I'm not taking into account your promises for the future. I'm only basing on your previous assistance and our friendship, that I spare no effort in aiding you." Han Shuo smiled as he explained to Lawrence. Things in the future were forever hard to predict, nothing was absolute. Promises of the future were just like astrology, both matters only vague and illusory. "I understand. It looks like I should make a move through Madame Grace. Although I know such an action might be fruitless, I still need to try." Lawrence understood that to characters such as Madame Grace and Carol Ascot, they viewed the future of Lancelot Empire with utmost importance, rather than who obtains power. After Lawrence received Han Shuo's guarantee, he felt as though a weight has been lifted from his shoulders. He then discussed further with Han Shuo on a few details, before departing Han Shuo's residence. A while after Lawrence had left, Han Shuo couldn't help knitting his brows as he exited the hall and looked toward the adjacent roof. As though he was muttering to himself, he said, "He has already left, why have you still remained here?" After he said that sentence, a shadow descended from the opposing roof. Ballins, who Han Shuo had previously seen in the rose garden, suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo. A killing intent reeking of blood slowly drifted out, flooding Han Shuo from all directions. The old assassin Balin's face was covered with scars, appearing terrifyingly malevolent. He had been hiding there ever since Lawrence entered Han Chuo's residence. When Han Chuo arrived, he could already sense the strong smell of blood on Balin's body. He knew that Balin's objective was to protect Lawrence, hence he didn't bother about his existence. However, after Lawrence and Han Chuo had finished speaking, Balin's theoretically should have left. Yet, Han Chuo saw that he did not depart together with Lawrence. Hence, he puzzledly stepped out, appearing to be talking to himself as he questioned Balin's. "How were you able to pinpoint my location?" Balin's somewhat suspiciously inquired, his gaze focused on Han Chuo while killing intent pervaded his whole body. Han Chuo knew that owing to his hands have been dyed in blood and that he deliberately trained in this aspect, Balin's was able to cause a killing intent to pervade naturally. It wasn't that his heart was filled with killing intent. Han Chuo smiled faintly before saying, "The killing intent on your body is too strong. Also, you don't know how to completely conceal your aura. Naturally I would be able to sense it." "Hehe, I suppose that ever since you trained your killing intent, you should have stopped being an assassin?" The top assassins could completely conceal the killing intent from their bodies. Only in that way would they be able to kill the target in one strike before the target can even react. Balin's was formerly one of the finest assassins. However, he clearly focused on researching the users of the killing intent. Gradually, he was unable to contain the strong killing intent and the scent of blood on his body also becoming thicker. To a top assassin, these were unacceptable flaws. Balin's was stunned from what he heard. After a while, he replied, "That's right, when the killing intent from my body was unable to be concealed anymore, I stopped being an assassin. However, when in actual combat, my killing intent is able to destroy the enemy's willpower. When fighting head-on against someone of the same strength, I am able to hold absolute advantage, even two opponents attacking together might not be my opponent." This person was actually a good sapling. With such a body condition, training in the demonic arts would result in twice the result for half the effort. With Han Chuo's meticulous guidance and by only specializing in a demonic god-slaying martial technique, he definitely could become an outstanding character and his strength would also advance rapidly. "Actually, I have a method to conceal the killing intent on your body and also a way to better control and utilize the killing intent. Haha, your self-created path has similarities with the martial technique I train in. If you train in accordance with my method, you would definitely be able to substantially raise your strength in a short time. Furthermore, there's still unlimited potential to improve." Han Chuo suddenly recalled that King Uhtred previously had the desire to let him inherit the martial skills hall. This Balin's was a suitable candidate. However, the only apprehension Han Chuo had was the relationship between Balin's and Sacred Sword Master Carol Ascot. As long as Balin's cultivated the technique Han Chuo imparted, Han Chuo had complete confidence in controlling Balin's and making him a loyal henchman in the future. Hence, Han Chuo began testing him. "Hey all, do let me know where I can improve. Also, some people have already asked if I have a Patreon, do check it out here. It's still a work in progress." Chapter 382. Chapter 382, Snatching One's Subordinate. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When Balin's heard Han Chuo's statement, the earthworm-like scars on his face seemed to be alive due to his excitement, causing those who see him to be frightened as though they've seen a ghost during the day. Even Balin's current master Sacred Sword Master Carol did not have a way to control the killing intent on his body. All along, Balin's had been experimenting by himself. As the exploration into the unknown was filled with uncertainty and danger, even Sacred Sword's Master Carol was unable to provide him with any form of assistance. To Sacred Sword's Master Carol Ascot, Balin's meticulous studying of killing intent was completely unorthodox. He didn't believe in wasting time on such things and had previously persuaded Balin's to go back to training in the orthodox field of training Do Chi. Unfortunately, Balin's had already delved deeper and deeper, gradually becoming obsessed in the experimenting, and it was hard for him to extricate himself. Carol was unable to persuade Bollens, and with his heart feeling disdain, he naturally would not be able to assist Bollens in this unorthodox path. At present, he heard Han Shuo mention that Han Shuo possessed a technique that could conceal and control his killing intent. To Bollens, who had always been alone in this unfamiliar field, Han Shuo's statement was like words from heaven, as though ripping open Bollens' many years of lonesomeness. Bollens immediately couldn't maintain self-control. "Are you for real?" Due to Bollens' excited mood, his face trembled violently and his tone was filled with disbelief. Previously, Bollens had seen Han Shuo's battle against brute merchant Lia Kane, as well as the miracles Han Shuo displayed the first time Bollens saw him. These gave Bollens the surprised feeling of meeting someone similar to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stayed behind today after Lawrence had left an attempt to chat in detail with Han Shuo. He wanted to see if he could obtain any long-awaited gains from Han Shuo. Affirmatively nodding his head, Han Shuo confidently replied, "Not only to wield the killing intent on your body, I also have a way to absorb the aura of death in a battlefield. I believe that in the entire profound continent, I am the only one who is proficient in such a technique." With that sentence, Han Shuo's demonic aura ferociously flowed out. Clouds of blood-red fog suddenly emerged from Han Shuo's body. Contained within the blood-red fog clouds was a ruthless killing intent filled with despair and endless resentment, causing one's spirit to tremble. Under Han Shuo's mental manipulation, the clouds of killing intent transformed into blades that similar to needles, forming a seemingly corporeal petal of a blooming blood-red sinister devilish flower. Bollens' eyes popped out, his gaze fixed on Han Shuo. The numerous, criss-crossed scars on his face appeared to be wriggling about, resembling earthworms. The heavy scent of blood on Bollens' body couldn't be contained as it spread out. However, he was unable to emulate Han Shuo's proficient manipulation of this bizarre energy. Bollens could sense the power contained within as well as superficially urge a person's fighting spirit through that power. However, he had never imagined manipulating that power to the subtlety that Han Shuo displayed. It was also from Han Shuo's display that Bollens finally understood that by continuing to practice in this field, he would be able to display a brilliance and destruction that is more formidable than Do Qi. "See, Count Brian, is it possible for you to teach me this martial technique?" Normally, with Bollens' status and seniority, he wouldn't be acting so mannerlessly. However, he had already endured the feeling of helplessness and loss from years of fumbling in desolation for too long. Now that he saw a resplendent path appearing before his eyes, this old man who had solitarily explored the unknown all along was unable to contain himself any longer. Han Shuo laughed involuntarily, apologetically shaking his head as he replied, "Hee, old Mr. Bollens, you must be kidding. Not mentioning this mysterious technique, even the extensive Do Qi in the profound continent, it wasn't that easy for someone who wants to practice another person's Do Qi technique." Bollens' eyes contained a hard-to-contain dimness. Sighing, Bollens sounded bitter as he replied, "I'm sorry, I was too rude. However, I truly wish to be able to practice such a martial technique, no matter the price I need to pay. In this world, perhaps you are the only one who is capable of giving me guidance in this lonely path. I've already experienced too much of the danger and suffering of helplessly fumbling alone." Han Shuo, who was staring fixedly on the old man's eyes, clearly saw every trace of emotion that was reflected in his eyes. When Bollens' internal regret was exposed, Han Shuo knitted his eyebrows, thinking hard for a while. He then hesitated for another moment, his brows still tightly knitted as he muttered to himself, "Actually, when my teacher left behind this martial technique, he indeed did not state that it couldn't be divulged to an outsider." Bollens, who had just reached his lowest point, had a delighted expression when he heard what Han Shuo said, emotionally looking toward Han Shuo as he probed, "B. Brian, why you?" Flustered, Bollens spoke incoherently. Nevertheless, Han Shuo knew what Bollens wanted to convey. Appearing to earnestly consider for a while, only then did Han Shuo suddenly say, "It's not out of the question that you wish to practice this martial technique. However, you must become a part of our sect. This can be considered me substituting my deceased teacher in accepting a disciple. However, you are always following Mr. Carroll and even consider yourself his servant. I think this might not be very appropriate. It looks as if this would be impossible. No, it's possible, it's possible. Ballins hastily cried out in alarm. Under Han Chuo's astonished gaze, Ballins immediately explained, there is a designated time of 5 years for me to follow Master. In order to repay Master's kindness, I've already followed him for 7 years. Although I'm still willing to stay by my Master's side now, I've already regained my freedom. As long as I let my Master know, it shouldn't be a problem. If you don't mind, I wish to enter your sect and receive your teachings in the mysterious technique. He didn't expect that Ballins had obviously already regained freedom, yet still willingly stayed by the side of Sacred Sword Master Carroll. It seems like this person is actually extremely suitable to be his henchman. In principle, this matter shouldn't have any problems. Nevertheless, Han Chuo was still a little worried about Sacred Swordsman Carroll, somewhat uneasy that he would become enemies with Carroll due to this matter. However, Han Chuo believed that with his current strength, he need not be afraid of Sacred Swordsman Carroll. Furthermore, Ballins was a candidate extremely suited for demonhood. After hesitating for a while, Han Chuo explained to Ballins, it's best if you think it over again. You must know, once you start training with me, you would be under my restrictions. Furthermore, our sect has many rules. As your senior, I have the right to order you to do things you may be unwilling to do. If you refuse, it would be violating the Master's teachings. I have the right to revoke the martial techniques you have learned. In addition, you should first let Mr. Carroll know and then carefully consider for a few days. Once you have carefully deliberated and have a genuine decision, you can always look for me once more to have a chat. When Han Chuo said this, Ballin's eyes gradually regained its brightness. Having lived for many years, Ballins naturally wasn't an ignorant person that couldn't view a situation clearly. Although his mind was slightly flustered due to Han Chuo's martial technique, when Han Chuo mentioned the rules and restrictions, Ballins immediately understood the meaning Han Chuo wanted to convey. You have to listen to me completely, regardless of right or wrong. This was actually the same as when he attended to his current master Carroll, taking of all his master's affairs with the status of a servant, be it murder, arson or robbery. So long as master passed down the orders, he had to do his utmost in executing it. What Han Chuo wanted to express was actually the same idea. After Ballin's eyes cleared, he then truly started considering his options. From Han Chuo's body, he could see Han Chuo's ambition. Moreover, an intense viciousness could be felt from Han Chuo, and he was definitely not a kindly, amiable person like Carroll, no matter how you looked. Once he followed Han Chuo, it looks like he would definitely resume his old trade and be involved in some shady business. However, Carroll was unable to provide what he wanted. But Han Chuo could. Furthermore, comparing the benevolent good-natured Sacred Sword Master Carroll and the vicious youngster, Han Chuo seemed more to his liking instead. Ballins, whose hands have been covered in blood, recalled fondly the wonderful feeling of slaughter. Stemming from his unrestrained delving into killing intent, he had become addicted to slaughter, unable to extricate himself. Even after staying by Carroll's side for many years, Ballins still could not forget that feeling. Han Chuo's appearance presented him with an alternative path, a path that he had been longing for. Hesitating between rationality and enticement, Ballins was unable to immediately make a decision. In the end, he said to Han Chuo, I will carefully consider your proposal, I will look for you when I've made a decision. No matter what you decide, I will respect your decision. Han Chuo smiled as he replied. Before Ballins left, he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head toward Han Chuo, asking, what is the name of this branch of martial skills that you practice? Sky Demon Gate. Sky Demon Gate. Sky Demon Gate, I'll remember it. Ballins muttered to himself, turning and leaping onto the roof before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once you enter the path of demons, you never be able to leave from my control. Carol, Carol, it's not that I intentionally want to snatch your subordinate. In reality, you are simply unable to properly instruct such a talent. After Balans left, Han Chuo muttered to himself, feeling immensely pleased. Within the Duke's mansion. Today, Duke Ashburn secretly met with a few special guests, a group of clerics belonging to the Church of Light. The Church of Light's Red Archbishop Cos, who was based in the Lancelot Kingdom, as well as a few temple knights and white priests were chatting happily with Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles within Duke Ashburn's mansion. The Church of Light was viewed as the religious organization with the largest influence in the whole continent. In the profound continent, many countries had various kinds of military organizations. Any country with a Temple of Light would have the protection of temple knights. The number of temple knights varied depending on the size of the temple. Within the Odin Kingdom, where the Church of Light was headquartered at, the Temple of Light possessed a regiment of 10,000 temple knights. All these years, there always existed 10 large knight regiments with the continent. The Church of Light's temple knights have always had an impressive reputation. It is even rumored in the outside world that the Temple Knight Regiment was the strongest knight regiment in the whole continent. Furthermore, numerous figures in the Church of Light similarly had astonishing strength. For example, a character like Red Archbishop Cos, who possessed a divine artifact, was a nightmare to anyone, especially darkness magicians and necromancers. Once they met the divine artifact-wielding Red Archbishop Cos, it would basically allow Cos to proclaim the might of the God of Light, proving their lowliness. The Church's strength in the profound continent was unfathomably large. Faith was the vaguest and the hardest thing to comprehend. Often, it could cause an ordinary person to become fanatic and prejudiced and then doing unreasonable things. The Church of Light was an expert in exploiting the strength of faith, causing both the ignorant masses and nobility to become prejudiced, not necessarily in a proper orientation. Within the Lancelot Kingdom, the strength of the Church of Light similarly not be underestimated. Every city in the Lancelot Kingdom had a temple of the Church of Light. Places with a Temple of Light would naturally have the armed forces from the Church of Light. The private forces that completely worshipped the God of Light was, in fact, a factor of instability to any kingdom. However, perhaps it's due to the Church of Light's influence being too large. In any country, the private forces of the Church of Light was actually a lawful existence. This stemmed from the thoughts and demands in worshipping the God of Light. Even Lancelot Kingdom's King Uhtred accepted this tacitly. Fortunately, the Church of Light wasn't the principal church in the Lancelot Kingdom. The people also worshipped the goddess of nature, the goddess of ice and snow, as well as other deities. These numerous churches were distributed across every city in the Lancelot Kingdom, but were unable to shake the foundation of the kingdom. Now that the Lancelot Kingdom is caught up in the struggle for power by the various princes, it is inevitable that religions choose a candidate to support. The correct choice would bring immediate benefits to their church. For the possibility to be the only religion within the Lancelot Kingdom, Cos had precisely eyed eldest Prince Charles. That was why he would appear within Duke Ashburn's residence. The support of the enormous Church of Light was naturally a joyous affair for Duke Ashburn. Eldest Prince Charles was similarly overjoyed. As an Orthodox knight, he already had a favorable impression of the Church of Light. When the Church of Light planned to support him, this favorable impression naturally increased many times over. Both sides were perfectly contented regarding the discussion of the pledges of power and the provision of assistance, satisfied with the collaboration. As Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles showed their hospitality to the clerics, Cos suddenly sighed before saying, "How does Lord Duke view Brettle City's Count Brian? He is just a lucky guy who curries favor as he schemes for profits. In addition, this fellow has no foresight. I believe his happy days will soon be over." Duke Ashburn's face darkened as he lightly smiled, giving his judgment of Han Chuo. Lord Duke is mistaken. That person is definitely not easy to deal with. That person has the backing of the Calamity Church. Being our old adversaries that have hiddenly fought against our Church of Light for hundreds of years, we are fully aware of the fearsomeness of the Calamity Church. To be honest with you, I've previously acted personally, bringing a few temple knights to seize said person. Yet, I returned in failure twice and was even injured. At this point, Ka sighed again. Before continuing, the Pontiff has instructed that our members within the Lancelot Kingdom should disregard all costs in eliminating this person. I hope Lord Duke will be able to help us. When Kos mentioned the Calamity Church, both Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles's expression suddenly became a little unsightly. A high-ranked noble like Duke Ashburn naturally knew of the existence of the Calamity Church. They were a demonic lair that gathered true fiends. Duke Ashburn could never have thought that Han Shuo actually had such an origin. This made Duke Ashburn a little apprehensive. However, Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles had made a move previously. Both of them believed that Han Shuo was already aware of that. Regardless if it's Han Shuo himself or the Calamity Church, both parties were ruthless and would settle their grievances. Hence, both of them understood that they had already become mortal enemies with Han Shuo. Although the Calamity Church was infamous, the Church of Light was capable of suppressing the Calamity Church in their few hundred years of battle. That was sufficient in proving that the Church of Light was similarly a powerful religious organization. When he heard Kos mentioning his intention to eliminate Han Shuo, Ashburn immediately replied frankly, "We have tried previously, however it ended in failure. This person supports that illegitimate child, I believe sooner or later he would be at death's door. Mr. Kos's opinion is to eliminate him earlier." Nodding his head, Red Archbishop Kos sighed as he said, "This person is the cause of the profound continent's instability. His existence would bring about disaster to the profound continent. The Church of Light's goal all along is precisely to eliminate all existences within the continent that defied the will of God. He is precisely the target that we need to immediately get rid of. In that case, Lord Bishop, what is your plan?" Duke Ashburn seized the moment when Kos ended his emotional statement to question closely. "I have a plan. However, I need both of you to assist me." Red Archbishop Kos nodded as he started describing his intention to the two of them. Chapter 383. Chapter 383, The Other World. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Asen City. Han Shuo's official residence. Within a secret room, Han Shao grasped the skeletal staff, chanting the incantation for necromancy. After a long and tedious section of incantation, a mummy lord stood before Han Shuo. The mummy lord was stupefied as it inspected Han Shuo. The entire secret room suddenly filled with the deathly scent emitted from its body. Of the 3 summoning spells at Grand Magus level, Han Shuo has already mastered 2 of them. He is able to proficiently summon old Fey demons and mummy lords, only left with the spell for bone demons. As he still didn't really understand the characteristics of the bone demon's body composition, Han Shuo temporarily still could succeed in summoning a bone demon into this world. With an order, the mummy lord unwillingly wielded the ancient strips of cloth that twisted around its body, moving its body in accordance to Han Shuo's directions. Nodding his head, Han Shuo knew that he thoroughly grasped the summoning of the mummy lord. Han Shuo then chanted another spell, and with a wave of the white bone staff, the mummy lord returned back to the netherworld. Keeping the white bone staff, Han Shuo then took out the skeletal staff obtained from the cemetery of death. Fiddling with the skeletal staff in his hand, Han Shuo hesitated for a while, intending to use the skeletal staff to summon the old Fey demon and mummy lord. This skeletal staff was different from the white bone staff. Chanting necromancy while holding the skeletal staff would often result in the might of the summoning spell to be doubled. When Han Shuo used the white bone staff, he could save a little mental strength, but he would be unable to summon 2 old Fey demons to the profound continent. However, if it was channeling the necromancy spell through the skeletal staff, he should be able to momentarily search for 2 old Fey demons. Han Shuo had the experience of using the skeletal staff when summoning evil knights. He believed that old Fey demons were perhaps the same as the evil knights, and he could similarly summon 2 old Fey demons. Han Shuo hesitated for a moment, before starting to chant the necromancy spell to summon old Fey demons. When Han Shuo's spell connected with the netherworld and the chanting reached the section to search for old Fey demons, Han Shuo's mental space suddenly felt the two targets that were separated by a long distance. These two targets were old Fey demons. However, there was an incomparable distance between the two old Fey demons. In the same moment, both old Fey demons felt Han Shuo's presence. When the feeling of their freedom being threatened entered their souls, the two old Fey demons instinctively struggled. Han Shuo was startled, fixing his mental strength on suppressing one old Fey demon as they were too far apart. Han Shuo's mental strength couldn't handle both old Fey demons at once, their frantic resistance causing him to get a little dizzy. This was the reason why Han Shuo's suppression became quite strenuous. At this moment, Han Shuo understood that he had neglected an important issue. The personality of old Fey demons were vastly different from that of evil knights. Although evil knights were similarly high-ranked undead creatures, there were numerous undead creatures in the netherworld. In addition, evil knights were considered to still prefer living in a group. When Han Shuo used the skeletal staff to summon evil knights, they would often be from the same location, locating 2 or 3 evil knights and then summoning them to the profound continent. However, old Fey demons were an even higher ranked existence and their numbers in the netherworld were much lesser than evil knights. Furthermore, as high-ranked existences, old Fey demons dwelled in separate locations, becoming the master of that location. Basically, it highly unlikely for 2 old Fey demons to live together in the same area. Han Shuo had precisely overlooked this point. When the spell channeled through the skeletal staff, it immediately sensed 2 old Fey demons were 5,000 kilometers apart. As the 2 old Fey demons were too far apart, Han Shuo couldn't handle both of them at the same time. Old Fey demons were also undead creatures with a formidable soul. When Han Shuo focused on one old Fey demon, the other old Fey demon suddenly revolted, causing Han Shuo to be somewhat unable to suppress it with his mental strength. This situation happened too quickly. A necromancy summoning didn't take long. Because Han Shuo didn't anticipate such as a situation at the beginning, he simply didn't have the means to handle it at short notice. When the 2 old Fey demons sensed that Han Shuo's mental strength was in slight disorder, they frantically resisted further. There was a sudden sharp pain in his mind. Distracted, Han Shuo's consciousness was a little rooted and he felt himself actually becoming a strand of peculiar existence. Under the pull from the souls of the 2 old Fey demons, he traversed the space-time tunnel, arriving at the unknown netherworld. Han Shuo had had the same experience once. Now that it happened a second time, Han Shuo immediately reacted, his mental strength tenaciously wrapped around that strand of consciousness to prevent harmful substances within the space-time tunnel from intruding as he involuntarily descended to the world filled with deathly stillness and mystery. Within the world which seemed forever monochrome, a thick stationary layer of grey clouds obstructed the horizon. This place was filled with swamps everywhere, as well as deathly still forests that were formed from large withered trees. These withered trees seemed to have gone through thousands of years of decay and had long since been void of any moisture or nutrients. There were even ash-grey-colored spider webs suspended from the tree trunks, with many bizarre tiny undead creatures wiggling on the spider web. Within the swamps, which were all over, the aura of death pervaded everywhere. The swamps gave off weird bubbles and from time to time, 1 or 2 zombies will rigidly climb out of the swamps and then proceed to aimlessly roam the vast silent netherworld. The netherworld was the final destination of departed spirits. Over the millions of years, the perpetual deathly chi continuously produced various kinds of undead creatures. When an undead creature disappears, the death chi from its body would return to this world, go through many years of bizarre evolution before once again forming another undead creature. Han Shuo's consciousness was gradually restored. Han Shuo slowly observed the deathly still area that was covered with swamps. During his observation, Han Shuo tried to absorb the deathly chi from the cemetery of death and condense a body that is visible yet lacking in form for himself. However, Han Shuo's whole body was drifting in the air. Suddenly, Han Shuo felt the existence of the little skeleton and the zombies. They were in a region far away, but Han Shuo was able to distinctly sense their existence. As for the 3 evil knights that were refined later, he could only sense a faint dot. Howl! Petty existence, you have intruded into my world without permission, I want you to suffer the burn of my fury. A shrill voice filled with incomparable anger suddenly rang in Han Shuo's ears. This voice was filled with the roar of ire, scaring Han Shuo greatly. With a sudden reaction to his consciousness, Han Shuo felt a shadow rapidly approaching from his left. Han Shuo watched attentively as one of the old Fey demons that he had just attempted to summon unexpectedly appeared. The surroundings of the old Fey demon were filled with hundreds of low-ranking undead creatures. Among them were ghouls, skeleton knights, zombies and 3 hate warriors. It looks like this old Fey demon should be the overlord of this area. He still remembered the aura on Han Shuo's body, and when he suddenly realized Han Shuo's soul appearing within his territory, the old Fey demon was incessantly furious, immediately following Han Shuo's aura that he just sensed and angrily rushed toward Han Shuo. In the netherworld, the old Fey demon could display its strength as much as it wanted. The rich omnipresent death chi could supply him with sufficient energy. However, for Han Shuo, whose consciousness has entered this world, he could not utilize his demonic arts without a physical body and could only utilize his consciousness and necromancy magic to attack. Seeing the old Fey demon ferociously charging over while brandishing its sharp claws that could rip through iron and stone, Han Shuo's consciousness suddenly locked onto the old Fey demon's body, unleashing a soul tremor. Bang! The old Fey demon's soul that was midair seemed to be heavily hammered on, the sharp pain momentarily spreading to the deepest parts of his soul. Without waiting for the old Fey demon to react, many bone spears attacked through the sky, causing the old Fey demon to stumble as he dodged. Another soul tremor followed immediately, the old Fey demon was momentarily dazed. However, in this other world, the old Fey demon had sufficient death chi to utilize, and its soul was extremely formidable. Although Han Shuo's soul tremor attack was able to cause enormous harm to the old Fey demon, it was unable to truly kill it. Furthermore, the bone spears were only able to leave shallow white scars on the old Fey demon's body, unable to pierce this high-ranking undead creature. In such a place, Han Shuo's mental strength was exhaustible. Prolonging such a situation, Han Shuo's mental strength will definitely be used up. At that moment, he would not be able to contain the old Fey demon. This high-ranking old Fey demon would definitely be able to destroy Han Shuo's soul that had descended to such a place. After the row of bone spears and soul tremor, a bone prison formed suddenly, temporarily imprisoning the old Fey demon within. Han Shuo saw that the old Fey demon did not have any reaction to the soul tremor magic and didn't continue staying in this area. His visible yet immaterial body quickly floated into the distance, resembling an ordinary wraith in the netherworld. Within the netherworld's overcast sky, there would often be wraiths floating about. These wraiths only had the simplest of consciousness and usually became food for higher-ranked undead creatures. They were also the nutrient that Han Shuo used in refining some of his demonic creatures. Han Shuo never thought that one day he would enter the netherworld and actually be besieged by wraiths. 5 white misty wraiths suddenly surrounded Han Shuo. These 5 wraiths sensed that Han Shuo had a different aura from them and attempted to attack Han Shuo as though he was a mutated being. When Han Shuo, who was visible but had not material body, saw the 5 wraiths approaching, he could sense their ill intentions revealed by their simple consciousness. Han Shuo gathered a small amount of mental strength, unleashing the soul tremor magic. With a poof, the 5 wraiths were turned into grey smoke, becoming death chi and returning to the earth. The rows of wraiths that were further away felt the momentarily explosion of power from Han Shuo, immediately classifying Han Shuo as a high-ranked undead creature and kept far away from Han Shuo. None of the wraiths dared to approach Han Shuo anymore. At a towering barren mountain peak an unknown distance away from Han Shuo, there was a majestic undead palace. Within a lofty palace where there were strict rankings, on the highest respected platform, the little skeleton sat upright on an enormous throne filled with sharp spikes. TL note, Game of Thrones reference. By his side were the earth zombie, fire zombie, wood zombie, and the seemingly timid water zombie. Beneath the little skeleton were 6 evil knights and 2 bone demons as well as the previously subdued mummy lord. They all knelt on one knee with their heads lowered towards the little skeleton. On the palace's cold ceiling hung the bone demon that was remodeled by little skeleton with the ability to fly, as well as numerous gargoyles that curled their bodies and stood in place silently. Behind the few evil knights were a few stupid hate warriors and zombie warriors. They resembled conscientious bodyguards, devotedly standing upright, as though willing to risk their lives for the little skeleton at any moment. "My lord, why do you need to depart?" the previously subdued mummy lord humbly inquired with his head lowered. "All of you, help me properly look after this place. I'll be back very soon." The little skeleton had yet to answer, only giving orders as a superior. The powerful existence from the eastern Dead Sea might come in the near future. "All of you guard this place, do not attack others while I'm not around." "Understood, my lord." The high-ranked undead creatures all replied deferentially. Facing the fiercer little skeleton, they who were previously lords of an area couldn't help but lower their proud heads. "You can withdraw. Properly guard your respective territories." The little skeleton imposingly conveyed his intention. Apart from the 3 evil knights that had been refined by Han Shuo's demonic magic, the other evil knights and mummy lords all withdrew after receiving the orders. "Father has come here. This world isn't the same as the material world. Without a corporeal body, Father would possibly run into danger. I must go and protect him," the little skeleton said to the earth zombie and the others after the subordinates have withdrawn. "We'll go too." The earth zombie touched its head, simple-mindedly saying, "We want to see Father in this world too." "That's out of the question. You need to stay here and look after our home." With their strength, those subordinates would find it hard to ensure the safety of this place. "I only trust you guys. This is because we have inherited the same bloodline," the little skeleton instructed, before saying, "Be at ease. When I find Father, I'll bring him over." With that sentence, the flying bone demon that was hanging upside down at the top of the hall suddenly spread its wings and soared in front of the little skeleton. The 7 bone spurs on the little skeleton's back trembled, shooting into the body of the already remodeled bone demon. The huge wings of the bone demon made of meshed rotting flesh flapped once, bringing the little skeleton away from the summit of the towering Death Mountain. Chapter 384 GDK 384 Comprehension in the Netherworld. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The vast netherworld, eternally a monotonous grey, various sorts and varieties of undead creatures engaged in never-ending combat, void of any signs of life. In this place, there was no alternating day and night, no sense of time passing, only deathly stillness and bleak coldness. On the desolate earth under the grey sky, the undead creatures complied with ancient teachings, unceasingly scrambling for a more extensive territory. However, they were unaware of the reason for all of this. Han Shuo followed the connection he had with the little skeleton, drifting like a spirit in the little skeleton's direction. As there wasn't a concept of time, Han Shuo didn't know how long he had been in this world. As he headed toward the little skeleton, Han Shuo came across many different kinds of undead creatures. Many of the undead creatures had extended their sharp claws toward Han Shuo, attempting to swallow Han Shuo, who appeared weak. Facing Han Shuo's soul tremor magic, the low-ranked undead creatures were usually destroyed by the magic that directly attacked the soul. As for higher-ranked undead creatures, Han Shuo's consciousness was able to sense the existence. By means of his sensing ability, Han Shuo was able to determine the strength of those undead creatures and actively avoid the ancient undead creatures, teetering around their territories as he continued in the direction of the little skeleton. After what seemed to be quite some time, Han Shuo felt the distance between the little skeleton and him becoming closer and closer. Furthermore, with the connection between the two of them, he became aware that the little skeleton was currently rushing toward him. This made Han Shuo feel touched, moved that even without any orders, due to its worry for him, the little skeleton had traveled from far away just to find him. In the netherworld where the death chi was incomparably rich, Han Shuo, who was in the form of a ghost, was constantly tempering his mental strength, attempting to manipulate this world's death chi through his demonic powers. Gradually, Han Shuo even discovered some insights. Demonic magic was famous for being able to live forever as long as their consciousness wasn't completely destroyed. In the separate demon realm, cultivators' souls would become consciousnesses, possessing many extraordinary uses. Even if a demonic practitioner's corporeal body is destroyed, as long as the consciousness is strong enough to attach onto another physical body, the practitioner can use this new body to practice demonic magic once again. They would only require to spend 100 years to regain their previous strength. Being transported into this bizarre world, Han Shuo searched for a way to return to the profound continent, as well as using this strand of consciousness to seek a way to increase his own strength. Before he could find the method in returning to the profound continent, Han Shuo first needed to ensure he could survive in this foreign world. Slowly, Han Shuo's existing consciousness had a strange reaction to the death chi. As Han Shuo continued experimenting, he was now totally able to absorb and manipulate the omnipresent death chi in this world, so much so that he could even form weapons from the death chi to attack the undead creatures that had ill intentions. At the start, Han Shuo could only condense the death chi into the form of arrows and control the arrows with his consciousness. This was only threatening toward the low-ranked skeleton warriors and zombie warriors and wasn't even comparable to the simple bone spear spell. As Han Shuo's consciousness gradually understood the uses of the death chi, he could now completely utilize his consciousness to condense formidable attacks as long as he is given time. The strength of these attacks could even surpass Han Shuo's soul tremor. As a few days passed, Han Shuo's consciousness could gradually condense the death chi to give rise to more clever uses. Han Shuo even experimented with the skeleton remains of excellent quality, condensing the death chi within the bones and forging a skeletal body for himself. Contained within the pure white skeleton was the death chi condensed by Han Shuo's consciousness. Under the reckless suppression of Han Shuo's consciousness, the death chi became crystal-like spots hidden within the bones. However, the quality of the remains of an ordinary skeleton warrior wasn't much. When Han Shuo tried to condense even more death chi within the bones, they weren't able to withstand the death chi and thus exploded. Utilizing this sparkling jade-like skeletal remains, Han Shuo was able to intimidate many undead creatures that attempted to attack him. Even a few high-ranked evil knights who saw Han Shuo's huge skeleton that glittered with white light withdrew with dread. The evil knights clearly took Han Shuo's jade-like skeleton as a skeleton king which was at the peak of undead creatures. Skeleton kings as well as bone dragons were peak existences among undead creatures. A skeleton king's body contained incomparably rich death chi and posse's terrifying strength. Weak undead creatures were simply not its match. However, Han Shuo knew that purely using death chi to condense a skeletal body would definitely pale in contrast to a skeleton king's body and would even be much weaker than the bones on a bone demon. Yet, Han Shuo wasn't discouraged, continuing to silently delve into the uses of his consciousness in this world as he searched for a way to return to the profound continent. He also felt that the distance between the little skeleton and himself was getting closer and closer. As Han Shuo passed through an overgrown valley shrouded in rich death chi, his consciousness suddenly detected a few formidable auras. These auras were abnormally chaotic and unstable, as though currently engaged in a huge battle. In the surrounds were many low-ranked undead creatures fighting against one another, clearly originating from different factions. Looking at the overgrown valley from afar, Han Shuo noticed clouds of dense blue chi within the rich death chi. These blue chi rose in spirals, slowly diffusing from within the valley. Some of the low-ranked undead creatures who were battling extended their necks to absorb the blue clouds of gas as though they were an exquisite feast. In this desolate netherworld, there rarely appeared colors that weren't monochrome. In the period of time that Han Shuo has been in this world, this was the first time he saw a blue color existing. This made Han Shuo feel astonished, as he looked toward the magnificent battle. As he sensed the combat between the few auras inside the valley, Han Shuo had some suspicions of the scene within. While Han Shuo was being puzzled, the dense blue chi had slowly spread to the area where Han Shuo was in. The wisps of blue chi entered Han Shuo's consciousness, the mental energy that had been consumed seemed to be replenished, recovering little by little. Han Chuo was incessantly surprised. Originally, he only allowed the dense blue qi that touched him to seep into his body. However, when Han Chuo felt the benefits the blue qi gave to the mental strength of his consciousness, he immediately started operating his consciousness, analyzing the blue qi within the valley and using the strength of his consciousness to slowly draw the blue qi towards himself. This period of time, Han Chuo spent every day researching how to utilize the strength of his consciousness to manipulate the rich death qi that was everywhere in this world. Toward this blue qi, which was of a completely different nature, but yet had the same characteristics as the qi in the netherworld, Han Chuo very quickly found the trick in sucking in the blue qi. When Han Chuo went all out in operating his consciousness, a large portion of death qi that diffused out from the heart of the valley was subjected to the pull from Han Chuo's consciousness, slowly entering him. Han Chuo's originally ex-housed mental strength gradually recovered following the absorption of the blue qi. The numerous undead creatures in the surroundings of the valley were still engaged in intense battle. The grey earth was covered in broken bones and rotting flesh. Under the orders of their respective masters, these low-ranked undead creatures recklessly fought with each other, yet didn't forget to avariciously absorb the strands of drifting dense blue qi. With a moment of effort, Han Chuo utilized his consciousness to absorb large amounts of blue qi, recovering 80% of his mental strength. There was no longer any more blue qi spreading out from the heart of the valley, and the blue qi that was further away were either absorbed by the numerous undead creatures or had vanished. In the form of a pure white skeleton, Han Chuo stood in an area extremely far from the valley. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly headed for the heart of the valley. At the same time, Han Chuo could sense that the little skeleton was getting nearer and nearer. Han Chuo felt from the cloud of dense blue qi that permeated out that there must be a mysterious item in the heart of the valley. An item that could grow one's mental strength was rarely heard of in the profound continent. Han Chuo never would have thought that in this foreign eternally desolate other world would actually have such an extraordinary item. What made Han Chuo more apprehensive was that when Han Chuo absorbed the dense blue qi, there was actually an indistinct familiar feeling. At the start, Han Chuo didn't react, only reacting he stopped absorbing after the dense blue qi no longer spread from within the valley. Apparently when he was previously beneath the cemetery of death, Han Chuo had absorbed some kind of special energy which made his mental strength grow substantially. The feeling he had when he absorbed that energy was similar to when he was absorbing the dense blue qi. However, previous that energy was boundless, directly allowing Han Chuo to possess the mental strength of a grand magus. When he had just absorbed the dense blue qi, it fell way short of that energy, but it definitely had a similar aura. Who knows what item is within the valley that is actually able to give off such a mysterious blue qi? It was precisely this suspicion that led Han Chuo to still decide to go into the valley and investigate, even though he sensed a few undead creatures that could threaten his existence. The jade-like white skeletal body was larger than ordinary skeleton warriors. At approximately 1.8 m tall, it currently headed toward the source of the battle. Along the way, many low-ranked skeleton and zombie warriors immediately divided a portion of their forces to attack Han Chuo's condensed body when they noticed another enemy faction approaching. En route, Han Chuo's consciousness started manipulating death qi. When the skeleton warriors and zombie warriors have crowded around, a crescent-shaped grayish-white light beam condensed purely from death qi suddenly shot out from the front of his large skeletal body. The more than 10 skeleton warriors and zombie warriors that were the first to crowd around were struck by the condensed light beam. Their frail souls were unable to bear the power, collapsing in succession and dissipating. With a wave of cracking sounds, the bones of the skeleton warriors fell apart. The zombie warriors had also become heaps of rotting flesh and falling over. A light beam condensed from death qi flashed past. More than 10 skeleton warriors and zombie warriors collapsed. Another group of skeleton warriors and zombie warriors which had intended to come over paused for a moment. Under the powerful strength that Han Chuo deliberately released, they realized this skeleton warrior was much larger, its bones were more sparkly and translucent, different from their own bodies. Of these low-ranked undead creatures, many of them had never seen a skeleton king. However, from the moment they were born, there was an imprint of this high-ranked undead creature on their soul. When they examined the body Han Shuo condensed carefully, they mistook Han Shuo as the Skeleton King at the peak of all undead creatures. A path suddenly appeared voluntarily. These undead creatures still fought with each other, but not one undead creature dared to intercept Han Shuo anymore, as though ignoring Han Shuo's existence. However, Han Shuo knew this was their instinctive reaction toward high-ranked undead creatures. The voluntarily formed path directly led to the depths of the valley. These low-ranked undead creatures knew Han Shuo's objective was the depths of the valley. They expectedly provided a clear passage. Clang! Clang! Han Shuo's consciousness controlled this condensed skeletal body, heading toward the valley a step at a time. The surrounding undead creatures still fought furiously, but not one undead creature got in Han Shuo's way. At the center of the valley, the few formidable undead creatures still fought against each other. Han Shuo was able to sense their vast strength. As he entered deep into the valley, Han Shuo gradually slowed his steps, starting to cautiously size up the situation all around, preparing to immediately depart in an unfavorable situation. The surroundings were filled with even more undead creatures that incessantly fought. As there were many hate warriors and a few evil knights mixed within the undead creatures here, Han Shuo knew that he was already approaching his target. Han Shuo deliberately released an unyielding posture as he passed through these higher-ranked undead creatures, finally entering the heart of the valley. A clear, pitch-black spring immediately entered Han Shuo's sight, a sinister-looking plant floating on the spring. It had many branches that were spread out, appearing menacing yet devilishly beautiful like a man-eating flower. Its branches and leaves appeared like countless withered hands, propping a cloud of blue smoke. Within the blue smoke, there was an eyeball-sized teardrop similar to a sapphire, shooting out resplendent, bizarre light. Chapter 385 GDK 385 Evolution of Undead Creatures. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. In this monochromatic world, Han Shuo was truly stunned when he first glanced at that vibrant color. In the middle of the pitch-black spring, that sinister-looking plant's lush network of withered branches propped up a hazy cloud of blue gas. Within the cloud, a drop of sapphire-shaped resplendent teardrop gave off an even more magnificent radiance. Han Shuo was sure that the blue gas that had previously spread out from within the valley should have originated from the plant in the middle of the spring. From Han Shuo's perspective, he could clearly see that the blue gas had originated from the revolving teardrop in the middle of the blue cloud. The pitch-black spring was brimming with desolation and deathly stillness. Organisms being nurtured from this sort of weird spring would definitely be fierce undead creatures or plants, and there certainly would not be any amicable existences. Han Shuo carefully examined the black spring, realizing that there were many seaweed-like black plants floating within the spring. These plants had blended into the spring, the tentacle-like streamers spreading in the constant sway of the spring water, appearing like they want to capture something and pull it into the depths of the spring. Once he had finished observing the layout of the center of the valley, Han Shuo's line of sight started looking indiscriminately around the spring. Only now did he notice several undead creatures battling in the vicinity of the black spring. A mummy lord, a floating apparition, and a 5 to 6 meter tall knight that rode a large flaming horse and brandishing a broadsword. These three high-ranked undead creatures surrounded the spring in the middle as they engaged one another in intense combat. Han Shuo had only swept his eyes over, his attention concentrated on that huge knight that rode the large flaming horse. The huge knight held a gigantic broadsword which was full of rusted spots. The broadsword was over 2 meters in length and was brimming with a rotting aura. The huge knight's appearance resembled that of an evil knight. However, there were barbs that grew from around its arms, knees, and shoulders. Its build was also much taller than an evil knight's. Han Shuo had some impression of this huge knight. A long time ago, when the little skeleton was still quite weak, Han Shuo had once received the little skeleton's distress message. At that time, Han Shuo immediately summoned the little skeleton to the profound continent out of worry. However, through the strength of their contract, Han Shuo still faintly saw the formidable undead creature that was chasing the little skeleton. That formidable undead creature was precisely this huge knight. For this peculiar knight to be able to force the little skeleton to flee the netherworld, its strength was naturally extremely valiant. Han Chuo would never have imagined that he would meet this formidable undead creature in the netherworld. The Mummy Lord and the floating apparition had joined hands in facing this huge knight. Han Chuo was incomparably familiar with the Mummy Lord. However, the floating apparition was rather unfamiliar to him. What made Han Chuo extremely astonished was that this Mummy Lord carried a greyish-white sarcophagus which was large enough to fit his entire body. This Mummy Lord clearly wielded that sarcophagus as a weapon, proficiently manipulating the sarcophagus to face the enemy. The majority of the strikes from the terrifying knight's 2-meter-long broadsword were blocked by the sarcophagus. As for that floating apparition, Han Chuo did not know at all what undead creature it was. However, Han Chuo could sense from its body the aura of the most common undead creature in the netherworld, the Wraith. Merely, the aura on the apparition was exponentially stronger than that of a Wraith. The floating apparition constantly hid behind the Mummy Lord, behaving like a magician in the profound continent, utilizing profound magic to attack that huge knight. Ripples of grey magic shot out in waves from the apparition's direction, attacking the huge knight's body. Under Han Chuo's attentive gaze, the knight's 2-meter-long rusted broadsword suddenly thrusted. The carrion belt in the Mummy Lord's hands moved, the sarcophagus floating above his head striking towards that broadsword. At this moment, there was a terrifying boom when the knight's broadsword struck the sarcophagus and the sarcophagus suddenly flew up into the air. The knight took the opportunity to urge the flaming horse toward the Mummy Lord. The flaming horse suddenly breathed out a spout of flames that rolled toward the Mummy Lord. The Mummy Lord was obviously a little frantic as the sarcophagus flying above his head couldn't be moved so quickly. At this moment, the floating apparition behind him suddenly transmitted a bizarre soul undulation. Countless wraiths suddenly swam out from within the apparition's body, forming a tidy formation and blocking the flame breath. It simply utilized many wraiths to drown out the flames from the flaming horse. The apparition had obstructed the flaming horse's flame breath, and the sarcophagus that flew into the sky had also been caught by the Mummy Lord, just in time to block the evil knight's next attack. The three undead creatures continued fighting once again, being tangled in a stalemate. The low-ranked undead creatures were still fighting ferociously in Han Chuo's surroundings. These undead creatures clearly felt the formidable aura from Han Chuo's body, but all of them ignored Han Chuo's existence. This allowed Han Chuo to peacefully watch the battle, taking in the whole scene of the battle between the three unusual undead creatures. Han Chuo stared at that floating apparition for a long time before he suddenly understood. To be able to control that many wraiths and also carry the aura of wraiths on its body, the apparition was surely a high-ranked undead creature that had evolved from wraiths. That particularly queer huge knight was most likely an evolution from an evil knight. In the netherworld where ranks were rigid, most higher-ranked creatures possessed extremely large fighting strengths. However, this was not absolute. Lower-ranked undead creatures had the possibility of undergoing evolution and become high-ranked undead creatures as well. For example, the majority of skeleton kings that could be as strong as a bone dragon had fortuitous occurrences and were naturally produced. However, there were also skeleton kings which could have been the lowliest skeleton that underwent countless evolutions. Although the probability was extremely small, it existed. Spirits in the netherworld could swallow each other. If low-ranked undead creatures were able to swallow the spirit of a formidable bone dragon, they could substantially improve a few stages. Merely, this probability was extremely low. Typically, weaker undead creatures would only instinctively escape when facing someone higher ranked than them. They would never dare to attack unless they had a master, and only under their master's orders would they disregard their lives and attack. However, even if they attacked, when facing a higher ranked undead creature, there would never be any flukes and would definitely be massacred, let alone being able to swallow the spiritual strength of a higher-ranked undead creature. Most of the low-ranked undead creatures that were able to evolve had coincidentally come across high-ranked undead creatures that were almost killed by even stronger undead creatures. While the even stronger undead creature had not arrived, they were then able to conveniently swallow the spirit of the higher-ranked undead creature. Taking the formidable bone dragon as an example, it could kill or seriously injure a group of hate warriors with one breath. The spirits of these lower-ranked undead creatures were of no interest to the bone dragon. If there just happened to be a skeleton or zombie warrior in the vicinity after the bone dragon left, they would be able to conveniently devour a higher-ranked hate warrior's spirit. When such a low probability matter repeatedly happens on a low-ranked undead creature, the low-ranked undead creature that had swallowed the spirits of many high-ranked undead creatures would be able to gradually evolve and become a high-ranked undead creature that surpassed its birth restrictions. This apparition was perhaps an example of such an existence that had extremely astonishing luck. Han Chuo looked at the alliance of the apparition and the mummy lord withstanding the knight's assault, and then looked at the sapphire-like teardrop which contained bizarre energy that was being propped in the middle of the spring by sinister-looking plants' network of branches. His thoughts were filled with indecision, not knowing if he should take advantage of the situation to obtain the teardrop. The three formidable undead creatures appeared to also be fighting over that drop of liquid in the middle of the spring. The huge knight's strength was incredibly astonishing, with Han Chuo's condensed body of the Skeleton King probably unable to withstand a strike of that knight's broadsword. Furthermore, that apparition and mummy lord were also enemies. Han Chuo wasn't confident in handling them without having his true body. However, Han Chuo knew that the sapphire-like liquid in the middle of the spring was able to improve his mental strength. Such miraculous items were unheard of in the profound continent. To have reached this place after much difficulty, the greed in his heart simply couldn't be contained. While Han Chuo was hesitating again and again, he sensed that little skeleton was closing in on his location. Suddenly, the knight that was in the midst of chasing the mummy lord and the apparition appeared extremely irritated. After continuously attacking frantically to no avail, the knight suddenly gave up and urged the flaming horse toward the plant in the middle of the spring. The mummy lord and the apparition paused for a moment before hastily attacking the knight. The mummy lord's sarcophagus descended toward the knight with a loud rumble, while the apparition produced numerous wraiths that charged towards the huge knight. The huge knight did a sweep with his rusted broadsword. An earth-shattering rotting aura rippled out, abruptly annihilating the numerous wraiths while the sarcophagus was struck into the air with his fist. After that, an imposing consciousness spread out from the huge knight. "You two cowardly and despicable existences, that fellow from the 1,000-meter dead mountain palace is coming over. If you cooperate with me in getting rid of him, the luster gem within the dead water is yours. I only want that fellow's spiritual energy. What do you think?" When the mummy lord and the apparition saw the evil knight give up and transmit such an intention, they were obviously slightly unsettled. The two of them discussed for a while, before the apparition transmitted a faint message: "All right, the three of us shall make a vow to abide by this promise." Han Chuo looked at the interaction between the three formidable undead creatures from afar. From their conversations, Han Chuo understood that the large knight sensed the little skeleton's existence, and their tone indicated their fear of the little skeleton. Han Chuo couldn't have imagined that in this netherworld, the little skeleton of the 1,000-meter dead mountain palace was actually such a huge power. The huge knight, the mummy lord and the apparition intended to ally due to their apprehension toward the little skeleton's existence. As these three fellows dared to stay behind and face the little skeleton, that showed that they should have some confidence. Han Chuo, who had already been watching for a while from afar, thought for a moment before walking out from within the crowd of low-ranked undead creatures. "Count me in as well." Han Chuo sent a message through his consciousness, expressing his opinion to the three undead creatures. At the start, Han Chuo had only stood among the crowd of low-ranked undead creatures in the surroundings of the valley. Having deliberately hidden as he watched, the three undead creatures that were constantly battling did not notice Han Chuo. When Han Chuo slowly walked out from the distance, he immediately caused the three undead creatures to panic. At first, the three undead creatures clearly lost their heads out of fear, being intimidated by Han Chuo's appearance as a skeleton king. However, these three formidable undead creatures were different from the low-ranked undead creatures that gave way to Han Chuo. They could sense from the aura on Han Chuo's body that it wasn't identical to a Skeleton King's aura, as well as the aura on Han Chuo's body wasn't as frightening as that of a Skeleton King's. After being startled, the huge knight reacted, sending Han Chuo a message: "Cowardly voyeur, what can you contribute and what do you wish to obtain?" "I want a third of the serene luster gem. I can aid you in dealing with that fellow," Han Chuo replied through his consciousness. "That would depend on your ability." The knight sent an irascible message, driving the flaming horse toward Han Chuo. The earth-shattering rotting aura spread out from his body, converging on the broadsword as it stabbed toward Han Chuo. Han Chuo was stunned, frantically chanting spells, on one hand sending a spray of bone spears to attack the huge knight, on the other hand, using his consciousness to condense the rich death chi, forming a gigantic saber to smash toward the charging knight. When the spray of bone spears landed on the huge knight's body, it only resulted in clanking sounds, unable to harm the formidable knight. Only when that saber condensed from rich death chi smashed on the knight's broadsword did he obstruct his attack. Just as the knight avoided the spray of bone spears and had almost arrived in front of Han Chuo, he suddenly reined his horse, turning his head to look at the apparition and the mummy lord, transmitting, "He has the qualifications to share a third of the luster gem, do the two of you have any opinion? The fellow from the 1,000-meter Death Mountain Palace is extremely frightening, there is more hope with an additional helper." The two other undead creatures hesitated for a moment. But when considering the little skeleton's frightening deterrence and their interest of the serene luster gem, they ultimately agreed completely with the huge knight's proposal, considering Han Chuo as an ally. Chapter 386. 386 A Stronger Hidden Expert. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Once the three undead creatures agreed on Han Chuo's participation, Han Chuo immediately started communicating with the little skeleton. As the distance between them was becoming shorter, Han Chuo could easily convey his thoughts to the little skeleton. The clever little skeleton, who was currently flying over at high speed on a bone demon, completely understood Han Chuo's intention. When the three undead creatures saw that Han Chuo had agreed, they did not try to retrieve the serene luster gem in the middle of the black spring. Instead, they spread out in front of the spring, ordering the surrounding low-ranked undead creatures to stop fighting and to slowly encircle this location. There were two evil knights in the surroundings who slowly headed towards the huge knight that brandished the 2-meter broadsword, while a few hate warriors stood separately in front of the apparition and the mummy lord. They thoroughly guarded this area, intending to make this place the resting grounds of the approaching little skeleton. A shrill whistle could be heard gradually coming closer. Under the dusky sky, a huge shadow slowly approached. The wings connected to the variant bone demon's rotting corpse were 5 to 6 meters in length when fully extended. In addition, its whole body was covered with fearsome bone spears. This caused the bone demon that could fly to have ample deterring strength. More than 10 sparkling white bones formed a cushion on the back of the flying bone demon. Seated on it was the little skeleton, who held a long, sharp bone spear. Its purple demon eye was filled with a glistening radiance, while its small body gave off an imposing presence. The huge knight waved his rusted 2-meter-long sword at the little skeleton who was flying over on the bone demon, spreading out his indignant consciousness. "This time, you wouldn't be able to escape. You are currently no longer a match for me. If you submit to me, I will spare your life." When the little skeleton had arrived, he unyieldingly stayed in the air, looking down as he rode the bone demon, his dignified consciousness transmitted over. "You can forget about that happening. I would rather let my soul be obliterated than to be your slave," the knight roared. He then gave a command to his subordinates: "Kill this wretched skeleton." As the knight shouted out his orders, the mummy lord and the apparition also ordered their subordinates to attack. Hundreds upon hundreds of undead creatures were like a locust swarm as they charged toward the little skeleton and his bone demon mount. Among them were gargoyles that could fly, which formed groups and attacked in waves and were the first to charge towards the little skeleton with no fear of death. Looking down on the various low-ranked undead creatures approaching, the little skeleton's purple demon eye suddenly emitted purple light halos. They spread out like waves of running water from his purple demon eye, gradually covering the surrounding area around the little skeleton. The whole area was filled with a vicious, imposing aura. When the charging low-ranked undead creatures were hit by the waves of mysterious aura, they were all suddenly stunned, seemingly forgetting that they had to attack the little skeleton. Even the gargoyles that didn't fear death had bypassed the little skeleton and headed into the distance. "You lowly, weak existences, step down," a harsh dignified consciousness was suddenly transmitted from the little skeleton, extending out in all directions. All the low-ranked undead creatures that were enveloped by the purple light from the purple demon eye were caught in a daze. They hesitated for a moment, as though fearing the little skeletons might and actually disobeyed the suicidal orders from the knight and the mummy lord, all of them voluntarily opening up a path. Only the two evil knights appeared to have barely resisted the corrosion of the purple demon eye's bright light on their consciousness. After being dazed for a long while, they actually charged toward the little skeleton again. Along the way, the two evil knights conveniently grabbed a few skeleton warriors by their sides, dismantling the skeleton warriors' bones and shot them toward the little skeleton in the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Without even waiting for the bone spears to close in, the little skeleton swept with the long bone spear in his hand. An earth-shattering death chi emerged violently, causing all the bone spears shooting toward him to explode. The little skeleton did not seem to put the two evil knights in his eyes, still looking into the distance at the three undead creatures as well as Han Shuo. He transmitted another message through his consciousness: "Since you don't acknowledge your allegiance, the only alternative is death." The bone demon beneath him suddenly flew forward, heading for the 5-meter-tall knight. The little skeleton tightly grasped his 3-meter-long bone spear. An enormous amount of death chi that carried dense killing intent assaulted the four undead creatures below. The mummy lord was the first to act, throwing out his sarcophagus toward the bone demon below the little skeleton. Numerous wraiths flew out of the apparition once again, heading toward the little skeleton in an orderly formation. The huge knight guided his flaming horse, looking up at the incoming little skeleton while charging toward him. Under the momentum of his charge, he threw out the 2-meter-long broadsword, slashing toward the little skeleton. His throw possessed an impressive force, appearing extremely powerful. The little skeleton drew the spear before suddenly thrusting it forward. The long spear was like a sponge, absorbing the rich death chi in the surroundings before flying out like lightning toward the incoming broadsword. With a clang, the knight's broadsword descended toward the ground. At the same time, the bone demon flapped its wings, pushing the mummy lord's sarcophagus aside. As for the wraiths sent by the apparition to attack, they were obstructed by the purple demon eye's purple rays of light even before they could get close to the little skeleton. The purple rays of light seemed to have suddenly formed an invisible barrier, and the hundreds of wraiths were simply unable to charge through the barrier. Han Shuo coordinated with the other undead creatures and shot out 2 rows of bone spears. However, the bone spears were similarly repelled by the invisible barrier created from the light of the purple demon eye, descending from high above. This made Han Shuo even more amazed. How did the little skeleton control the demon eye of Datara that they obtained from the forest trolls to achieve such a miraculous effect? Bone spears conjured with Han Shuo's Grand Magus-leveled mental strength had strong penetrative strength. Although they were unable to pierce through those incomparably firm physical defenses, the barrier should theoretically be able to obstruct the formless wraiths, but shouldn't be able to block the powerful bone spears. However, the truth was actually so inconceivable. Han Shuo gradually felt that the little skeleton was becoming more and more mysterious. After the little skeleton blocked all their attacks, he guided the bone demon to circle around toward the mummy lord and the apparition. The knight who had just caught his descending broadsword was a distance away from the mummy lord and the apparition and didn't have enough time to assist them. Han Shuo was in comparison much closer to the mummy lord and the apparition. Seeing the mummy lord and the apparition's panicked expressions, Han Shuo took the initiative to transmit a message: "I'll assist the two of you." Han Shuo immediately rushed toward the mummy lord and the apparition after transmitting his message. As soon as he sent the message, Han Shuo immediately rushed toward the mummy lord and the apparition. He had already prepared the soul tremor magic as well as communicated with the little skeleton. Once the little skeleton attacked the mummy lord, Han Shuo would seize the opportunity to unleash soul tremor on the apparition. Regardless the form of the undead creature, their soul was the foundation of their existence. This was the same for the peculiar apparition. If it was taken by surprise by Han Shuo's soul tremor, even if its soul wasn't destroyed, it would be severely injured. At that time, Han Shuo and the little skeleton would be able to easily kill the apparition first. After that, with Han Shuo obstructing the mummy lord and the little skeleton directly killing the huge knight, they would be able to completely control the situation. None of the three undead creatures would be able to escape from the schemes of Han Shuo and the little skeleton. Han Shuo's plan was extremely good. If the situation proceeded as planned, that would be everything he could wish for. However, just as Han Shuo's consciousness firmly locked onto the apparition and was ready to eliminate the apparition at any time, his consciousness suddenly felt a faint fluctuation from the depths of the pitch-black spring. The fluctuation was extremely slight, as though it had been accidentally leaked due to a soul being excessively excited. If Han Shuo's consciousness had not improved to its current state, it would perhaps have been hard for him to sense that weak fluctuation. As the fluctuation seemed to contain an ancient aura, it was obvious that there was a formidable undead creature hiding in the spring. This formidable undead creature was unable to be detected by the nearby knight, apparition, and even the little skeleton, sufficiently illustrating its strength. Han Shuo's consciousness hurriedly circulated, attentively comprehending that unintentionally leaked aura with added caution. Han Shuo was suddenly alarmed, momentarily matching that aura with a formidable undead creature recorded in necromancy books. The strongest existence known in general to necromancers was the bone dragon. The pitch-black spring had actually contained an extremely cunning bone dragon. The bone dragon has always been a domineering undead creature in the netherworld. Apart from a few more frightening unknown existences, the bone dragon, skeleton king, and zombie king were deemed the highest-ranked undead creatures. In the profound continent, necromancers had to reach the rank of sacred magus to be able to summon bone dragons. The bone dragon had always known as the strongest undead creature. This bone dragon that had concealed itself in the spring from beginning to end had made use of the wisps of smoke overflowing the serene luster gem above its head to attract strong undead creatures to this location. Its intentions were extremely clear for all to see. It seems that the drop of serene luster gem in the middle of the pitch-black spring ought to have always been the bone dragon's bait to lure in strong undead creatures. The huge knight, mummy lord, apparition as well as Han Shuo had all fallen into the bone dragon's trap. If Han Shuo's consciousness had not suddenly sensed the slight fluctuation that arose from the bone dragon's excitement, he reckoned that the one who benefits eventually would have been the bone dragon. As he charged toward the apparition, Han Shuo hurriedly communicated with the little skeleton, describing everything that he had just sensed to the little skeleton before inquiring if the little skeleton possessed the strength to defeat the bone dragon. "Father, I would definitely be able to kill and behead the bone dragon in the future. However, I'm unable to do that now. I still do not have that strength for the time being." The little skeleton sent a message over, on one hand stating that he possessed the possibility of infinite evolutions while on the other hand, he stated that he temporarily didn't have the power to deal with the bone dragon. When Han Shuo heard that the little skeleton wasn't a match for the bone dragon, his brain rapidly worked. When he neared the apparition, he immediately issued a different instruction to the little skeleton. The mummy lord's sarcophagus suddenly smashed toward the little skeleton, while the apparition erratically retreated, while unleashing an unknown enchantment. The wraiths that had emerged from its body suddenly assembled into a gigantic network of wraiths, attempting to trap the little skeleton. Han Shuo materialized a bone shield. The huge sinister bone shield suddenly obstructed the mummy lord's way, establishing a solid defense for the mummy lord and the apparition. This allowed the mummy lord and apparition to relax, only focusing on attacking the little skeleton. When the little skeleton who was riding the bone demon saw that he was about to be trapped by the apparition's network of wraiths, the bone demon suddenly changed its direction, descending toward the pitch-black spring. While the undead creatures had yet to react, the 7 bone spurs on the little skeleton's back suddenly shot out toward the sinister-looking plant. He also firmly threw his javelin-like 3-meter bone spear into the middle of the spring. A frightening roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the lifeless spring. The pitch-black spring suddenly boiled, forming huge waves. Bone spears condensed from the surrounding surging death chi suddenly shot into the depths of the boiling spring, appearing to have pierced the extremely cunning bone dragon, causing the bone dragon to temporarily be unable to emerge from the depths of the spring. Right at this moment, the little skeleton's 7 bone spurs shot toward the sinister-looking plant, completely chopping through the plant's rhizomes. Faint blue smoke started to leak out from the serene luster gem that seemed to be supported by numerous withered branches and leaves. After chopping through the plant, the 7 bone spurs seized the opportunity to congregate and lift up the serene luster gem, which flew into the little skeleton's palm in the blink of an eye. The 3-meter-long bone spear suddenly flew out from within the ground, resembling lightning as it returned to the little skeleton's hand. The little skeleton then urged the bone demon to fly toward Han Shuo without even looking at the rapidly boiling pitch-black spring. Treacherous, despicable skeleton, I, Bone Dragon Zasika, will inevitably exterminate you. A loud roar could be heard from underground as a huge bone dragon whose whole body was made up of steel-like long bones suddenly rose out of the spring, giving off a formidable death chi which spread through the entire valley. The huge knight, mummy lord, and the apparition who were about to attack the little skeleton from all directions suddenly glanced at each other in terror before frantically fleeing toward the surroundings of the valley, ignoring the little skeleton. The lower-ranked zombie warriors and hate warriors seemed to be petrified in fear, instinctively submitting themselves and not daring to move from their positions. Chapter 387. 387 Absorbing the Serene Luster Gem. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The extremely cunning bone dragon Zasika was around 15 meters long. His body was made out of thick and solid white bones, as though it was built from the hardest iron and stone. Its body was also overflowing in rich death chi. When the bone dragon roared, all the higher-ranked undead creatures started to flee, while the low-ranked undead creatures stood still, shivering under the pressure of the bone dragon's imposing aura. The Netherworld's bone dragon was different from the Profound Continent's standard dragon race. As a special clan of dragons that were born in the Netherworld, bone dragons possessed enormous strength from the moment they were born. This was because they were formed from pure white bones that were resistant to the majority of physical and magical attacks. Bone dragons were peculiar creatures brought up in the Netherworld's unusual environment. They were also able to nimbly manipulate the Netherworld's death chi, even possessing a few mystical dragon breath abilities. This resulted in them being more powerful than most dragon clans in the Profound Continent. The 3 undead creatures that had planned to surround and attack the little skeleton had already fled in different directions upon hearing the bone dragon's roar, no longer interested in attacking the little skeleton. The little skeleton who had obtained the Serene Luster Gem while Bone Dragon Zasika wasn't paying attention immediately flew toward Han Shuo. When he was about to reach Han Shuo immediately abandoned the skeletal body he had condensed from death chi and willed his consciousness to float by the little skeleton's side. Once Han Shuo's consciousness reached the little skeleton's side, the little skeleton shoved the Serene Luster Gem into Han Shuo's wraith-like consciousness without a second thought. He then urged the bone demon to escape into the distance. When the bone dragon flew out of the pitch-black spring, it immediately emitted the imposing aura of a high-ranked undead creature. Once the numerous undead creatures had fled, he stared at the rapidly fleeing little skeleton and roared, "Sinister, despicable skeleton, you won't be able to escape." After uttering a long, loud cry into the boundless sky, the bone dragon directly pursued the little skeleton. The bone demon beneath the little skeleton had been remolded by the little skeleton with the bones of the supreme-ranked magical creature found within the taboo land of the Profound Continent. Within the Netherworld, the flying speed of the remolded bone demon was actually extremely quick. Even the lightning-quick bone dragon Zasika wasn't able to catch up in a short period of time. At this moment, the Serene Luster Gem that the little skeleton casually stuffed into Han Shuo's consciousness suddenly blended with the mental energy within his consciousness. A mysterious mental energy suddenly entered Han Shuo's consciousness, gradually combining with the original mental energy within. Han Shuo suddenly trembled. This method of growing his mental strength had the same feeling as when he was imbued with mental strength under the cemetery of death. Han Shuo could almost confirm immediately that the item that had improved his mental strength in the cemetery of death must have also been a serene luster gem. However, this wasn't the time to ponder why there would be a serene luster gem in the cemetery of death. Having had prior experience, Han Shuo immediately absorbed the mental energy flowing out from the serene luster gem into his consciousness to his heart's content. He also tried his utmost in seizing the chance to refine the serene luster gem's mysterious energy. Out of a sudden, an incomparably huge amount of mental energy rushed into Han Shuo's consciousness. This caused a sharp pain to spread out. Soon after, Han Shuo was dizzy and wasn't sure what he should do. Arg! As Han Shuo gave out a resonant shout in pain, back in the profound continent, the skeletal staff his true body was holding on to whistled sharply and endlessly. Han Shuo's originally muddled eyes gradually regained clarity. While a huge amount of mental energy was still revolving within his mind, Han Shuo suddenly felt that he was holding something hard in his left hand. Looking down, he saw that it was actually the mysterious skeletal staff. Han Shuo was shocked but became ecstatic shortly after. He understood that he had once again returned unfathomably to the profound continent from the netherworld. Excessively excited, Han Shuo didn't ponder any further, hastily discarding all distracting thoughts and started melding the remaining pure mental energy flowing within his consciousness with his original mental energy. At this moment, he was filled with immense joy. After an unknown period of time, Han Shuo gradually sensed that the mental energy from the netherworld's serene luster gem had been fully absorbed. At that moment, an intense shout was transmitted from the little skeleton in the netherworld. Han Shuo suddenly recalled the recent experience of escaping from the netherworld and remembered that the little skeleton was still being pursued by Bone Dragon Zasika. The little skeleton's shout was obviously a cry for help. Han Shuo didn't hesitate, chanting the lowest ranked necromancy spell. The little skeleton riding the bone demon abruptly arrived in the hidden underground room. The little skeleton had actually come out unscathed. However, the bone demon he was riding on had more than 10 of its bones broken, probably by the bone dragon. Once he arrived from the netherworld, the little skeleton patted his chest like a human, while still having lingering fears. He then transmitted a message to Han Shuo, that cunning bone dragon is truly extremely frightening. However, I will definitely make him pay in the future. Han Shuo looked toward the little skeleton, his heart truly had unbounded emotions. This little skeleton who had the ambition to kill the bone dragon was the same fellow that helped him at that time to clear the garbage in the middle of the night. "Father, how did you enter my world?" the little skeleton asked, its purple demon eye glistening as it looked at Han Shuo. Han Shuo had gradually adapted to the way the little skeleton addressed him. He laughed bitterly as he shook his head, replying, "I have no idea. However, I understand that it has something to do with this skeletal staff. For the time being, I still have not fully comprehended how it happens. However, I believe I would be able to be clear about the situation very quickly." After Han Shuo explained the situation to the little skeleton, he knitted his brows, inquiring, "Do you know what exactly is the serene luster gem that I absorbed?" This type of serene luster gem is an extremely rare item in our world. It can temper our souls, causing our souls to become purer. It is extremely beneficial to our evolution. The little skeleton explained for a while, pausing for a moment before continuing, "Father, in our world, there similarly are some unusual items as well as peculiar existences. For example, that apparition had evolved from a wraith. That huge knight is a soul from another plane that descended into our world and was developed from an evil knight's body after absorbing death chi within the world." The little skeleton seemed to have planned to explain the world he knew to Han Shuo, taking great pains to explain the situation in the netherworld to Han Shuo, as though to sweep away the misunderstandings Han Shuo had of the netherworld. From the little skeleton's descriptions, Han Shuo gradually realized that he still had a one-sided understanding of the netherworld. It turns out that the creatures in the netherworld were not limited to those that he knew from necromancy texts. The undead creatures that were listed on necromancy texts were those that ancient necromancers were aware of and had found the corresponding summoning spell. There were also a few evolved or mutated undead creatures as well as eccentric undead creatures that had been naturally produced by death chi in a particular occasion at a particular location. These undead creatures were not known to necromancers and had never been successfully summoned. These special existences were equally formidable, so much so that some of them were stronger than bone dragons. However, previous necromancers had never encountered them nor had the way to summon them. Hence, they did not exist in necromancy books. However, for the little skeleton who had spent much time in the netherworld, he who had the same origin as these undead creatures naturally understood a few peculiarities that previous necromancers didn't know of. According to the little skeleton's narration, Han Shuo also found out that the netherworld was split into regions and territories. Some of the most ancient formidable existences occupied vast territories, ceaselessly campaigning against one another. There were even extremely formidable undead creatures that possessed the strength to tear apart the restrictions of their position, having the frightening strength to travel across the world with their own strength. "Father, I ought to return." While Han Shuo was slowly comprehending the little skeleton's words, the little skeleton suddenly transmitted a message. Much time has passed. As Han Shuo also had a mental connection to the Earth zombie and the other zombies, he could directly send the little skeleton to their side. In that case, the little skeleton and bone dragon Zasika would be separated by an extremely large distance and the bone dragon would naturally be unable to endanger the little skeleton again. Once the little skeleton reminded Han Shuo, he smiled as he nodded his head and then sent the little skeleton back to the netherworld. Even after the little skeleton had left, Han Shuo still pondered on the little skeleton's narration. The things that the little skeleton had just mentioned exceeded Han Shuo's comprehension, causing Han Shuo to momentarily be unable to adapt. Han Shuo had gained a new level of understanding of the netherworld from the little skeleton's descriptions. He was also clear that that world was different from what he first imagined. It seemed like not all the creatures in the netherworld could be summoned by necromancers. Many formidable undead creatures that had transcended the bindings of their position would definitely not be restricted by the strength of a necromancer's contract. Shaking his head, Han Shuo stopped thinking about matters concerning the netherworld. Han Shuo then chanted a spell and utilizing his mental energy, rows of bone spears took shape in front of him, silently forming motionlessly in the air. Han Shuo simply counted the number of bone spears and was pleasantly surprised to find out that the number of bone spears had increased by a third. This meant that Han Shuo's mental strength had indeed improved substantially. Although his mental strength was still within the realm of Grand Magus, the stronger his mental strength, the might from a spell would also be greater. Currently, Han Shuo could release that many more bone spears with the same spell. This sufficiently proved that Han Shuo's mental strength had indeed undergone substantial improvement in the netherworld. Serene Luster Gem. Truly a good item. However, why would a Serene Luster Gem appear under the Cemetery of Death? Also, why would the skeletal staff be able to let the soul enter the netherworld? Could it be that there was some kind of connection between the Cemetery of Death and the creatures in the undead world? Han Shuo knitted his brows as he contemplated. Han Shuo couldn't resolve this question in a short time. However, he knew that the Cemetery of Death definitely contained many secrets and planned to carefully explore the Cemetery of Death after a period of time, to take a look if there were other items that he had yet to discover. After his consciousness had entered the netherworld, Han Shuo had lost track of time. Now that he had returned to the profound continent, Han Shuo didn't know how long had passed. Hastily exiting the hidden room and returning to the ground level of his official residence and calling Steward Collis over. Steward Collis immediately spoke when he rushed over. "Lord Count, where have you been the past few days? Miss Phoebe has come over 3 times to look for you and His Majesty has also requested for you to head to the royal palace and meet him. Furthermore, there has been bad rumors about you spreading around, making me extremely anxious." "What bad rumors?" Han Shuo first grasped the main issue, inquiring from Collis about the harmful news about himself. This, Steward Collis hummed and hawed, only replied fearfully when Han Chuo stared at him, "There has been rumors spreading that you are a member of the Calamity Church." Very few ordinary people know about the Calamity Church, but many nobles and people of status understood that the Calamity Church was an evil organization. Han Chuo was shocked when he heard Collis's response. The Calamity Church was the symbol of evil in the eyes of many nobles. Of everyone in the continent that knew of the Calamity Church's existence, there shouldn't be many that held good impressions of them. Han Chuo had never dared to have too much contact with the Calamity Church precisely because he was afraid of leaving such an impression. Never would he have thought that although he always kept a distance from them, such a situation still happened in the end. Without much consideration, Han Chuo knew who the rumors had originated from. Apart from the Church of Light and Lawrence's political enemies, Han Chuo did not have many enemies within the Lancelot kingdom. In recent days, it was the moment for Han Chuo, who was rising rapidly within the kingdom, to have major undertakings. However, it was precisely this rumor that could ruin Han Chuo. This matter was quite thorny. Han Chuo hesitated a moment, before replying. Steward Collis, I understand. You can withdraw first and help me invite Prince Lawrence and Miss Phoebe over. Just tell them that I want to talk to them tonight. After giving Collis his orders, Han Chuo immediately left the manor. He hesitated a moment, before heading to the Dark Mantle's headquarters to look for Candide. When Candide saw Han Chuo, he immediately said, "Why have you only appeared now? Come with me to meet the king. I'm aware of your affairs and have already spoken to His Majesty about it previously. This matter has become quite huge, we must handle it carefully." While on their way to the royal palace, Candide pointed out that the rumors had originated from the Church of Light, eldest Prince Charles as well as the Grand Duke. As one of the three heavyweights of Dark Mantle, it was naturally very simple for Candide to investigate such a matter. Han Chuo and Candide discussed for a while, before directly entering the royal palace through the Dark Mantle's teleporting array, immediately heading for King Uhtred's palace. Chapter 388. 388 His Majesty's Plea. Please continue reading on. Ox. Vel. M. An old man past his prime sat on the throne, living the last vestiges of his life. The aura of life seemed to be slipping away from his body at every moment. He could only keep his frail body straight by leaning against the throne. His originally bright eyes had also been veiled by a layer of grey. Han Chuo followed Candide inside. Glancing at the declining Uhtred, Han Chuo understood that his death was imminent. It was no wonder that the princes of the Lancelot Empire were so brazen in their attempts to seize power. "Your Majesty, Count Brian has come to see you," Candide said respectfully after saluting the Emperor. Uhtred coughed violently, his grey eyes gradually showing a hint of vitality. Forcing himself upright, he swept his eyes over Candide and Han Chuo, ultimately fixing his gaze on Han Chuo as he asked weakly, "Brian, Candide has already mentioned to me your achievements in Brettle City over the past few months. You've done quite well." "Your Majesty flatters me, this was my duty." Han Chuo had discussed with Candide on the way here and understood that it was best that he watched his mouth when speaking to such a person, only responding to any questions asked. "I heard news circulating outside about you having some sort of relationship with the Calamity Church." "Ho ho, that's rather interesting. With your clean origins and the contributions you made for the Lancelot Empire, how could they implicate you with a sinister church like them?" Uhtred muttered, as though he was speaking to himself. "Your Majesty should realize that those are purely rumors fabricated by enemies." Han Chuo replied. "In that case, do you know who is making up such rumors and what their intentions are?" Uhtred looked at Han Chuo and inquired. Han Chuo replied while shaking his head, "I don't know. Candide, you can leave first. I have something I want to speak to Brian about alone." Uhtred did not question this matter in detail, glancing at Candide instead and instructed in a soft voice. Candida didn't respond, bowing politely toward Uhtred before turning around to leave the main hall. He only gave Han Shuo a meaningful glance as he passed by, to hint that Han Shuo should not say things that ought not to be said. After Candide left, Uhtred suddenly sighed and said, "Among my sons, I feel I owe Lawrence the most. I heard you and Lawrence are very close, is that true?" Han Shuo was startled, unable to really grasp Uhtred's intentions. Most of the nobles in Asan City were in the know about the relationship between him and Lawrence, so it wasn't at all strange for Uhtred to know about his relationship with Lawrence. Han Shuo hesitated for a moment, then nodded honestly and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." "In that case, you're definitely supporting Lawrence?" Uhtred asked once more. "Yes, Your Majesty." Han Shuo answered once again. Uhtred was silent for a long time, his two pupils affixed intently on Han Shuo. It was only when Uhtred saw Han Shuo looking a little uneasy that he spoke, "Brian, there are some matters that I want to discuss with you." "Your Majesty, feel free to tell me anything. As your subject, I will naturally willing to share some of your worries." Han Shuo replied again. Uhtred sighed. He suddenly stared at Han Shuo, saying, "Brian, I hope you can promise me one thing. Regardless of how my other three sons treat you, please spare their lives." Han Shuo was momentarily speechless, suspiciously looking toward Uhtred as he inquired, "Why has your Majesty said such a thing?" "Brian, if you agree to my terms, I will hand the throne to Lawrence and help you two to consolidate the power of Lancelot Empire." Uhtred stared fixedly on Han Shuo, speaking prudently. Han Shuo felt extremely stirred up, astonished as he looked at Uhtred, momentarily unsure what was wrong with Uhtred to have actually said such an ineffable sentence. He simply looked at Uhtred in a daze, forgetting to reply. "As long as you agree to my terms, I'll assist you and Lawrence. What do you think?" Uhtred immediately followed up, appearing somewhat anxious, so much so that it contained a hint of pleading. As the true ruler of Lancelot Empire, as long as Uhtred hasn't passed away, even if he was extremely ill, he was still the person who held the utmost power in Lancelot Empire. However, at this moment, Uhtred's tone while speaking to Han Shuo unexpectedly had an odd hint of pleading. This was something Han Shuo could never have expected. In such a moment, Han Shuo even thought if Uhtred's illness was too severe, that caused Uhtred to absent-mindedly say such ridiculous things. However, when Han Shuo carefully observed Uhtred, he discovered that although Uhtred's body was incomparably weak, his spirit wasn't confused at all. That proved that Uhtred's emotional state was indeed normal. While Han Shuo was still extremely astounded, Uhtred asked once again. Han Shuo rapidly racked his brains and then probed Uhtred, "As long as I spare the lives of the three princes." Uhtred had a delighted expression as he rapidly nodding his head, hurriedly saying, "That's right, as long as you spare their lives. You can strip them of all their power and even imprison them in a small cell, as long as they are able to survive. In that case, I'll agree to your terms, Your Majesty." Han Shuo no longer hesitated, immediately responding. Lancelot Empire's true ruler, His Majesty Uhtred actually visibly sighed in relief. His weak expression gave a slight smile as he waved his hand as he said, "Brian, I now confer you the title of Marquis. In addition, I will command Space Sacred Magus Mr. Sabacus to help establish a magic transporting array in Brettle City as well as help you eliminate the unfavorable news about you. Also." Uhtred suddenly narrated a series of promises, causing Han Shuo to be stunned, staring blankly as he wondered what was going on with Uhtred today. When Uhtred finished narrating his promises, he then said, "Brian, you can take your leave. I hope you will not mention today's matter to anyone else, not even to Candide or Lawrence." "Your Majesty, I'll promise you. However, could you tell me the reason? I am truly unable to comprehend why you would make such a decision." Han Shuo looked flabbergasted at Uhtred while he asked. Uhtred shook his head, laughing bitterly as he replied, "It's better if you aren't aware. This is for your benefit. You may leave now." Han Shuo couldn't make sense of the matter, looking at Uhtred bafflingly. He stared blankly for a moment before knitting his brows, bowing to Uhtred before exiting. He was feeling extremely puzzled but didn't know who he could rant to. When Han Shuo left, Uhtred seemed to age even more, sighing as he said, "As a father, I have done all I can for the three of you. Hopefully, all of you are able to survive after I die." Space Sacred Magus Sabacus and old astrologer Madame Grace abruptly appeared before Uhtred. Madame Grace was extremely pale, appearing more likely than Uhtred to die. There didn't seem to be much vitality in her whole body. When Uhtred saw the two of them appear, he sighed again. He looked toward old astrologer Madame Grace and said, "Madam, I've never doubted your judgment all these years. You said that Brian will truly help Lancelot Empire prosper." Grace wiggled her lips, as though wanting to drive away the thick wrinkles by her mouth, replying with a weak voice, "Your Majesty, on your request I've consumed my vitality to make a divination. I only know that whoever this person assists, that person will be able to become the new king. As long as he is present in Lancelot Empire will not perish. That is all. That is already sufficient. I didn't expect that the person influencing my Lancelot Empire's future would actually be such a young fellow." Uhtred muttered to himself, before looking toward Grace and Sabacus, suddenly saying, "My days are numbered. I hope that you will promise me one thing after I die." "Your Majesty, you need not exhort me, I think I might leave this world before you. I have also been extremely tired in recent years, my life has also finally ought to reach its end." Old astrologer Grace faintly sighed as she helplessly replied Uhtred. "Madam, I'm sorry. You had consumed your vitality for Lancelot Empire." Uhtred understood that every time old astrologer Madame Grace made a divination, it would consume her vitality. The more complicated the matter, the more vitality would be consumed. The divination this time was regarding the fate of the entire Lancelot Empire and had completely exhausted her vitality. Her death could be said to be single-handedly caused by Uhtred. However, as it concerned Lancelot Empire's future, Uhtred had no other choice and could only have old astrologer Grace give some clarity. Even without old astrologer Madame Grace's foretelling, matters might still progress along the same trajectory. However, the struggle for power among the princes would undoubtedly result in irreversible damage to Lancelot Empire's overall strength. In that situation, even if Lawrence succeeded in seizing the throne, Lancelot Empire's strength would be far from before. Uhtred was precisely afraid of such a situation occurring. Hence he would rather have old astrologer Grace consume her vitality to foretell the future. This was so that he could minimize the loss in the kingdom's strength so that when Lawrence succeeded the throne, Lancelot Empire would still be as prosperous as before. "You need not apologize. My teacher had also exhausted her vitality and died for the sake of Lancelot Empire. Perhaps this is precisely the destiny for us astrologers." Old astrologer Madame Grace helplessly sighed, before looking toward Sabacus and said, "In the limited time I have remaining, I hope you can send me to places I have never seen before. Don't worry, no matter where you want to go, I'm able to bring you there." Sabacus amiably smiled as he replied. He then turned his head toward Lancelot Empire's King Uhtred and asked, "Your Majesty, what did you want to tell me a moment ago? If Brian does not abide by his promise, I hope that you can help me kill him." Uhtred hesitated a moment before replying Sabacus. "Your Majesty, I can only promise you that I will try my utmost. If the day comes when I might not be able to deal with him, I hope you would forgive me." Space Sacred Magus Sabacus carefully thought it over before replying Uhtred. When one reaches a similar realm as Sabacus, they would long since considered to have surpassed authority. Even Lancelot Empire's king would not have the authority to order him to do things he isn't willing to do. Sabacus vaguely knew a few things from astrologer Grace's prophecy and that was why he replied Uhtred in this way. Uhtred nodded, smiling as he said, "In that case, I can only thank you." "All right, your Majesty probably has many matters to attend to, we wouldn't continue disturbing you then." Sabacus replied, neither haughty nor humble. He looked toward old astrologer Grace as a white light wrapped around the two of them. They then disappeared in a flash. Lancelot Empire's King Uhtred then started to help Lawrence pave the way to the throne. When Han Shuo returned to his residence from the palace, he discovered that Lawrence and Phoebe had not waited till the evening and had already been waiting. It looked like they were extremely eager to meet Han Shuo. Phoebe's eyes were glistening, her line of sight never leaving Han Shuo from beginning to end. When Han Shuo had sent his servants away and led the two of them to an inner living room, Phoebe protested coquettishly with a hint of rage, "What kind of guy are you? Having returned to Osun City yet you never came over to look for me, has your time in Brettle City been too satisfying that you have forgotten this old me?" Along the way, Han Shuo was somewhat muddle-headed, continuously pondering over what King Uhtred had told him. He was unable to understand what was going on with Uhtred, to have actually made such a queer proposal. Han Shuo only reacted when he heard Phoebe protesting coquettishly, couldn't help but smile bitterly as he replied, "My lady, of all people to forget I would never forget you. You should know that whenever I obtain something good, the first person I think of is precisely you. If not, why would Starry Sky arrive in your hands so quickly?" Hearing Han Shuo's reply, Phoebe's beautiful expression had an added delight and her voice became much gentler as she tenderly questioned, "In that case, what shameful deeds have you done ever since you returned to Osun City? I've come over a few times but the steward had always said that you weren't within the residence. That was because I had to handle some proper business. The majority of the time was spent in the Dark Mantle's headquarters participating in meetings. I had also just visited the palace. In short, I have not been idle," Han Shuo explained to Phoebe. All right. The two of you can slowly chat after I leave." Lawrence teased before looking toward Han Shuo and asked, "Brian, you have just returned from the palace, what did my royal father talk to you about?" When Lawrence spoke out, Phoebe blushed as though thinking that once Lawrence leaves, she would engage in wonderful matters with Han Shuo. She suddenly became silent while her face becoming red. Han Shuo knew what Lawrence was concerned about, recalling his recent agreement with His Majesty. He couldn't help but have a bout of suspicion once again. He then smiled bitterly as he shook his head, replying, "Lawrence, I've promised His Majesty that I wouldn't divulge our conversation to anyone else. His Majesty had especially urged me before I left to not tell you about our discussion." Lawrence became solemn and distracted, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Then, could you tell me if I was mentioned in your conversation and did the matters you discussed to my benefit?" Han Shuo thought for a moment before nodding and replied, "Lawrence, I can definitively tell you, the focus of my conversation with His Majesty is precisely about you. Merely, they are all matters that are advantageous to you. I believe the likelihood of you obtaining the throne will increase dramatically." Is that for real? Brian, you are speaking the truth." Hearing Han Shuo's reply, Lawrence was clearly indescribably ecstatic, to the extent that he suddenly stood up from his chair. Lawrence, who was unable to hold back the ecstasy in his heart, directly stood in front of Han Shuo, pressing down on Han Shuo's shoulders, impatiently inquiring as he looked into Han Shuo's eyes. Han Shuo gave his affirmation, repetitively nodding his head as he said, "That's right. Although I can divulge the specifics of our conversations, I can guarantee that your royal father would definitely pave the way for you. Lawrence, your fortune has arrived." Lawrence endlessly laughed to his heart's content, his wild side being revealed after experiencing a long period of oppression. He laughed heartily as he said, "Thank you, Brian. You are my luck. No matter what you and royal father spoke about, I believe you definitely played a large part. I will never forget your kindness." Lawrence's mind was extremely nimble, realizing that Han Shuo was a key person just from his words. Otherwise, why would Uhtred not find others to talk to, only looking for him? "Brian, you wouldn't be joking, right? Don't tell me that His Highness plans to support Senior Lawrence." Phoebe reacted from her charming and gentle reverie, having a shocked expression as she looked at Han Shuo, as if she didn't believe what Han Shuo was saying. "Don't ask me about the specifics. Honestly speaking, even now I still can't believe it myself. However, the truth is as such. You will be aware of it very soon. Han Chuo spread his arms in a helpless posture as he explained to Phoebe. Lawrence had yet calmed down from his surprise, animatedly saying, "All right, in that case, I'll return early to prepare. If it turns out as you said, I need to immediately make arrangements." "Go ahead, you should indeed make proper preparations." Han Chuo gladly agreed. "Senior, you only remember your own matters, did you forget what we discussed just now? Brian is currently in great danger. If you don't help him now, he would be labeled as a member of an evil church by Charles and the others." Seeing Lawrence wanting to leave, Phoebe snorted lightly, unable to resist rebuking Lawrence. Lawrence slapped his own head. That was the reason why they were here. He first smiled apologetically toward Han Chuo before saying with a grave expression, "Brian, there are currently some rumors that are extremely harmful to you. I think we should carefully figure out a strategy to handle this. This matter is disseminated by Church of Lights Cos and Charles. Their aim is to ruin the reputation and image you had exhaustingly established in Brettle City. We shouldn't bother about these matters. His Majesty has already agreed to help me clear up this matter." Han Chuo calmly replied Lawrence. Lawrence and Phoebe looked at each other, both having stunned expressions. Seeing Lawrence's expression, Han Chuo couldn't help but smile as he said, "All right, you should just leave first and be busy with your own matters. There's no need to be troubled about these matters, your royal father will help us with them." "All right then, I won't bother the two of you any longer." Lawrence understood, winking at Han Chuo and Phoebe, laughing as he left. "Hey, what's with your expression? Damn it, you have been led astray by Han Chuo." Phoebe's charming face was captivatingly red as she rained curses towards Lawrence's rear view. Once Lawrence left, Han Chuo smiled as he walked toward Phoebe, pulling her into his embrace, carrying the flailing Phoebe directly to his bedroom. Along the way, he stroked his hands up and down restlessly along Phoebe's body. A while later, Phoebe had lazily curled up on Han Chuo's wide chest, her whole body not having the slightest strength. However, Han Chuo was still in high spirits, without any signs of exhaustion. He instead conveniently took out a necromancy book, assiduously studying it. Phoebe had not used any of the aura in her body, her exhaustion was purely from her physical body. Looking at Han Chuo who was in great spirits, Phoebe had a sweet smiling expression. Her complaints from these few days had all disappeared, unable to conceal her extremely content amorous feelings. She was obviously extremely pleased. A strand of mysterious energy flowed within Phoebe's body, slowly circulating through Phoebe's limbs and bones, nourishing Phoebe's body. It gave Phoebe an extremely comfortable feeling, as though that strand of energy was replenishing her body, helping her body gradually recover and even strengthen. Phoebe finally examined the refinement and nourishment of that strand of energy, suddenly reacting. This mysterious energy came from Han Chuo. Previously, every time after she had experienced pleasure with Han Chuo, Phoebe seemed to sense the existence of such an energy even while dazed. Merely the previous few times Phoebe had been overly exhausted and had fallen asleep immediately and had never sensed it as clearly before. However, Phoebe could sense that her body was improving. Previously, when she refined her Nidan, her body seemed to also be purified. The training of her aura had been much easier as compared to the past. It also seemed like the changes in her body was the reason why Phoebe was able to become a great swordsman so quickly. Slowly sensing for a while, Phoebe couldn't help but fiercely gaze at Han Chuo who was solemnly studying the necromancy book. She suddenly understood in her here that every time they had engaged in pleasure, Han Chuo would send a strand of unknown energy into her body, helping her remold her body, causing her body's state to become better. "Brian!" Phoebe suddenly whispered softly, raising her head to look at Han Chuo. Han Chuo, who was studying a bone demon's characteristics, lightly grunted in response, smiling as he looked at Phoebe, his large hand conveniently smacking Phoebe's perky and round butt as he asked teasingly, "Yes? You want more?" Phoebe's stunningly beautiful face reddened, blushing in shame as she pulling up the thin quilt to cover her body, hiding her nosebleed-inducing perfect curves, saying softly, "No, my whole body is already devoid of strength, you damned fellow." "Hee, what do you want to say then?" Han Shuo put down the necromancy book in his hand, his left hand tenderly helping her pull the quilt to conceal her jade-like skin, smiling as he asked. "Have you always left behind something special within my body every time we pleasured each other?" Phoebe's face was red as she inquired in a low voice. "Of course, I have indeed left behind something special." "Heh. Those are the seeds of life, the original essence in creating humans. Merely they haven't been able to germinate." "Why have you asked about this? Could it be that you want to ask why your stomach has not become big?" "Oh, you can't blame me, perhaps you haven't worked hard enough." Han Shuo smiled deviously as he replied Phoebe. When Phoebe saw Han Shuo's evil smile, she knew that he must have misunderstood her question. She couldn't help but embarrassedly reproached him, "Not that thing. I am referring to the energy that helped me alter my body." When Phoebe said that, Han Shuo was suddenly enlightened, replying, "So you were referring to that? Hee, don't worry, that energy is only beneficial to your body and would absolutely not cause any harm. You shouldn't care too much about it. In any case, you only need to know that it would cause your body to improve." "I know, of course I know the benefits that energy brings about to my body. I'm only worried if it would cause harm to your strength." Phoebe naturally understood the changes to her body. However, as a young great sword master, Phoebe knew that no matter what kind of energy leaves the main body, it would have an effect on the person involved. What she was worried about was whether Han Shuo was harmed. "Heh, you need not worry. This is called duo cultivation. When I transmit energy into you, I'm actually also obtaining some energy from your body. It's just that you aren't aware of it. Otherwise, why would I make you perform so many unusual positions? This is actually a type of martial technique. To think that you still have wild thoughts." Han Shuo smiled as he explained to Phoebe. Listening to Han Shuo's explanation, Phoebe's blush had spread from her neck to her whole body. She couldn't help but hammer Han Shuo's chest, saying, "Nonsense! Since when was there a technique that was practiced this way? You wanting me to assume so many embarrassing positions was simply to satisfy your unusual hobby. You evil person! Still wanting to lie to me?" Helplessly shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo smiled bitterly as he explained, "My lady, I am truly not deceiving you. There are countless martial techniques that you don't know about. However, this technique indeed exists. The positions I want you to assume also really have special purposes. It is just that you haven't carefully experienced it and have instead been lost in pleasure. If you are able to carefully comprehend it the next time, you would know that I'm telling the truth." Phoebe was only somewhat convinced by Han Shuo's explanation, staring blankly at Han Shuo for a while, realizing that Han Shuo didn't seem to be joking. She then softly said, "Brian, you are saying the truth. That is truly a type of martial technique." Nodding his head, Han Shuo smiled as he replied, "Of course. It is precisely through this method that our pleasure would aid in increasing each other's strength. Don't you worry, the energy within your body wouldn't cause me any harm." As Han Shuo explained, although Phoebe was still astonished, she didn't continue questioning this matter. She instead knitted her brows as she pondered. After a while, Phoebe suddenly recalled something, intensely looking at Han Shuo as she asked, "Brian, there's a question I've held back for very long. You must answer me today." "Speak, what's your question?" Han Shuo's large hand caressed Phoebe's smooth back, his eyes squinting as he said lazily. "What's the deal with Emily? Don't tell me that you have no relation with Emily." "Humph, I've seen her a few times, her skin and state of her body are simply identical to mine." "Brian, I hope you can honestly tell me about the relationship between the two of you and not lie to me." Phoebe stared fixedly at Han Shuo as she questioned him overbearingly. When Hanchuo heard the name Emily, he unexpectedly shuddered. When Phoebe finished her question, his mind had suddenly become a mess. After hurriedly considered for a moment, Hanchuo sighed as he said, "Since you already know, I won't hide it from you any longer. The previous time in the dark forest, due to my martial technique undergoing cultivation deviation, I raped her while I was unconscious." Since things have reached this point, Hanchuo knew that no amount of concealment would be effective, thus he systematically described the matters between Emily and himself. "As I expected, you really had an affair with her. I had always been wondering why her skin was as white and glossy as mine. Great, it turns out it had been nourished by you. Brian O'Brien, you are truly awesome, to actually dare to rape the Betteridge family's daughter-in-law." On one hand, Phoebe was glaring angrily at Hanchuo as she clamored, on the other hand, she wanted to wear her clothes and leave in spite of Hanchuo's obstruction. Hanchuo embraced Phoebe tightly, hurriedly explaining, "Under those circumstances, I had no choice. You should know that you are the most important to me. To have been together with Emily was just a coincidence. I don't think it's that simple. That Emily has such a seductive appearance. Is she very good in bed? Did she tempt you till you are confused and disoriented? Do you know that she is Mr. Han's daughter-in-law? That her brother is the terrifying Amis?" Hanchuo nodded and then explained, "However, when I raped her, I only took her as a spy of the Empire." Shaking of Hanchuo, Phoebe swiftly wore her clothes, hatefully staring at Hanchuo, her expression filled with resentment as she shouted, "I had already felt that there was something fishy between you and Emily previously at the banquet by Lawrence's father. It looks like you two have known each other since long ago. Emily has gone too far, to actually following your bad example and deceiving me." When she finished her sentence, Phoebe had already finished dressing up and was furiously heading out. "Where are you going?" Hanchuo was shocked, hastily putting on his clothes. "I'm going to find that coquettish hussy, Emily. Don't follow me, I want to speak to her alone." Phoebe replied with a sentence before rushing out of Hanchuo's residence. Chapter 389 389 Improving Circumstances of the Necromancy Major. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Phoebe was furious as she left, her last sentence firmly rejecting Hanchuo's plan to follow her. Hanchuo, who had gotten up to put on his clothes, hesitated for a while before ultimately deciding not to follow Phoebe. The Betteridge family was a celebrated noble family within the empire. Even though Mr. Han has withdrawn from the military, his influence still remained. If Phoebe went to talk to Emily by herself, it would perhaps not cause much of a problem. However, if Hanchuo went along as well, what would happen between the two ladies and Hanchuo would be unpredictable. Hanchuo definitely didn't want to be screamed at by two girls within the Betteridge family. If that happened, not only would it affect Hanchuo's career, it would also ruin the reputation of Phoebe and Emily. Hanchuo frowned as he blanked out momentarily, not knowing what he should do. He decided to just send out two mystical demons to follow behind Phoebe. In recent times, Asan City was shrouded in darkness, with hidden dangers everywhere. Han Shao was afraid that Phoebe, who supported Lawrence, would encounter trouble. Furthermore, he also wanted to find out what Phoebe wanted to talk to Emily about. If the situation goes south, he would have no choice and be forced to step in. As the mystical demons followed Phoebe to the Betteridge family, contrary to Hanchuo's expectations, the originally enraged Phoebe had already concealed her emotions when she reached the doorstep of the Betteridge family and was instead tranquil as she asked the guard if she could meet Emily. When Hanchuo saw that Phoebe did not cause a racket the moment she reached the Betteridge family, he couldn't help letting out a breath. He understood that although Phoebe was angry, she still knew to act appropriately. When Emily heard that Phoebe had specially come to visit, she was suddenly startled. She knew she was hiding something, and the previous few times she had met Phoebe, she had faintly felt that something was inappropriate and knew that an intelligent woman like Phoebe would definitely sense something. Now that Phoebe had come to look for her specifically, Emily knew that the trouble that would have come has finally arrived. She calmed her disturbed state of mind and then actively head out to welcome Phoebe. "Hey, Miss Phoebe? Hee, it's been a while since we met, to what do I owe this visit?" Emily has been part of Dark Mantle for many years and was still able to show a natural appearance even though she had a guilty conscience, showing a splendid smile as greeting Phoebe like a sister. "Hee, Miss Emily, isn't that because I miss you?" "Oh, it's been a long time since we met." Sister Emily seems to be looking much younger. "What is your secret? You must share it with me." Phoebe, who has run a business for a long time, was also able to hold in her anger, smiling as she greeted Emily. Emily felt troubled. When Phoebe mentioned her sore spot, she knew that Phoebe did not come with good intentions. Emily naturally knew the cause of the changes to her body. The beautiful fair-skinned Phoebe was in an extremely similar condition as herself. It was naturally self-evident the reason for Phoebe to bring up this matter. "I don't deserve Miss Phoebe's praise. Perhaps it is because there isn't much happening recently, being idle and having slept much more. I definitely don't look younger." Emily smiled as she played down the matter. Seeing that there were still guards around, she couldn't help but lightly chuckle as she walked toward Phoebe, smiling as she said, "Since it is rare for you to come over, let's head to my room to talk about more intimate matters." "That was exactly my intention." Phoebe smiled lightly as she replied, still keeping a natural expression as she walked into the residence with Emily. The two of them looked like a pair of sisters, as though there was simply no friction between them. Han Shuo, who had seen and heard the whole conversation between the two of them through a mystical demon, couldn't help but inwardly admire the calmness of both women and also sort of understood how elegant women fought. It wasn't the loud shouting and screaming he imagined, but was instead a more obscure and implicit battle. After Emily led Phoebe into her personal room, Emily very carefully placed layer upon layer of enchantments around the room, perhaps to prevent their conversation from leaking. Phoebe looked on indifferently as Emily placed soundproofing, vision-obscuring enchantments, not saying a word. Once Emily had finished placing her enchantments, Han Shuo's two mystical demons felt a dark aura gradually spreading out in all directions. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo withdrew the two mystical demons, having them stay outside the room. In that way, the mystical demons would not be discovered by Emily's enchantments, but he would also not be able to hear their conversation. "Hi, having too many women is indeed troublesome." Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh. However, he knew that by his nature, his self-control in this area was definitely lacking. Just as Han Shuo was sighing, Steward Collis came in, looking for Han Shuo, handing over a letter while saying respectfully, "Lord Marquis, this is a letter for you." "Lord Marquis?" Han Shuo was stunned, looking over at Steward Collis before questioning suspiciously, "Collis, did you address me wrongly?" "No, I definitely did not." Steward Collis answered, smiling as he looked toward Han Shuo before continuing, "Lord Marquis, although His Majesty's official document has not been issued, there's no need for you to keep us in the dark. Hee, we are your staff, yet we had to find out from others that His Majesty had conferred upon you a higher title." When Collis made that statement, Han Shuo had a sudden realization. He understood that Lancelot Empire's King Uhtred must have immediately set out to help Lawrence pave the way once Han Shuo left the palace. His title of Marquis must have also been announced in advance. Now that even Steward Collis knew about this, it adequately illustrated that King Uhtred had disseminated the news of Han Shuo's promotion. Han Shuo could only sigh at King Uhtred's high efficiency. He then knitted his brows and asked, "Oh, as for those negative rumors about me, are they still being spread?" "Lord Marquis, His Majesty has already confirmed your innocent background and ordered that no one should doubt your loyalty to the Empire. If anyone dared to spread rumors about you, His Majesty would immediately punish him for slander. Within a day's time, there was no longer anyone that dared talk about you being from the Calamity Church." Steward Collis looked at Han Shuo reverently as he answered sincerely. Han Shuo had merely made a trip to the Imperial Palace, yet once he returned, His Majesty made a series of major actions, suppressing all the negative discussions about Han Shuo and even conferred the noble title of Marquis upon Han Shuo. This was ample proof of His Majesty's trust and generosity toward Han Shuo. Collis was truly convinced by Han Shuo. However, Collis would never know that within the palace, Lancelot Empire's most powerful person actually had a pleading tone when talking to Han Shuo, not having the slightest arrogant attitude of a superior towards a subordinate. Who sent the letter? Han Shuo nonchalantly asked while looking at the letter. The person who sent it seemed to be a student of Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He said that it was Master Fanny that told him to pass this to you. You had previously made it clear to pay special attention to matters regarding Master Fanny. Hence, I didn't dare tarry, delivering it to you immediately. Steward Collis replied. That's good. Han Shuo gave praise before waving his hand for Collis to withdraw. He then opened the envelope to retrieve and read the light green letter within. Fanny's penmanship was deft and graceful. The contents of the letter contained faint attraction, faintly displaying part of Fanny's longing. It also mentioned that today was the first day for the Necromancy Major to recruit new students, and she hoped that Han Shuo could find time to make a trip to the Necromancy Major and perhaps make a speech, so as to keep up appearances for the Necromancy Major. After he finished reading the letter, Han Shuo's nose was filled with the delicate fragrance of the light green writing paper, as if smelling the refreshing scent on Fanny's body. Remembering Dean Emma's previous expectations of him, Han Shuo hesitated for a moment, before deciding to make a trip to Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Brimming in the scent of spring, Babylon Academy's yearly recruitment was in full swing. As Lancelot Empire's largest incubator for talent, Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was the place everyone, regardless of nobles or commoners, yearned to join. Every youngster's goal was to become a noble mage or knight. If one did not have outstanding talent in magic, picking the next choice in becoming a swordsman was also a decent choice. As the Empire's largest training institution, the yearly recruitment of Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, which is located in the Empire's capital, was always extremely lively. Most of the Empire's talents would flock to Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, hoping to be able to be a student of the academy. Generally, as long as one enters Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, and successfully graduates, one would have a beautiful future, regardless if they are a commoner or a noble. Of course, if the student was a child of nobility and studied magic, the student's prospects would naturally be even brighter. Students would undergo many tests and would be able to choose a major suited to their mental strength and their ability to sense the magical elements. Generally, if one was able to sense a particular element better, it would be easier for them to study in that major. Of course, this wasn't absolute. There were people who were only able to weakly sense the darkness element, but due to their interest, they eventually became dark grand magi. The foundation only plays a small part, while one's final accomplishments would still be dependent on themselves. Hence, when students pass all the different tests and reach the time in choosing their major, the crux would often be their interest and the major's strength rather than the student choosing the major based on which element they could sense the strongest. All along, Babylon Academy of Magic and Force advocated and insisted all along on respecting the student's interest and choice. None of the majors had the right to force outstanding students to join their major. The final decision would be made by the student, while what each major had to do was to take advantage of their strengths in attracting excellent students to join. This was the same for the Necromancy Major. The Necromancy Major that had declined for many years had become a branch of the Dark Major. However, the Necromancy Major and Dark Major were after all not the same major. When it's time to recruit new students, the Necromancy Major also had the qualifications to recruit students independently. In an incomparably wide plaza, each magic major of Babylon Academy of Magic and Force occupied their own area, individually establishing numerous recruitment points for the light, dark, fire, water, wind, earth, lightning, summoning, space and necromancy majors. Every major had made their recruitment point noticeable, either displaying large banners that stated their major's strengths or inviting outstanding seniors that had graduated from their major to attend and attract the crowd, or promising benefits for entering their major. Every major spared no effort in showing off their major, so as to draw outstanding students to their own major. Talent was the most fundamental aspect of a student in Babylon Academy. As long as a major was able to produce an extraordinary mage, not only would it bring glory to the whole major, the major would also have an advantage in all future school activities. The stronger the major, the more funds and resources they could apply for. Taking the Earth major for example. 30 years ago, the constantly declining Earth major had welcomed Dempus Gayer, causing the Earth major to lead in many consecutive school competitions by a wide margin. The current Dempus Gayer had become a well-known Earth sacred magus within Lancelot Empire, allowing the Earth major to rise from many years of decline to be the strongest major in the academy. There were many similar examples. The reason why the light and dark major had held the advantage for so many years was also due to the appearance of a few outstanding students in recent years. The weak and bullied necromancy major also stood out due to Han Shuo's appearance, faintly showing signs of splitting from the dark major and becoming independent. In the remote northeast corner of the plaza, 5 tall skeleton warriors raised a large banner which showed the necromancy major welcomes you to join them behind a large table. The 2 instructors, Fanny and Jean, sat at the desk, while Lisa, Amy, Athena and the other necromancy students were shouting their lungs out. Why are we allocated this area? This area clearly deviates from the core zone. Those fellows in the dark major are obviously forcing us aside. Humph! Lisa angrily shouted, turning her head to look at the calm Fanny before asking, Master Fanny, do you think Brian will come? It has been a long time since he last came by the necromancy major. That fellow has become a celebrity in the Empire. Could it be that he has forgotten his friends here, oh, and you as well? A long time has passed and Lisa had long since got over her previous anger toward Fanny and Han Shuo. However, only Lisa knew if she still bitterly longed for Han Shuo, and even Fanny was unable to see through her. Having experienced the tragic downfall of her family, Lisa was much stronger than Fanny could imagine. She was no longer the previously willful girl who only knew to cause trouble. Rather, she had truly calmed her mind in studying necromancy magic. Currently, Lisa had actually become a journeyman mage with Fanny's assistance. Fanny smiled as she glanced at Lisa, explaining, haven't I already asked Derek to send a letter to him? If he has received my letter and just so happened to have nothing to handle, I believe he would come. Hehe, don't be worried. Although the location of our necromancy major is slightly secluded, I still believe there will be students that come on account of its reputation. Fanny naturally wouldn't tell Lisa that when Han Shuo had returned from Brettle City, the first person he had looked for was herself. At that time, when Han Shuo told her that he had immediately headed to Babylon Academy to look for her once he entered Asen City, Fanny was secretly delighted for quite a while. In this period of time, Han Shuo has risen rapidly within the empire, with nobles and commoners everywhere spreading Han Shuo's impressive accomplishments. In particular, Han Shuo's achievement of killing the leader of Brute Merchant Alliance's Red Bud Knights, Selt, and his Green Dragon was spread widely to every corner of Lancelot Empire. Han Shuo's rise had caused the necromancy major to similarly be in the spotlight. Currently within Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, none of the other majors dared to blatantly bully the necromancy major. Even Dean Emma was clearly siding the necromancy major, which made Fanny feel extremely relaxed. Master Fanny, how many new students do you think we can recruit this year? Jean asked Fanny, who was sitting beside him. Jean, who was originally infatuated with Fanny, had previously seen Fanny and Han Shuo being intimate by accident. In addition, with Fanny had succeeded in becoming a necromancy archmage, his feelings had gradually faded. No matter which aspect was compared, an adept mage instructor like himself was a far cry from the rising necromancy grand magus Han Shuo. When Fanny had also become a necromancy archmage, Jean had given up even more completely. In this way, Jean focused his energy on his career, on one hand striving hard in studying magic, on the other hand, attempting to develop and promote teaching as a career. His contribution to the growth of the necromancy major in this period of time wasn't small. Previously, when he had returned to his hometown, Jean had mentioned that he was once the instructor of Brettle City's Count Brian, immediately causing a sensation in the small town. Jean had also benefited from Han Shuo's status, causing Jean's resentment toward Han Shuo to slowly dissipate. Who knows? Hehe, perhaps there will be a few. Fanny smiled as she replied. Excuse me, may I ask, is this the necromancy major? Did the Empire's necromancy Grand Magus Count Brian graduate from this major? A youngster that was dressed exquisitely and was followed by a steward had come over and inquired courteously. That's right, Brian did indeed graduate from our major. Jean was delighted, hastily answering. Ha, I've finally found it, why are you so secluded? The youngster shouted excitedly, before animatedly saying, my mental strength is excellent and have the strongest affinity for dark magic. However, I choose the necromancy major, I hope you will accept me. After finishing his sentence, the youngster shouted loudly toward a few companions that were pacing back and forth in the distance, friends, I've found the necromancy major. They are over here, you should come over. After the youngster shouted, the other teenagers all had delighted expressions, excitedly running towards Fanny's direction. The results of these students in the mental strength test were exceptional, and they were also all from noble backgrounds. They were precisely the people that instructors of every major coveted. No one expected that all of a sudden, all of them would run toward the necromancy major. Chapter 390. 390 Respect. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Haha, welcome, welcome. Choosing the necromancy major is definitely the correct decision. When Jean saw these few young students making a beeline for their position, he couldn't help but chuckle as he hastily stood up, taking out a few pamphlets and passed one to each person. He smiled as he explained, everyone fill in your details. Hehe, there aren't many rules in our necromancy major and the school fees is the lowest. These youngsters that came over were clearly attracted by Han Shuo's reputation. After hearing Jean's instructions, all of them excitedly leaned over the table to fill in their forms. There were a few youngsters that had been lingering a distance away and they didn't seem to be from the same group. However, their goal was identical and were also searching for the necromancy major's location. When they heard the shouts coming from this direction, all of them had an excited look as they headed for the necromancy major's area. Hey Carlyle, your mental strength is excellent and your affinity with the darkness element is extremely high. As long as you are willing to study dark magic, you will definitely become a dark Grand Magus. Don't leave, for a student like you, our dark major also gives many benefits, a dark magic professor hastily shouted as he looked at a youngster directly heading toward the necromancy major in the corner. I'm sorry, but I was under the impression that the dark major and necromancy major were the same and hence came over here. I didn't that the necromancy major could actually enroll students on their own. I apologize. The reason I'm here is because I want to become a necromancy Grand Magus like Marquis Brian, not because of the dark major. For this youngster to find out about Han Shuo's title of Marquis, he definitely does not come from a simple background. He was neither haughty nor humble as he replied, performing a bow before leaving the dark major's recruitment point in large strides without any hesitation. The expression of Dark Major Archmage Deo, who was sitting behind the Dark Major's recruitment table, gradually became unsightly. Carlyle was a student that he fancied for a long time. From the start, when Carlyle entered Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Deo was immediately certain that Carlyle was a good seedling in studying dark magic. So as to recruit Carlyle, Deo even sent a few teachers to separately approach him. Carlyle had also showed great passion from the start and was always extremely pleased. Who would have known that in the end, Carlyle actually headed for the necromancy major without even looking back, even saying that the reason why he was amicable with them was purely because he misunderstood the relation between the dark major and the necromancy major. That was practically a slap to Deo's face. Isn't it just a petty slave achieving unexpected success? What is so amazing about that? Humph. The dark major teacher that was rejected by Carlyle couldn't help but censure furiously, attempting to vent the resentment in his heart. Deo, isn't the necromancy major a branch of the dark major? Why does the current situation seem like the necromancy major faintly pressuring the dark major instead? I didn't expect that in the time that I left the dark major, not only did you not progress, you actually led the dark major to such a state. A tall and lean middle-aged magus appeared next to Deo, frowning as he berated Deo, who was the dark major's person in charge. Crowley, although you have become a dark grand magus, you have always been outside the Lancelot Empire. Previously your reputation was very big, but there hasn't been any youngsters that know about you for a long time. However, this Brian has been rising rapidly these days, and within the hearts of the youngsters in the Empire, only he is a true hero. Your era has passed. Deo glanced at the middle-aged magus, smiling bitterly as he replied. Crowley and Deo were both previously from Babylon Academy's Dark Major. At that time when Crowley was in the Dark Major, the competition between majors had been dominated by the Dark Major for consecutive years. He only took a very short time after he advanced to the rank of Adept Mage and graduated to advance even further to become a Dark Archmage, causing a sensation within the Lancelot Empire for many years. However, after Crowley became an Archmage, he couldn't make a breakthrough. After a while, he left Lancelot Empire, traveling to many nations within the profound continent, and was finally able to become a Dark Grand Magus a few years ago. Deo and Crowley were from the same year, but Deo clearly didn't have as much talent as Crowley, only reaching the rank of Dark Archmage. Deo had heard that Crowley had returned to the Lancelot Empire and thus invited him to show his support. Unfortunately, Crowley had left the Lancelot Empire for too long that even some of the elderly had forgotten about him, not to mention the young students that adored heroes. Crowley had been standing here for quite a while, and even though Deo painstakingly introduced him, there wasn't anyone that took notice of him. Deo, that fellow Brian really became a necromancy grand magus in such a short time. A magus who studied dark magic would naturally have a sinister aura wrapping around their body. Candide, one of the three heavyweights of Dark Mantle, had this aura, and this grand magus named Crowley had this aura too. The somber expression he gave Deo would definitely cause an average person who saw it to be fearful. When Deo heard Crowley's question, although he was extremely unwilling to admit it, but the truth could not be changed. He could only smile bitterly and replied, "That youngster is a freak, he really became a necromancy grand magus that quickly. What is more frightening is that he simply didn't stay in the necromancy major for a long time, only appearing a few times at crucial moments. No one knows how he managed to train that quickly." "Oh, hee, that's indeed somewhat interesting. Unfortunately that person isn't here, otherwise I would truly want to meet him. I have been forgotten by the people in Lancelot Empire for too long and would indeed need to compete with an expert so that more people will know that I've returned." Crowley muttered to himself while having a pensive expression. Deo glanced at Crowley, egging him on. "That's right, Crowley, currently that fellow is having rising prestige within Lancelot Empire. The fastest way for you to make a name for yourself is to defeat him. Hee, you can indeed try. That fellow had just advanced to Necromancy Grand Magus and I feel he is surely not your match." As Deo and Crowley were previously in the same year, Deo was extremely clear about Crowley's character. Deo could tell just by looking at Crowley's expression what he was thinking about and couldn't help but egg him on. In the years when Crowley was still in the Dark Major, he was famous for being proud and arrogant. Deo could see that Crowley's temperament had not changed even after so many years. Unfortunately, that fellow isn't here today. Otherwise I could seize the opportunity to stop his rise. Deo's suggestion matched Crowley's intentions. He was absolutely confident in his own strength and couldn't help but become restless. While they were discussing at the Dark Major, other teachers in the rest of the majors were also silently cursing. This was especially so at the Light Major. At this moment, the person in charge of the Light Major, Archmage Voigtlander was similarly having a deflated expression as he shouted furiously, "What is going on?" Lilac had such a strong affinity with the light element but actually headed to the enemy necromancy major. Doesn't she know that with her circumstances, studying light magic would have the best prospects? How can those dark creatures of the necromancy major be able to match light magic? This is simply preposterous. Seated behind the light major's area was someone Han Chuo was familiar with, one of Dark Mantle's three heavyweights, Light Grand Magus Amis. Currently, Amis was enjoying a pot of good tea, sitting leisurely and smiling as he looked at Voigtlander, not sharing any opinions. The sword masters stood behind Amis, dedicated to Amis' protection. They also didn't care about Voigtlander's words. In their eyes, Amis' safety was the most important. Voigtlander indignantly complained and then faced the invited Amis and said, "Lord Amis, do you think this matter is absurd? The necromancy major is such a small major, yet they actually became so lucky because of a small servant, even snatching away our light major's students." Amis had previously graduated from the light major, eventually becoming a chancellor of authority within the Lancelot Empire. In the eyes of Lancelot Empire's nobles, Amis was a terrifying demon. Once Amis has fixed his attention on a certain noble family, that noble family will definitely meet with misfortune. However, although Amis didn't have a favorable impression of Voigtlander, who was 2 ranks below himself, he still had some feelings for the light major. Hence when he received Voigtlander's invitation, Amis agreed to attend. At present, as he heard Voigtlander's complaints, Amis only smiled faintly and replied gracefully, "Brian is a marquis of the Empire and is regarded highly by His Majesty. It is best that you are careful with what you say." For Voigtlander, who didn't know that Han Chuo was a member of Dark Mantle, to blindly ridicule Han Chuo in front of Amis, he would definitely not get any benefits. When Voigtlander heard Amis' reply, he was astonished as he looked at Amis, not understanding why Amis was speaking on behalf of Han Chuo. "Haha, you should just carry on with your own matters. Those students that enter the necromancy major have all done so out of blind adoration of a hero. After some time, when they realize they are not suited to studying necromancy magic, I believe they will still recognize the facts and return to the light major. There's no need for you to worry." As a high-ranking member of Dark Mantle, Amis could see the main issue in a glance and couldn't help but console Voigtlander. I just can't swallow my anger." Voigtlander pondered for a moment and understood that what Amis said was reasonable. However, he still couldn't help but shout angrily. Amis hiddenly looked at Voigtlander in disdain, thinking in his heart that the current Brian is simply not someone a teacher of the light major can contend against. Pondering for a while, as well as taking to account his feelings for the light major, Amis reminded, "Voigtlander, I'll say one thing, this Brian isn't someone you can provoke. Even if you can't swallow your anger, you should forcefully contain it. If not, it would lead to your own demise." Amis controlled a division of Dark Mantle and had a close relationship with His Majesty. From the series of arrangements His Majesty had made today, he could already spot some clues and understood that prior to His Majesty's passing, no one within Lancelot Empire would be able to act against Han Chuo. Even he himself wouldn't not be able to, much less a light major's teacher. This, Lord Amis, where do these words stem from?" Voigtlander was startled, somewhat baffled as he inquired. "Go comprehend it yourself." "Haha, the reason why I've said this to you is on the account of you inviting me. Look at those fellows in the Dark Major, I can guarantee that they would pay bitterly sooner or later." "Oh, it's not sooner or later, maybe they would pay bitterly very soon." "Ha, that fellow actually came, didn't he just depart from His Majesty's place not long ago?" Amis first warned Voigtlander, before suddenly spotting a tall and imposing figure in the distance. He couldn't help but exclaiming softly. Following Ami's line of sight, Voigtlander also saw the approaching Han Chuo. He couldn't help but cry in alarm, "Good gracious, how has that fellow become so tall?" The previous time Voigtlander saw Han Chuo, he wasn't even 1.80 meters. Han Shuo had immediately looked for Fanny every time he went to the necromancy major, and normal people would simply not have the chance to see Han Shuo. The figure of Han Shuo, who trained in demonic magic, was currently as imposing as a demonic god, naturally exuding devilishly attractive traits. Even though he was within a sea of people, Han Shuo's tall and imposing body and traits would still draw in everyone's gaze, causing everyone to focus their attention on him, inevitably becoming everyone's focal point. "Master Fanny, it's Brian. Brian's here, he really came." Lisa was originally glancing around senselessly, not expecting Han Shuo to really return. When she saw Han Shuo's prominent figure in the corner of her eye, her heart was in upheaval and she was unable to resist crying out in surprise. "It seems that only when I truly see him that I realize that all these days of trying to forget him has been useless. I'm still unable to forget him." After crying out in surprise, Lisa's expression suddenly dulled as she sighed inwardly. When she heard Lisa's cry, Fanny's eyes gave off a joyous radiance of disbelief. She was somewhat unable to resist immediately standing up, but remembered that there were many people around. She couldn't help but blush as she sat back down, scolding herself inwardly for losing control. She imitated the action of taking a sip of water, controlling her tone as much as possible as she said to the group of excited youngsters, "That person is Brian, he can be considered as your senior." These new necromancy students that rushed over due to Han Shuo's reputation had just completed the procedures to enter the necromancy major. When they heard Fanny's sentence, they couldn't help but blush, all of them standing on tiptoe to do their utmost in seeing a little further, searching for any trace of their hero. In that moment, their young and tender hearts were filled with emotions and excitement. As Han Shuo continued walking, he realized that due to his appearance, numerous gazes were uniformly converging on him. When Han Shuo looked around and did not immediately see the necromancy major's recruitment point, he couldn't help but become suspicious. However, Han Shuo understood that the necromancy major was a branch of the dark major and the dark major's location was actually extremely conspicuous. Only after a mystical demon floated upward to overlook the area, did he spot Fanny in a corner behind the dark major. When Han Shuo saw the words on the banner being held up by 5 skeleton warriors, he couldn't help but laugh and think inwardly, as Lancelot Empire's largest magic academy, why does the recruitment seem like a food market? Han Shuo continued walking toward the necromancy major as he pondered. Just as Han Shuo was about to reach the necromancy major's recruitment point, Dao hastily pulled Crowley, saying in a low voice, "That fellow is Brian. If you intend to seize the chance to become famous, defeating him is a good idea." Crowley followed Dao's gaze, couldn't help but blew a raspberry. "Dao, did you make a mistake? Is that fellow really a necromancer? Why does he look like he's more well-built than barbarian warriors?" Dao was somewhat speechless, having an ugly expression as he explained, "That's right, it's him. Merely, it is said that he also practices a mysterious martial technique and had previously defeated Brute Merchant Alliance's Leah Kane." "Crowley, could it be that you are afraid? Also practices a martial technique?" Crowley stared blankly, before smiling confidently as he replied, "A magus that isn't focused on one thing is the easiest to deal with. If you didn't mention this point, I would still be somewhat apprehensive. Since that is the case, I feel reassured." As Han Shuo headed for the necromancy major, he was slightly surprised at the amount of attention he was getting. He didn't think that his appearance would actually cause so many people to be flustered. The light major's recruitment point was also at a very eye-catching location. Han Shuo had noticed Amis through a mystical demon, and when he passed by the light major's recruitment point, he couldn't help but nodding his head to send his greetings to Amis, who was leisurely sipping tea. As Amis was one of the 3 heavyweights of Dark Mantle, he could also be considered Han Shuo's immediate superior. Furthermore, Amis was Emily's brother. No matter publicly or privately, Han Shuo had to show respect when he saw Amis. When Amis, who was originally sitting there leisurely sipping tea, saw Han Shuo's greeting, he didn't dare be disrespectful and actually stood up and smiled as he returned the greeting. For someone like Amis to be so respectful to an upstart like Han Shuo, Voigtlander was slightly surprised. As he recalled what Ames had advised him, Voigtlander suddenly understood, and instead viewed the Dark Major in schadenfreude. Seeing Crowley's restless appearance, it seemed like a show was about to begin. Seeing Ames stand up to return the greeting, Han Chuo was similarly astonished. No matter how he saw it, with Ames' status, even returning the greeting while seated was already showing face to Han Chuo. He truly didn't think that Ames would actually stand and show his respect. This signified that Ames treated Han Chuo as someone on the same level and simply not treating Han Chuo as a subordinate. Otherwise, regardless of his age or qualifications within Dark Mantle, there was simply no need for Ames to stand and return the greeting. Showing a splendid smile, Han Chuo, who was slightly confused, directly headed for the Necromancy Major, not thinking deeply about the reason behind Ames' friendliness. Suddenly, a malicious-looking middle-aged magus stood in Han Chuo's way. Crowley hiddenly measured up Han Chuo, suddenly saying, "Are you Count Brian?" "Haha, let me introduce myself, I am Crowley and have graduated from Babylon Academy's Dark Major. I have always been fascinated by the exploration of magic and have recently just returned to Lancelot Empire." "Get to the point." Han Chuo knitted his brows, interrupting before Crowley could complete her sentence. Crowley had an embarrassed expression, not expecting that with Han Chuo's position as a noble count, he actually rudely interrupted his speech. That caused Crowley to be dazed for a moment. "I heard that Count Brian is a necromancy Grand Magus. May I know if Lord Count would give me the honor of comparing notes with me?" After Crowley was interrupted by Han Chuo, he was a little annoyed, getting right to the point and issuing his challenge. When they heard this sentence, the students and teachers in the Dark Major were shocked. The attention of the nearby majors were all focused here and had also heard Crowley's loud challenge. They all became excited in an instant, hastily abandoning their current tasks and rushed over. Over at the Necromancy Major, Fanny had continuously gazed at Han Chuo once he appeared and had clearly heard the challenge by Dark Major's Crowley. Before Fanny could express anything, Lisa and the other students had already headed over. Fanny hesitated a moment, turning around and said to Jean, "Master Jean, sorry to trouble you to look after this place, I'll head over to take a look." "Sure, go ahead. I will look after this area." Jean knew the real relationship between Fanny and Han Chuo, nodding understandingly as he replied. "Let's go over and take a look too." "Haha, where did this fellow come from, to go as far as to challenge our hero?" All the new necromancy students that had joined because of Han Chuo's reputation excitedly ran over. Ames, who had just sat down, suddenly spurted out a mouth of tea, awkwardly looking at Voigtlander, who was on the receiving end. He embarrassingly smiled before saying, "I'm really sorry, that fellow really did as I predicted, wanting to seize the opportunity to make a name for himself." "Haha. It's nothing, my lord is indeed formidable." As Voigtlander used a napkin to wipe away the tea on his body, he smiled and complimented Ames. He wouldn't dare blame Ames. Chapter 391. 391 No Turning Back. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo surveyed the no longer young magus in front of him. Crowley was a dark Grand Magus. An average student in Babylon Academy of Magic and Force might not have any impression of him. However, Han Chuo, who once did odd jobs within the Necromancy Major, knew of this person's existence. At that time, Han Chuo and Jack were always in charge of cleaning the statues along the path first thing in the morning. All the outstanding graduates from past years of the academy each had a statue placed along the path. Crowley was impressively one of the numerous statues which Han Chuo had previously cleaned for a period of time. The time when Crowley was in the Dark Major was formerly also the Dark Major's period of glory. Ever since Crowley became a journeyman mage, 4 consecutive years of the Academy's competition between majors had been swept by the Dark Major's team that was led by Crowley. After Crowley had graduated from the Dark Major, he very quickly also became a Dark Archmage. Crowley really had many major achievements before he traveled around the profound continent in the past few years. Merely, too much time has passed. Due to Crowley's fascination in further advancing, his reputation had slowly waned and was gradually forgotten by the people in Lancelot Empire. It even reached the point where some new teachers and students of the Dark Major had never heard any information about him. Han Chuo looked at Crowley, who had issued him a challenge, recalling the time when he was an errand slave looking up at Crowley's statue. Han Chuo suddenly had an absurd feeling in his heart. Just a while ago, he had actually become such a person's opponent and was even being challenged by him. Han Chuo could feel a sense of pride rising within himself. It was precisely because of this that Han Chuo had an extremely splendid smile. However, when Crowley saw Han Chuo's splendid smile, Crowley interpreted it as Han Chuo completely looking down on him. Crowley felt that he was being insulted, holding back the anger in his heart, and said, "Count Brian, what is the meaning of this? Could it be that you feel contempt about my challenge and intend to reject it?" Smiling as he shook his head, Han Chuo couldn't help but straightened his mind, which was imagining wildly. He then sized up Crowley more seriously, hesitating a moment before knitting his brows, and said, "You have misunderstood. I was only recalling past events. When I was still an errant servant in the necromancy department, I had previously cleaned your statue. Who would have guessed that today you would issue a challenge to me? Honestly speaking, I feel extremely honored." Crowley was astonished and couldn't help but turn his head to look at his old friend in the Dark Major, Dao, seemingly wanting to seek confirmation from Dao about the matter. That's right. A few years ago, as an errand servant, he had previously cleaned the hallway leading to the Dark Major's building. Ah, when you became a Dark Grand Magus had previously applied with the Dean to place your statue there. What is said is correct, he had indeed cleaned your statue before. Dao felt somewhat awkward as he explained, but still narrated in full detail to clear Crowley's doubts. When Crowley heard Dao's explanation and considered that Han Chuo had previously cleaned his statue, he couldn't help but hesitate slightly in his heart and actually didn't really want to challenge Han Chuo anymore. No matter what, Han Chuo had previously shown respect to him. For him to act in this way appeared slightly insincere. By the side, the Dark Major's person in charge Dao saw Crowley showing some hesitation. He couldn't help but hastily gave Crowley a meaningful glance before smiling slightly and said to Han Chuo, "Count Brian, so do you actually plan to accept Crowley's challenge or not?" "Of course, didn't I just say it a moment ago, I'm extremely honored." Han Chuo smiled cheerfully as he replied, shooting a glance at Dao. Han Chuo understood what Dao was planning, but he had absolute confidence and wasn't afraid of defeating Crowley here. "Very good. In that case, I would act as the witness. Are both of you agreeable?" Suddenly, Ames walked over from the Light Major's area, gracefully smiling as he suggested. The Light Major's person in charge, Voigtlander, had also walked over with Ames. Voigtlander had a schadenfreude expression as he looked over. Regardless of the Dark Major's Crowley or Han Chuo, they were considered the enemy to Voigtlander. For these two sides to battle, he would be enjoying happily no matter who won or lost. "Crowley, this is Lord Ames, you should have heard of him." When Dao saw Ames turning up uninvited and even made such a suggestion, hastily introducing Ames to Crowley, who had left the Lancelot Empire for a long time. Previously, when Crowley left the Lancelot Empire, Ames was only a Dark Star envoy of Dark Mantle. Thus, he would naturally not know Ames. However, when he returned to the Lancelot Empire, he did find out about the current bigwigs in the Lancelot Empire. When he heard Dao's introduction, he immediately greeted Ames respectfully, grinning as he said, "Of course. With Lord Ames witnessing this battle would be for the best. I'm extremely honored as well." Han Chuo bowed toward Ames courteously as he replied, causing Ames to return the greeting once again. The surrounding teachers and students from the various factions all continuously rushed over. These people have heard of Han Chuo's great name, and seeing that Han Chuo, a recently broken through Grand Magus necromancer upstart, was sparring with a Dark Grand Magus of unknown origin, all of them were indescribably excited. There weren't many Grand Magus ranked characters within Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, with most teachers of the various factions being at Adept Mage or Archmage ranks. As the students would hardly even be able to see teachers sparring with each other, they had definitely not come across a spar between two Grand Magi and hence were extremely excited. "Brian, all the best, you will definitely win." Out of a sudden, a familiar voice rang in his ear. Han Xiao turned to take a look, noticing Lisa in a corner of the surrounding waving a fist animatedly to cheer him on. Han Xiao felt a warmth in his heart, recalling how Lisa had always believed and supported him a long time ago. After all these time, Lisa had matured from an unruly and willful girl, not only appearing more youthful and energetic, she also had an additional unyielding temperament. It seems that the period of time where she suffered pain had also given her benefits. While Han Xiao gazed at Lisa, he also saw Fanny who was beside Lisa. Fanny didn't have the same unconditional trust that Lisa had in Han Xiao. Instead, her eyes were forever filled with worry. No matter how strong Han Xiao became, as long as there was a trace of danger, she would be worried for Han Xiao. Admiring the two women's splendid grins, Han Xiao then turned back to face Crowley, courteously inquiring, "How would you like to compete?" "With my persistent character, those that have battled me opening have never been able to survive." Hearing this statement, Crowley was startled, showing an obvious stunned expression. What Crowley knew about Han Xiao's origins and past was based on what Dao had told him. He personally didn't know much about Han Xiao's matters. Now that he heard Han Xiao making such a statement, he suddenly had an uneasy feeling. On this point, I can help Brian elaborate. Including Brute Merchant Alliance's Leah Kane, Brian had dueled and killed his opponent on 13 occasions. Right, just to warn Mr. Crowley, among those that Brian has killed include Redbud Knight's commander, Dragon Rider Selt. Hehe, I was afraid you didn't know, hence I'm informing you in advance. Amis could see that Crowley was somewhat astonished, figuring out that he perhaps was clear about Han Xiao's past and hence couldn't help but enlighten Crowley. Hearing Ami's comments, Crowley was shaken once again, his gaze towards Dao already containing hints of resentment. When Dao saw Crowley looking at him resentfully, he clearly had a guilty conscience, awkwardly turning his head. After hesitating for a moment, Dao suddenly said, "Let's forget about it, hehe, both of you are in fact considered members of our Dark Major. Let's not compete on such an auspicious day, lest we harm the friendly relations." When Dao saw Crowley's resentful gaze, as well as heard Ami's reminder, he finally cleared his mind of his fury. Crowley was invited by the Dark Major. If he was defeated by Han Xiao, Dao would definitely be reproached and perhaps even the Dark Major's teachers would push the blame to him after the event. "Mr. Crowley, I feel that we should just let it pass." "Hehe, what Mr. Dao said is reasonable. Let's not hurt the harmony, both of you are considered to be on the same side." Amis smiled gently as he advised Crowley. "No, I still wish to compare notes with Count Brian." Under the gaze of the crowd, Crowley had no means of backing down. Hence, he forced himself to insist on competing. At this moment, a ray of white light radiated in the center and Babylon Academy's Dean Emma appeared. She looked at both Han Xiao and Crowley before smiling and said, "Comparing notes in magic is a common way of improvement among magi. However, as you aren't enemies, there's no need for a life or death duel. Brian, today's our annual recruitment, you wouldn't be thinking of not giving face to your alma mater, right?" "Of course not, I was just joking. Hehe. In any case, it's just a spar. If Mr. Crowley doesn't mind, how about we change our location?" When Han Xiao saw Emma appear, he immediately had a friendly smile on his face and invited Crowley to another location. Crowley was clearly relieved, forcefully laughing as he replied, "I've left for too long and aren't familiar with this place. Where do you think would be a more suitable location?" "There's no need to choose, just use the Dark Major's #1 practice grounds. There's a large-scale magic barrier there. It should be fine as long as the both of you pay a little attention, Please do not harm the friendly relations." When Emma saw that Han Chuo wasn't serious, she felt relieved, smiling as she spoke. Just like this, Han Chuo and Crowley both agreed. The recruitment was suddenly paused midway, and when Han Chuo and Crowley entered the large practice grounds, teachers and students of the various majors had also rushed over. Chapter 392. 392 I admit defeat. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The Dark Major's #1 practice field was extremely wide. The sparring between Han Chuo and Crowley had attracted numerous teachers and students over to watch. Among them were Amis and Dean Emma, who were the witnesses for the battle as well as being in charge of ensuring everyone's safety. There was a barrier deployed within the practice field to prevent the strength of the magic from spreading out. On top of that, Emma personally partitioned a separate small space for the audience to hide in while they watched the battle. The recruitment outside could be considered to have been temporarily ceased. "Dean, why are you willing to let the two of them duel on such an occasion?" As Amis and Emma stood together, Amis, who was dressed in a spotless white robe and appearing otherworldly refined, had a smile on his face as he asked Dean Emma. Emma glanced at Amis, who was just walking out of Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Previously, when Amis was studying in the Light Major, Emma was already the teacher in charge of the Space Major. Emma could also be considered as Amis' senior within Babylon Academy. Hence, Amis was very respectful toward her. During that time, that fellow Crowley was proud and arrogant. "I see that he has not really changed even after such a long time, and dampening his spirit isn't a bad thing. Besides, Brian had just become a Grand Magus Necromancer and probably still isn't very adept at controlling some of the new necromancy magic. A spar which doesn't cause disharmony would actually really be beneficial to their progress." Emma benevolently smiled, her face covered with wrinkles as she explained to Amis. "In that case, who do you think will win?" Amis pondered for a while, before inquiring. "Hehe, I believe you ought to be clearer than me on this." Emma faintly smiled as she glanced at Amis, as though implying something. Amis chuckled when he heard Emma's response, nodding his head without replying. As one of the heavyweights of Dark Mantle, Amis knew of Han Chuo's accomplishments in recent days. Through the baptism of blood and fire, Han Chuo, as a necromancer who grasped mysterious techniques, had already done many hidden large-scale moves. Apart from Red Bud Knight's leader Dragon Rider Selt, Han Chuo had also fought with the Church of Light's Red Archbishop Kos multiple times. Amis was also aware of other news. To be able to kill Light Grand Magus Ferguson before becoming a Grand Magus himself, regardless of how you saw it, Han Chuo had a higher chance of winning. The reason why Amis was interested to judge the battle this time around, was simply because he wanted to personally witness Han Chuo's improvement. In fact, Amis wouldn't be surprised at a victory. Han Chuo beating Crowley was something both Amis and Emma felt was inevitable. Members of every faction were full of expectations as they watched the two Grand Magus in the center. The eyes of necromancy majors Fanny, Lisa, and other students were even brighter, their gazes fixed on Han Chuo, wanting to clearly see Han Chuo's every move. Within the Lancelot Empire, it isn't that there aren't Grand Magus necromancers. However, those people were absorbed in exploring magical knowledge and rarely appeared before others. This would perhaps be the only time your generation would be able to watch a Grand Magus necromancer fight. No matter what, you have to watch attentively. Although Fanny was worried for Han Chuo, there wasn't much she could say now that things have developed to this point. As an instructor for the necromancy major, Fanny gave instructions to all the students to watch carefully, with Fanny herself also completely focusing her attention on the fight. "Teacher Fanny, don't worry. We will earnestly watch Brian's moves," Lisa shouted excitedly, her bright eyes fixed on Han Chuo's figure from the beginning. "Although it's just a spar, Mr. Crowley shouldn't hold back. Hehe, I'm a necromancer, if you give me the time to summon undead creatures, I think that would be disadvantageous to you." Han Chuo smiled calmly as he said to the opposing Crowley who had taken out a green magic staff. Han Shuo had complete confidence in dealing with Crowley. As his mental strength had once again improved greatly after just returning from the netherworld, Han Shuo's mental state was unprecedentedly good. Having reached the separate demon realm, Han Shuo could monitor Crowley's every movement with the assistance of a few mystical demons. The strength and speed of his body were also something Crowley couldn't compare to. As Han Shuo stably surpassed Crowley in all aspects, he appeared extremely confident. In that case, I wouldn't be polite. Count Brian, please be careful. Crowley, who had learned of Han Shuo's prowess from Dao and Amis just before entering the practice field, did not underestimate him because of his age. He instead regarded Han Shuo as the strongest opponent in his whole life. Once Crowley, who did not dare relax the slightest, finished speaking, the magic staff in his hand started emitting grayish-brown light following his incantation. The dark elements within the practice field suddenly seemed to enliven like elves. As Crowley slowly chanted his magic spell, 6 huge hands of death suddenly formed around Han Shuo, fiercely crushing down toward Han Shuo. The Grand Magus ranked Crowley was indeed outstanding, already using the mighty hands of death as his first move. Furthermore, he was able to form 6 at once, clearly treating Han Shuo as his life's most formidable opponent. The 6 hands of death were much more lifelike than what Emily had used. The 6 gigantic hands of death even had fine veined patterns on their palms, as though really belonging to some dark world's creature. The coarse and long fingers also had sharp hook-like fingernails, appearing extremely terrifying. It could be seen that Crowley was extremely cautious and didn't immediately attack Han Shuo violently. He simply nimbly manipulated 6 hands of death to gradually approach Han Shuo. In this way, he would slowly cause terrifying pressure to Han Shuo, yet still abiding by the principles of a spar. When Han Shuo saw the 6 hands of death uniformly pressing on, he understood that Crowley really did not intend to gun for his life and was really in accordance with Emma's words to purely spar. This caused Han Shuo, who was prepared to deal with sudden changes, to have a favorable impression of Crowley. Taking out his white bone staff, Han Shuo recited the incantation for the soul vortex necromancy magic. Out of a sudden, hundreds of wraiths appeared, revolving rapidly in the void in front of Han Shuo, forming a vortex that sucked up the surrounding magic elements. The 6 hands of death that were slowly pressing toward Han Shuo suddenly felt the intense force of attraction generated by the soul vortex, one after another involuntarily being sucked toward the soul vortex in front of Han Shuo. Soul vortex was a Grand Magus ranked necromancy magic that Han Shuo had just mastered. This necromancy magic utilized the power of wraiths. In the netherworld, a single wraith's strength was next to nothing. However, by controlling hundreds of wraiths with his mental energy and forming soul tremor according to necromancy laws, Han Shuo was able to generate enormous might. Against those peculiar magic that contained magic elements, this soul vortex was able to create an intense suction force, pulling these magic attacks into the vortex and using the numerous wraiths to grind them away little by little. Furthermore, if creatures with souls were sucked into the soul vortex, the numerous wraiths could directly bind the creature's soul and dragging it from the profound continent into the netherworld. For all living creatures in this world, once they were dragged to the netherworld, their soul would never find the way to return. To the people in the profound continent, creatures who were dragged into the netherworld can be considered as dead. After the soul vortex was formed, Han Shuo's silk-like mental energy entered the spell, assisting the revolving of the wraiths and vortex. The strength of the suction force gradually increased after the insertion of Han Shuo's mental energy and the revolving of the vortex. The 6 hands of death which were slowly pressing towards Han Shuo suddenly became extremely heavy, as though becoming a stream flowing into the ocean, slowly entering the soul vortex. Crowley and Han Shuo were separated by a big distance, hence Crowley wasn't affected by the pull of the soul vortex. Furthermore, the suction force formed by the soul vortex was only effective toward attacks formed from magic elements and living creatures possessing souls. It wasn't effective toward ordinary objects and physical attacks. When Crowley saw the 6 hands of death actually being absorbed completely, his expression became even heavier. He understood in his heart that Han Shuo's Grand Magus Necromancer strength was indeed extremely formidable. The disappearance of the 6 hands of death caused Crowley to be fearful and simultaneously become even more cautious. Following his reciting of another spell, the green magic staff in his hand started slowly emitting gloomy light again. When Crowley finished reciting his spell, he pointed the green magic staff at Han Shuo, causing a mysterious contract to suddenly form between himself and Han Shuo. Dense dark elements suddenly condensed together, violently crowding into the space surrounding Han Shuo. Han Shuo's body suddenly tense and was actually unable to move. Not only his limbs were bound, even his mouth seemed to be covered. The dark elements were like a rope, slowly constricting around Han Shuo. Prison of Darkness was an advanced dark magic, utilizing one's mental energy to gather the dark element and form a contract with the enemy and firmly imprisoning the enemy, causing the enemy to be unable to move his body. In just a sudden, apart from his mental energy and demonic yuan energy that could still be circulated, Han Shuo's physical body had been firmly bound by the dark elements. During this process, Crowley waved his green magic staff once again and 5 spheres of destruction slowly formed and approached Han Shuo. Crowley had a slightly pleased expression. This was his most proficient and most confident magic. Han Shuo had just advanced to become a Grand Magus Necromancer, hence his mental strength definitely shouldn't be as resilient as his own. Prison of Darkness was actually just a contest of mental strength. For a high-ranked Dark Grand Magus like Crowley, he could use Prison of Darkness to completely imprison magi who had lower mental strength than himself, causing them to be unable to move. He had specifically focused on this weak point of Han Shuo just advancing to become a Grand Magus Necromancer, believing that Han Shuo's mental strength was definitely not as abundant as his own. This was why he had suddenly unleashed the Prison of Darkness. When Han Shuo was restricted by Prison of Darkness, Crowley felt pleased with himself, thinking his heart that such a prominent figure was actually restricted by the Prison of Darkness. Emma and Amis, who were by the side, both watched him attentively. Adding that Crowley had only wanted to make use of Han Shuo to become famous, he would definitely not plan to kill Han Shuo. Thus, when the deadly spheres of destruction were formed, Crowley did not immediately launch them at Han Shuo and had slowly sent them toward Han Shuo instead. "Count Brian, you've lost. Concede before the sphere of destruction hits you." Crowley had a confident expression, smiling as he looked at the motionless Han Shuo. Hearing this sentence, the surrounding spectators were in an uproar, evidently not foreseeing such a situation to happen. Those necromancy students that had joined due to Han Shuo's reputation all showed doubtful, hesitating expressions. Lisa, upon seeing their expressions, suddenly shouted angrily, "You brats, what kind of expression is that? How could Brian lose to such an old fellow?" Lisa's fiend-like appearance actually intimidated the new students, causing them to involuntarily turn their heads and not dare to look at the fiery Lisa, so as to avoid Lisa unleashing her anger on them. Hee, Crowley is indeed Crowley. Once he spotted the weakness in the brat's mental strength, he used the Prison of Darkness to restrict him before he could summon any undead creatures. Who would have thought? It seems like Crowley is really going to win. Dark Major's teacher in charge Deo couldn't repress his happiness, his voice sounding happier than usual as he explained to the surrounding Dark Major's instructors and students. Contrariwise, Dean, Emma and Amis both had calm expressions, as though not at all anxious for Han Shuo, and instead gazed amusingly at Han Shuo, wanting to see how Han Shuo responded. Having absorbed a serene luster gem, Han Shuo's mental strength wasn't weaker than Crowley's. However, Han Shuo did not use his mental strength to resist Crowley and instead incited his demonic yuan energy to strengthen his body once again. When Han Shuo suddenly struggled, a sharp and clear paw sounded. "That doesn't seem likely." Han Shuo smiled as he replied. The Prison of Darkness had been broken and he waved the white bone staff, shooting out rows of bone spears, smashing apart the 5 spheres of destruction that had yet to reach his body. He then summoned an old fey demon to charge toward Crowley, before summoning a few evil knights and an undead army to emerge. "Crowley lost." Emma smiled as she said, before looking at Amis and asked, however, how did Brian break Crowley's prison of darkness? I did not detect any fluctuation in his mental energy. Hee, Ames, did you notice how he did it? Ames shrugged his shoulders as he replied gracefully, even the Dean did not see it clearly, how could I have figured it out? However, Brian has always been following Lord Candide. I believe based on your relationship with Lord Candide, you ought to be more familiar regarding Brian's situation. Ames had previously focused his attention on Hanchuo, precisely to see how he reacted. He had never doubted Hanchuo's victory because as a character who could defeat Celt as well as Red Archbishop Cos, Hanchuo was definitely not someone Crowley could defeat. Merely, what surprised Ames was that even with his complete attention, he did not decipher how Hanchuo had achieved victory. However, the only thing Ames could confirm was that Hanchuo really did not utilize mental energy. Right, it must definitely be that mysterious martial technique. This fellow could already unleash such strength just by using his martial technique. With his strength as a Grand Magus Necromancer in addition to that, it seems that Lancelot Empire would really be his to control in the future. To have such a mysterious martial technique, who exactly is his master? Why have I not heard of him and have also not been able to find out? This is indeed too strange. Ames thought silently as he gazed at Hanchuo. Did you see that? Did all you fools see that? Lisa was ecstatic, shouting at the youngsters, cheering after Hanchuo easily neutralized the prison of darkness. When Hanchuo summoned his undead creatures, these youngsters had all cried out in surprise. Some of the youngsters were incomparably excited as they saw the sinister dark creatures, shouting to their companions, "Look at that, that's called an evil knight. It's as powerful as a human earth knight but its physical body is even harder." The girls were somewhat instinctively fearful of these fierce undead creatures. However, with the explanation of these youngsters, they became extremely inquisitive. In particular, Lisa's shouting had allowed them to relax and start to timidly size up these undead creatures. From the moment Hanchuo opened his mouth to speak, Crowley knew that he had lost. When he saw the enormous undead army appear, Crowley had thoroughly lost confidence in achieving victory. In the profound continent, the bane of necromancers are light magi. Apart from them, in duels between magi of the same rank, once numerous undead creatures appear, it would essentially signify the necromancer's victory. For instance, just the old fey demon that had appeared this time was enough to cause a headache for Crowley. Adding on the numerous undead creatures, apart from rapidly purifying them with light magic, magi of other majors would appear to be out of options. Sure enough, even before the old fey demon had reached Crowley, Crowley sighed dejectedly, putting down the green magic staff in his hand and shouted loudly, "Count Brian, I admit defeat." Chapter 393. 393 Being a Role Model. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. At this moment, the old fey demon and its thick sharp claws had already charged before Crowley. Hearing Crowley's declaration, Hanchuo gave orders with a thought. All the undead creatures froze in a flash, displaying Hanchuo's extraordinary manipulation ability to the extreme. Although Crowley was conceited and vain, he still abided by the rules during the sparring. When he felt that he was able to beat Hanchuo comfortably, he still didn't increase the speed of the spheres of destruction to attack Hanchuo. This caused Hanchuo to have a good impression of him, and thus when Hanchuo saw him admitting defeat, Hanchuo immediately made the undead creatures cease their attack. When Crowley was flustered as he looked at the old fey demon in front of him, all the undead creatures from the surroundings suddenly disappeared following Hanchuo's long incantation. Only when the old fey demon that was the first to appear in front of him also suddenly disappeared did Crowley truly loosen his breath. "Mr. Crowley, your strength is extremely profound. I believe that most grand magi would not be your match. If Mr. Crowley is interested, I can help to recommend you to 3rd Prince Lawrence. There's no harm in considering it." After sending all the undead creatures back to the netherworld, Hanchuo had gone over to the side of Dark Grand Magus Crowley, commenting in a low voice. Crowley's strength was truly remarkable. There weren't many magi who could become Grand Magus in the Lancelot Empire, and all of them possessed lofty positions. Since Crowley had returned from travel across various countries, he would surely wish to have an illustrious status within the empire. Such a character was a target that every power would pursue. This was the same for Lawrence as well, hence Han Shuo invited him on behalf of Lawrence. Crowley clearly understood a little of Lancelot Empire's current situation and couldn't help but show an uncomfortable expression. As His Majesty's illegitimate child, Lawrence was the least supported successor. If Crowley followed Lawrence, he simply wouldn't know if he would suffer a calamity after the successor has been chosen. Mr. Crowley, I know what you are apprehensive about. However, some matters aren't determined by external rumors. Hehe, you give Lawrence some time, which can also be considered giving yourself some time. You can decide again on which power you choose after a few days. When Han Shuo saw that Crowley didn't respond, he smiled and elaborated further. All right, on account of Count Brian's honor, I'll consider for a few more days. Crowley could tell that there were hidden meanings within Han Shuo's sentence and thus hesitated a while before replying. Han Shuo nodded his head, smiling as he replied, in the future, you will definitely be proud of your decision today. Han Shuo directly departed the practice field without explaining further, not showing any reaction to the crowd's shock and the necromancy students' cheers. He first nodded his head toward Amis and Dean Emma from afar to send his regards, before heading toward Fanny's group of necromancy major student, smiling as he said, Teacher Fanny, the recruitment can continue. When Fanny saw Han Shuo heading over with his eyes on her from beginning to end, she felt shy yet delighted, hurriedly saying, Let's go, everyone shouldn't stay here anymore. Let's continue with our unfinished matters. When Han Shuo and Fanny left the area together, Amis's gaze was continuously fixed on Han Shuo's movement. Only after Han Shuo disappeared from the practice field did he mumble softly to himself while seeming to be thinking about something, that youngster is still a Casanova. That female teacher, why does it seem like I've seen her before somewhere? Dean Emma glanced at Amis, who seemed to be deep in thought, and felt somewhat amazed. Who knew that Ami's gaze was that sharp, appearing to recall something just by taking a glimpse at Fanny? This caused Emma to be shocked, thinking inwardly that as one of the three heavyweights, just like Candide, Amis really can't be belittled. All right, this matter has already ended, I'll also take my leave. Hehe, Amis, do take a good walk around, it seems like you haven't returned to your alma mater for a long time. Seeing Amis having an expression of deep thought, Emma suddenly spoke, as though not wanting him to realize Fanny's identity that quickly. As one of the three heavyweights of the Empire's dark mantle, Amis knew the secret matters of each noble at the back of his hand, even Firenze at the southern border of the Empire was no exception. Having browsed over numerous materials, Amis had once seen information pertaining to Firenze's family. However, Fanny was much younger at that time and Amis only saw a few pictures at that time. For him to be able to feel that someone was familiar just based on pictures he saw a few years ago, his memory is already extremely astonishing. Amis, who was pondering deeply, had his thoughts broken by Emma's words. He didn't continue contemplating and instead smiled gracefully and replied, Dean, go ahead to handle your matters, I'll just walk around casually and will be leaving soon. Emma smiled and nodded, a streak of white light flashed as she disappeared. After Emma left, Amis couldn't help but glance at Crowley, who had just walked out of the practice field. He suddenly said, Mr. Crowley, it's best if you carefully consider what Marquis Brian had just said. Hehe, as a schoolmate, I hope that you would make the right choice. Marquis. Crowley, who was currently sampling the bitter taste of defeat, raised his head and said that the one who spoke was Amis. Thinking over what Amis had just said, he couldn't help but become suspicious. Yes, Marquis Brian. Just today, His Majesty has already officially conferred Brian as Marquis. The various cities and towns surrounding Brettle City, including a few bandit areas that he occupied, would be Marquis Brian's territory. Besides, I'm afraid that no one amongst equally ranked Grand Magi would be able to defeat him. For you to lose to him isn't something shameful, you shouldn't mind too much about it. Instead, you should properly think about what he said to you previously. I've said my piece, it's up to you if you listen. Amis smiled as he explained, before leaving with two sword masters, not waiting for Crowley's response. Marquis, he's actually already a marquis. Crowley muttered to himself, before his eyes slowly brightened, saying to himself softly, that Amis is His Majesty's Hand of Darkness and surely knows of certain matters. It looks like in this trip back to school, it appears that apart from being defeated, I still gain something. I must definitely consider things properly. While Crowley was still deliberating which power he should join, Han Shuo and Fanny's group had already reached the Necromancy Major's area. With Han Shuo overseeing the Necromancy Major, the recruitment of the Necromancy Major was incomparably smooth. In the end, there were actually more than 50 students joining the Necromancy Major. Amongst them, there were more than 10 who had excellent mental strength, greatly surpassing the other majors. Haha, this is great. According to our academy's regulations, as long as the number of students in a major exceeds 100, the major can become a completely independent and self-sufficient major. Teacher Fanny, our current enrollment has 132 people and can clearly apply to the dean to be independent of the dark major. After tidying up all the documents, Jean couldn't help but laugh heartily. When she heard Jean's statement, Fanny was also delighted, smiling as she said, "That's right. Our necromancy major can now become completely independent and no longer be part of the dark major. That shouldn't be a problem." Awesome, I have long since had enough of the faces of those fellows in the dark major. In the future, we no longer need to mix with them. Our necromancy major would just be the necromancy major, no longer a branch of another major. Lisa was extremely excited as she shouted loudly. Lisa's voice was extremely loud, transmitting into the distance. The Dark Major wasn't far from the Necromancy Major, and the Dark Major's teacher in charge Dao clearly heard Lisa's deliberate shout. However, Han Shuo was currently with the Necromancy Major, and Crowley had just been defeated by Han Shuo. Furthermore, Dao found out from Crowley that Han Shuo had already become a marquis. This made Dao even more fearful of provoking Han Shuo. Although he was extremely unhappy, he didn't dare to respond. Amidst the cheers from everyone in the Necromancy Major, the two instructors, Fanny and Jean, led the newly accepted students to the Necromancy Major to handle the relevant procedures. When they reached the Necromancy Major's area, Jean took charge of matters, while Han Shuo followed Fanny, talking a little about the essence of necromancy magic in the Necromancy Major's practice field, as well as helping to clear some of the problematic doubts of the students. Having studied necromancy magic to the rank of Grand Magus Necromancer, Han Shuo's theoretical and practical knowledge both greatly surpassed Fanny. His comprehension of necromancy magic was much higher as well. Many questions that Jean and Fanny couldn't explain became easy when they reached Han Shuo. Afterwards, even Jean, who had finished handling matters, had came over. After hesitating a while, Jean also asked Han Shuo about a few questions he usually came across. The Necromancy Major had a harmonious atmosphere, with Han Shuo's existence bringing hope to both the Necromancy Major's new and existing students. It seemed that from this moment onward, the Necromancy Major, who had always had a small and weak image, no longer existed. With Han Shuo's astronomical rise within the Empire's ranks, the Necromancy Major also rose in tandem within Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, gradually having its own sense of proportion, breaking away from the long-standing dependent relationship with the Dark Major. Only when the sky had gradually darkened did everyone disperse at Fanny and Jean's instructions. Toward the end, when even Jean had left, Lisa hesitated a moment, staring at Han Shuo as she asked, "Brian, if I want to look for you, can I find you at your residence?" "Of course. If you are free, you can come over to look for me anytime." "Hehe, of course, I wouldn't be in my residence most of the time. If you are unable to find me, please don't blame me." Han Shuo smiled as he replied. "Hehe, as long as you agree. Alright, I'll leave first. Teacher Fanny, Brian is extremely popular nowadays, you need to watch him closely. Lisa smiled happily before winking toward Fanny, pulling a funny face before leaving. After Lisa had left, Fanny's charming face was flushed. She gazed at Hanchuo affectionately and said, Brian, thank you. I didn't think you would come by today. I just happened to be free and no matter what I have to give you face. Right, if you really want to thank me, you shouldn't simply use words. I generally prefer people to express themselves through their actions. Hanchuo laughed deviously, beaming at Fanny as he replied. Fanny resentfully rolled her eyes at Hanchuo, before hesitating a moment and whispered, in that case, how do you want me to show my thanks? Out of a sudden, Hanchuo had already appeared in front of Fanny, lowering his head as he looked at Fanny whose blush had spread to her neck, extending a finger and pointed at his lips, chuckling as he said, take the initiative to kiss me once, that can be considered expressing your thanks. You brat! You have already become a high-ranked noble, why have you still not changed your lewd heart? Fanny blushed, unable to resist beating Hanchuo's chest with her fist as she pouted playfully. Come on, who asked teacher to be so beautiful and alluring? Hehe, my soul has already been hooked by you. If I don't flirt with you, who should I flirt with? Hanchuo frivolously moved his lips toward Fanny, continuously pestering Fanny. Fanny's present mood was unprecedentedly good and besides, she also truly liked Hanchuo. After acting coy for a while, she was eventually still unable to resist Hanchuo, blushing as she superficially kissed Hanchuo's lips. However, when Fanny shifted away, she was embraced by Hanchuo, who forcefully kissed her. Out of Hanchuo's expectations, Fanny responded ardently soon after, giving Hanchuo a carefree, uninhibited and breathtaking feeling. Overwhelmed by Fanny's response, Hanchuo's hands started moving dishonestly again, wandering around Fanny's beautiful body. Only when Fanny was kissed till she was out of breath and her body was incomparably fervent did she moan softly as she pushed Hanchuo away to gasp for breath. Still blushing, she moved further away from Hanchuo, calming her rapidly heaving plump peaks. She then said tenderly, Brian, my father will reach Asan City soon. If you don't meet him this time around, he said that he would lead his troops to attack Brettel City. Hearing this, Hanchuo suddenly sobered, as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. He knitted his brows and forced a smile as he asked Fanny, You've told your father my identity? Nodding her head, Fanny hastily explained, He has constantly asked and even investigated. I only told him when I knew that we would definitely be unable to conceal it any longer. Furthermore, you might not know my father's identity. You shouldn't be under the impression that he is joking. My father is different from other people, he is capable of doing anything. I know, your father is the true lord in the eyes of the people at the southern border, Howling Legion's Firenze. Hanchuo took a deep breath before looking at Fanny and replied. How did you find out? When did you find out about this? Fanny was shocked as she lightly cried out. A few days ago. When I had just returned from Brettel City, Dean Emma told me when I came to look for you. Hanchuo honestly explained to Fanny, before replying reluctantly, all right, when your father arrives, I'll go with you to meet him. Hanchuo knew that since Firenze was clear about his origin as well as his relationship with Fanny, Hanchuo could forget about avoiding him. Presently, Hanchuo was already hard-pressed by Emily and Phoebe. He didn't know what the two of them were talking about and even now, they still haven't come out of the room. Adding in Fanny into the equation, once the three of them know about each other, he wasn't sure what problems might arise. Emily was Betteridge family's daughter-in-law, her older brother was one of the three heavyweights, Emmys. Behind Phoebe was sacred swordsman Carol, while Fanny's father, Firenze was a well-known madman, known to be someone you wouldn't want to provoke. Hanchuo had a headache thinking about what he had to endure once the matter was thoroughly exposed. Don't worry, my father treats me the best. He wouldn't do anything to you. Furthermore, you might just be the type my father likes. Hehe, there's no need for you to worry. Fanny thought that Han Shuo was worried about her father, thus she couldn't help but laugh as she explained. Han Shuo smiled bitterly as he nodded, before saying, "All right, I understand. It's already quite late, I have to leave. Okay, I'll send you off." When Fanny knew that Han Shuo agreed to meet her father, her mood clearly improved. She cheerfully walked toward Han Shuo, blushing as she tiptoed and gently kissed Han Shuo's cheek, before pulling the infatuated Han Shuo along as she said, "Let's go, I'll walk you out." Han Shuo, who had just been kissed by Fanny, suddenly made up his mind. No matter what happened in the future, as long as Fanny was willing to be with him, no matter Firenze, Sacred Sword Master Carol or Amis, no one should think of meddling in his affairs. If a peaceful solution couldn't be found, he wouldn't hesitate in using force to resolve matters. Han Shuo steeled his heart and was no longer agonized, deciding to just deal with matters as they arose. He talked and laughed with Fanny as they walked out of the academy. "All right, I'll take my leave." Han Shuo turned around and smiled at Fanny, before heading back to his own residence. After Han Shuo left, Fanny returned to the necromancy major alone. Along the way, Amis just happened to be leaving and coincidentally saw Fanny. When Amis saw Fanny once again, the sense of familiarity became stronger. He knitted his brows as he watched Fanny disappear into the distance. After a moment of serious thinking, Amis suddenly started, muttering softly, "Could it truly be that lunatic's daughter?" "Lord, what's wrong?" one of the sword masters next to Amis inquired. "No, nothing's wrong. Come, let's quickly return to the Dark Mantle, I've some matters to investigate." Amis answered, suddenly hastening his steps. Chapter 394 394 Han Shuo's Promise. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After leaving Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shuo had originally decided to return to his residence. However, he discovered through his mystical demon that Emily and Phoebe were walking out of her room. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Emily's eyes were red, as though she cried. Phoebe, who originally came to admonish Emily, was not as overbearing as he had imagined and was instead repeatedly persuading Emily. Holding each other's hands, their friendship had deepened since the time when they were in the Valley of Sunshine. Emily's eyes were red as she continuously took tissues to wipe the corners of her eyes, her miserable appearance causing others to feel pity for her. Phoebe gently supported Emily as she sighed, "Elder sister, I was rude. I didn't know your life had been like this." "Let it pass, Phoebe, it's already hard for you to be able to forgive me. I am indeed at fault regarding this matter. An unexpected combination of factors just so happened to occur." Emily gently wiped the corner of her eyes as she confided in Phoebe. All right. We've almost reached your doorstep, you should head back in and not let others see you in this state. It's all that guy's fault, not yours. I'll settle scores with him and shouldn't have caused trouble for you." Phoebe persuaded Emily, stubbornly urging her to return to her room. "Phoebe, thank you. You are a good woman, no wonder he likes you so much." After entering her room, Emily held Phoebe's hand and said sincerely, "Hadis, I wouldn't have expected that sister's life was worse than mine. I had always thought that as a daughter-in-law of Betteridge family and also having a brother who wields great authority, your life was surely more blessed than mine. Let's forget it, I will be leaving first. It's already quite late, you should get some rest." After she finished speaking, Phoebe released Emily's hands from her grasp and departed from Emily's residence. Han Shuo had heard the whole conversation through his mystical demon, causing him to momentarily feel puzzled. He had originally believed that even if both of them did not cause a ruckus, they would be ridiculing and abusing each other. Who would have thought that the matter would turn out in this way? Altering his direction, Han Shuo headed towards Betteridge family. Emily, who had just wept, precisely needed his comfort at this moment. No matter the situation, Han Chuo did not wish for Emily to be hurt. Having made this decision in his heart, he hastened over. Having been busy in Babylon Academy of Magic and Force for a long time, the sky had already darkened when Han Chuo left. There were currently very few people on the streets as the night quietly descended. Han Chuo was like a demon in the night, drifting silently across the empty streets toward the Betteridge family. Han Chuo did not bother about Phoebe, who had left on a carriage, only dispatching a mystical demon to observe and ensure her safety. He had observed during the conversation between the two girls that Phoebe's emotions seemed to be in check and there shouldn't be any problems. Currently, only the red-eyed Emily required his comfort. Hence Han Chuo was naturally able to distinguish who he should prioritize. Although the security of the Betteridge family was tight, it meant nothing to Han Chuo, who had the mystical demons. He easily avoided the guards and silently arrived in front of Emily's room. Emily's magic barrier was still active around her room, hence Han Chuo did not force his way in, for fear of Emily's erroneous retaliation. Instead, he gently knocked on the door. "Who's that?" Emily asked as she slowly headed toward the door. "It's me," Han Chuo said softly. Emily hastened her steps and arrived at the door within a breath. Upon opening the door, Emily saw that it was indeed Han Chuo and her red eyes suddenly brightened. Looking around to ensure that there was no one around, she then pulled him into the room. "Why are you here? This is the Betteridge family, what would happen if you were seen?" After pulling Han Chuo in, Emily hurriedly closed the door and set up a soundproof barrier before questioning him. "I was worried about you." Han Chuo suddenly embraced Emily tightly as he replied tenderly. "I am all right. Phoebe had just left, did you see her?" Being held tightly by Han Chuo, Emily felt her heart calm down and asked softly. "No, after she found out about this matter today, I was afraid that she would make a scene. Hence I did not head over as well. However, I was keeping an eye on the situation the whole time." "Did Phoebe do anything to you?" You cried." Han Chuo's heart ached as he stretched his hand over to stroke the corners of Emily's eyes as he replied tenderly. "Hehe, it's enough for me as long as I know you are worried about me. Phoebe is a good girl, she did not come over to cause a scene. Instead, we bared our hearts to each other and talked. Phoebe even consoled me constantly. You have a good eye for women." Feeling Han Chuo's tenderness, she suddenly felt that all her previous sufferings were worth it. Han Chuo did not speak anymore and instead embraced Emily and gave her a kiss. At this moment, what Emily needed was precisely Han Chuo's comfort. She couldn't help but respond enthusiastically, even taking the initiative to help Han Chuo undress. As they kissed intensely, she led Han Chuo to her inner chamber. Han Chuo could feel Emily's fiery passion. With thoughts of atonement, Han Chuo was more deliberate in pleasing her. His large hands started wandering around Emily's body tenderly while his lips were continuously joined with hers. When Emily was out of breath, he whispered sweet nothings into her ears instead. "Brian." "Oh. Brian," Emily moaned softly, appearing extremely aroused. While Han Chuo's large hands were fondling Emily's round, satiny bum, Emily had already spontaneously assisted in stripping off her clothes completely. She suddenly fell backward onto her soft pink-colored bed, displaying her naked body to Han Chuo. Her almond eyes gazed longingly at Han Chuo, gasping as she said softly, "Brian, I don't need you to be gentle, be rougher with me." Han Chuo was startled for a moment, but soon after he growled as he pounced toward Emily. Discarding all notions of being gentle, he instead treated Emily violently. The Emily today was wilder than ever before, intensely pandering to Han Chuo till the point where her delicate body could no longer withstand Han Chuo's tempestuous priapic assault. In the end, she fell asleep immediately, devoid of any trace of energy in her body. As Han Chuo gazed at Emily as she slept in the wake of their pleasure, having been utterly wrung out, he suddenly felt a sense of guilt. Emily was actually his first woman. He had raped her at the beginning and he had only viewed her as a tool to satiate his lust for the longest time. Only following Emily's silent efforts toward Han Shuo, did he gradually develop feelings for her. However, due to her unique identity, he was unable to give her a proper status. In principle, Phoebe should actually be the one that he should denounce. Emily, who had become his woman while bearing an unusual identity, was the real victim. Ever since Emily and Han Shuo got together, she had always considered his needs and gave her all in doing things for him. As he gazed at the woman fast asleep in front of him, Han Shuo started unwittingly reminiscing about the past. The more he recalled past events between the two of them, the guiltier he felt. I owe you too much, it has been hard on you. Han Shuo sighed, muttering to himself as he gently caressed Emily's face. Everything was by my own will, I have never blamed you. Besides, I know you treat me well, there's nothing to feel guilty about. The side of Emily's lips suddenly curled into a blissful smile, as she opened her eyes after finishing her sentence. Oh? Why have you woken up so quickly and not sleep a while more? Seeing Emily awaken, Han Shuo couldn't help but knit his brows as he gently chided her. It's all right. After having sex with you, I could feel the mysterious energy you left within me. This energy has helped me improve my body, which is why I could recover so quickly. Brian, everything was really of my own will. I know that your heart actually aches for me, but so long as you love me, I don't hope for anything else. After all, my identity has been fixed. Emily stretched out her hand to caress Han Shuo's firm face, smiling as she spoke softly. You will definitely get a formal status soon. I swear that I will give it to you, this is something you deserve. Han Shuo looked at Emily, who had done much for him, and promised resolutely. Brian, do you want to know what is Phoebe's stance regarding our relationship? Emily had a joyous expression, kissing his chest before smiling as she asked. No matter what Phoebe's stance is, it will not affect our relationship. Even if she firmly disagrees, it wouldn't change a thing. Don't worry, I will talk to Phoebe about this. Han Shuo promised once again, determined to not let Emily suffer any grievances. Gag, your words really made me happy. Emily chuckled and continued, in any case, Phoebe agreed. Chapter 395 395 Entering the Sect. Please continue reading on. Ox? Val? M. Agreed? What did she agree to? Han Shuo stared blankly and asked suspiciously. Naturally, it's agreeing to our matter. Emily explained cheerfully, I told Phoebe everything regarding our relationship, emphasizing that due to my identity we can't reveal our relationship. I also shared how my husband had suddenly died on the battlefield soon after I entered Betteridge family. After hearing me out, Phoebe even advised me for quite a while. Han Shuo was amazed, suddenly feeling that Phoebe was really fair and reasonable. On the other hand, Emily was also extremely intelligent to be able to be a part of Dark Mantle for so long. Making Phoebe approve of her identity with a few words was enough to prove that Emily's ability. Hearing Emily's words, Han Shuo finally relaxed. He smiled as he gave her a light kiss before saying, Emily, you are really capable. All right. Enough of your honeyed words. Emily happily pushed Han Shuo before saying, it's already quite late, you shouldn't stay here. I still need to go over and send my regards to father. Hearing Emily mention the Betteridge family head Mr. Han, Han Shuo thought for a moment before asking, which prince does Mr. Han support? I don't know, perhaps it is because father has retired from the military for too long. When the empire was in turmoil, father was not part of the empire's government and neither has he mentioned the matters between the princes to me. Hearing Han Shuo bring up official matters, Emily knitted her brows as she answered. Being silent for a moment, Han Shuo then replied, if Mr. Han mentions this matter, or has plans to support a certain prince, you should urge him to not act impulsively this few days, so as to not lead the Betteridge family down the wrong path. Emily was shocked, asking astoundedly, why would you say this? Everyone doesn't think highly of Lawrence. However, If nothing unexpected happens, the next king would be Lawrence. These few days, you should quietly observe from the side. I reckon that His Majesty would make major decisions very soon. After discussing terms with King Uhtred, he understood that Lawrence's situation would change drastically. Hence, he reminded Emily. Are you sure your information is accurate? Emily clearly understood the gravity of this information, having a serious expression as she asked Han Shuo. Han Shuo nodded his head affirmatively and said, I went to the palace today and heard this from the king himself. It's definitely true. In that case, I must share this news with my father and brother immediately. In addition, there are a few other friends who are still observing the situation, I must remind them before it's too late. Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Emily already started wearing her clothes, carrying a worried expression. As this matter concerned all nobles of Lancelot Empire, every noble must take a side in this matter. If they chose the wrong side, their family might suffer a decline. Therefore, they must act with caution. Han Shuo could understand Emily's anxiety. He stood up and gently helped her put on her silk dress, helped her straighten her disheveled hair and even applied rouge amidst her blissful smile before saying, All right, be careful on your way. Emily obediently waited for Han Shuo to finish helping her before happily giving him a kiss. She said with a smile, I know, you shouldn't stay here for too long. We are in the Betteridge family residence. I will leave now. Han Shuo smiled. After sorting his clothes and watching Emily leave to find Hans, he left silently as well. Upon entering his residence, Han Shuo felt the heavy killing intent from Balins. With a glance, he saw Balins hiding in the shadows. Lord Marquis. Han Shuo hadn't even entered his room when Balins suddenly shouted in a low voice and walked out from the shadows. There were no strong guards within Han Shuo's residence. Apart from Han Shuo, there was no one else within the residence that he would be worried about. Therefore he did not lay down any formations. After all, an expert like Balins would not be seen by normal people. Balins was dressed long grey robes, had a malevolent face and was shrouded with dense killing intent. Any normal person who saw him would definitely be filled with fear. Let's talk inside. Han Shuo glanced at Balins, smiling before entering his room with Balins following behind. Inside the room, Han Shuo surveyed the area through his mystical demons. He saw that there were no suspicious individuals in the surroundings. Phoebe had also returned to Buzz Merchant Guild after being unable to meet Han Shuo. Sitting down, Han Shuo smiled at Balins and asked, So what is your decision? Balins had an excited expression as he nodded his head and answered, I would like to learn your martial technique. Lord Carroll has already agreed, but he wants to meet you in person. Han Shuo wasn't shocked. In this world, only Han Shuo could give Balins what he needed. With Balins' degree of obsession with this martial technique, he would definitely agree. What Han Shuo did not understand was why Carol Ascot would want to see him. Staring blankly for a moment, Han Shuo frowned as he asked, Why does Mr. Carroll want to see me? Balins answered while shaking his head, I'm not sure. I see. Han Shuo muttered to himself before asking, When does he want to see me? Where should I look for him? If you have the time, my lord wants me to bring you to see him. Balins respectfully answered. In that case, how about I go meet him immediately? Oh, it is late already. Would Lord Carroll already be resting? Han Shuo originally wanted to meet him immediately, but thinking further, he corrected himself. It's all right, my lord usually rests very late. If you are free, we can leave now. Balins answered. All right then, let's leave now. Han Shuo coolly said before heading with Balins in the direction of the northern rose garden. Under the serene glow of moonlight, Han Shuo and Balins made their way toward the north. The speed of Balins, who was an experienced assassin, was as fast as lightning. In addition, he was used to moving through dark places, therefore normal people could not detect his presence. Han Shuo, who had reached the separate demon realm, had a few mystical demons to observe his surroundings. Han Shuo drifted around like a spectre, not afraid of being seen even on the bright streets. As his speed was also extremely fast, Han Shuo's shadow was like a stream of smoke brushing past. Compared to Balin's carefulness, Han Shuo appeared calm. With his mystical demons, Han Shuo could easily avoid areas where there were people and still follow Balin's closely. Upon reaching the region of the northern rose garden, both of them decreased their speeds. In the dead of night, it was the perfect time to carry out indecent matters. On the streets towards northern rose garden, many beautiful carriages could be seen quietly travelling along, with a few butlers or servants gracefully leading them from the front. All of them were headed for the northern rose garden. As Lancelot Empire's famous red light district, business at the northern rose garden was fantastic. With the Saint Swordsman Carol overseeing the safety and Lawrence excelling at running a business, the northern rose garden had simply become a lair for ecstasy. It was because of the sudden increase in traffic toward the northern rose garden that Han Shuo and Balans had to slow down. Since Balans was familiar with the area, he led Han Shuo toward the back door. The back door of the rose garden was more remote. Usually, only staff used this entrance, unless it was to receive those with sensitive identities. The nobles who were seeking pleasure would not pass by this place. Balans, since you have already decided to join my sect, there are some matters I need to make clear. Han Shuo said to Balans as they headed toward the rear entrance. Please give your instructions. Balans respectfully replied. Balans, you need not be too polite. In the future, you can just call me senior brother instead of Marquis. Our sect is called Heavenly Demon Sect and only a few people within the Profound Continent know of us. Our master was formerly an otherworldly expert. He had come to the Profound Continent by chance and imparted this martial technique to me before leaving. Han Shuo suppressed his voice as he spun some lies. Balans listened earnestly. After Han Shuo finished, Balans was shocked and excitedly said, to think that master was so powerful, he was actually an otherworldly expert. No wonder he possessed such mysterious techniques which are unheard of in the whole Profound Continent. Not being able to meet such a figure is indeed regrettable. Master's strength is unfathomable. I will impart Heavenly Demon Sect's marital technique to you on behalf of master. With your aptitude, it will definitely be of much use. Don't worry. The use and concealment of killing intent is the fundamentals of the Heavenly Demon Manual. You will not only be able to quickly grasp it, you will also obtain stronger killing techniques. Han Shuo solemnly said. The technique Han Shuo would impart to Balans was called God-slaying devil path. It is not an orthodox demonic cultivator's technique. Even if Balans cultivated it to the peak, he would not be able to reach Han Shuo's level. However, if Balans was able to proficiently grasp this technique, his strength would definitely soar. However, this kind of progress had the slight intention of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. It completely took advantage of Balans' dense killing intent to rapidly increase his strength. However, it wasn't a step-by-step technique like the one Han Shuo was practicing and didn't have the unlimited possibility for improvement. Han Shuo only needed a junior brother that was able to help him root out dissidents and not someone who could contend against him in terms of demonic arts. Therefore, no matter how much Balans improved, he wouldn't be able to threaten Han Shuo's position. Senior brother, thank you. When they were about to enter Northern Rose Garden, Balans bowed respectfully to Han Shuo. Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to enter Rose Garden. He smiled and replied after receiving Balans' bow, as you have yet officially entered the sect, I still can't immediately impart our sect's technique to you. Once I met Mr. Carroll, I will help you handle the entrance rites. After you have officially joined Heavenly Demon Sect, I will help you reform your body before teaching you our sect's techniques. I will listen to senior brother. Although Balans was older, he was still respectful in front of Han Shuo and did not dare to have any slightest neglect. Han Shuo smiled as he nodded his head, all right, bring me into the rose garden. Balans led Han Shuo down the path Lawrence had previously used that led to the secret chamber. After opening the passageway, Balance led Han Shuo through many complicated alleys before they finally reached the location of Saint Swordsman Carol. Saint Swordsman Carol was sitting on a boulder in the huge white space. Although his hair was white, he was glistening with vigor as his kindly eyes leisurely looked toward the front. Seeing Han Shuo enter, Carol smiled, "Kid, you are truly not simple." Balance left after leading Han Shuo to the location, leaving Carol and Han Shuo alone. After hearing Carol's praise, Han Shuo couldn't help but smile reservedly, "You are overly praising me. For you to have gifted divine weapon Starry Sky to Phoebe, hehe, your intentions are very good." Carol smiled before continuing, "I won't get involved in the matter of you instructing Balance, you need not be worried. I have never regarded Balance as a servant and he always had his freedom. For him to be so excited to learn this martial technique from you, you must definitely possess something that attracts him. I will respect his decision. In that case, why have you summoned me?" Han Shuo had a relaxed expression as he smiled and asked. "I only wish to see the person whom old astrologer Madame Grace had prophesied to be able to bring prosperity to the Lancelot Empire. And also to find out what do you plan to do for the Lancelot Empire." Carol stared brightly at Han Shuo, smiling as he replied. Han Shuo suddenly realized why Uhtred had spoken in such a strange manner. Chapter 396 396 Sacred Swordmaster's Proposal. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. It turns out that everything was because of old astrologer Grace's divination. It seems like he would really be the savior of the Lancelot Empire in the future. Previously in the Dark Mantle headquarters, Grace had a peculiar expression as she looked at him. Could she have seen something then? Hearing Carol's sentence, Han Shuo suddenly had some realization. He knitted his brows to ponder for a moment, before smiling bitterly as he looked toward Carol and said, "To be frank with you, I have only just heard of this news. I have not thought about what I can do for the Lancelot Empire and have only considered what I should do for myself." When Carol heard Han Shuo's truthful answer, he laughed involuntarily and said, "Perhaps, in the course of you helping yourself, you would have also unknowingly helped Lancelot Empire alter its power in accomplishing an expansion of its territory. For example, assisting Lawrence in becoming king or you ambitiously attacking the 7 duchies. Although these can be considered your own actions, their final outcome would still alter the structure of the Lancelot Empire." Han Shuo couldn't help but consider for a moment upon hearing what Carol said. He suddenly realized that what Carol said indeed made sense. He had been considered a member of the Lancelot Empire ever since he arrived in this world. He personally felt that life in this country was pretty good and he also had many friends and lovers within the country. In this case, when Han Shuo realizes his own ambitions, he is also considered to be benefiting the Lancelot Empire at the same time. "Haha, my lord is truly a wise person. What you said really makes a lot of sense." Han Shuo looked at Carol, not hiding his flattery at all. When Carol heard Han Shuo flattering himself so brazenly, his gaze became a little odd. He smiled faintly as he said to Han Shuo, "Phoebe is my dearest disciple and your relationship with Phoebe can be considered to be official. Furthermore, Lawrence is also my disciple. You aren't really an outsider. There isn't a big difference in Balance following you or me. Also, I'll mention some things openly to you. If Senior has any advice, do not hesitate to share them. I will definitely keep your words in mind." Han Shuo was initially still worried that Carol would not allow Balance to study under him. Now that he heard Carol putting it this way, he also felt that it was reasonable. Based on Carol's relationship with Phoebe and Lawrence, they were truly not strangers to each other. For Balance to follow Han Shuo, they were still considered to be on the same faction. However, Han Shuo faintly realized inwardly that Balance finding him today to give his reply was most likely because Carol had received some information from old astrologer Grace. He understood that Lawrence and Han Shuo were the future hope of Lancelot Empire and thus was willing to allow Balance to train under Han Shuo. Seeing that Han Shuo was sincere, Carol smiled as he nodded and said, you might have already learned a little from Lawrence regarding Balin's origins. At that time when Balins was an assassin, his hands were truly considered to be reeking in blood. Balin's assassin habits have not diminished even after so many years. I hope that you are able to lead him onto the path of righteousness and not become an irrational tool for slaughter. Can you promise me this? It seems that Carol was pretty good to Balins. Not only did he respect Balin's decision and allow Balins to leave his side, he was also worried about Balin's future. However, Han Chuo's purpose in teaching Balins the god-slaying devil path was to groom Balins into a tool to eliminate dissidents. Merely, with the proper demonic cultivation, Balins wouldn't lose his rationality to become a madman that only knows of slaughter. Han Chuo hesitated for a moment, frowning as he pondered over and over before honestly replying, Carol, Balin's bloodthirsty nature wouldn't be altered even after training with me. However, my martial technique would be able to properly guide him and allow him to not lose his rationality. When he is able to break through his own bindings, he would no longer need to rely on slaughter to increase his strength. Therefore, I can only guarantee that he would always be clear-headed and not become a killing machine that you mentioned. However, for him to progress in the early stages of the martial technique, it would definitely require his potential to be ignited through killing. Only by releasing the killing intent he had forcefully suppressed all these years would he improve by leaps and bounds. Carol was stunned when he heard Han Chuo's explanation. He stared at Han Chuo for a long time before saying, "What exactly is this unusual training method that you want to impart to him? Why does it sound like one of those evil techniques of the Calamity Church? Could you really be, as the rumors said, being a member of the Calamity Church?" Shaking his head, Han Chuo smiled bitterly as he explained, "It's completely different. My martial technique is a practice method that is similar to fusing fighting aura and magic. I'm also unsure of how I should explain it. In any case, my master said that such a martial technique doesn't originate from the profound continent." Carol was shocked when he heard this, gazing deeply at Han Chuo for a long time before exclaiming with an excited expression, "A martial technique not belonging to the profound continent? What kind of extraordinary person is your master?" "That is indeed what he told me. My master possesses enough formidable strength that he could escape the bindings of planes without the use of magical arrays. He also has magical powers able to move mountains and drain seas." Han Chuo based his description on his understanding of Chu Kinglan's abilities. Ever since Han Chuo revealed his demonic magic, Lancelot Empire's King Uhtred had known that Han Chuo possessed a mysterious martial technique. Sacred Sword Master Carol had naturally known about this long ago. However, the origin of this martial technique was a perpetual curious question to them. Han Chuo naturally required a set of lies to fill this gap and hence repeated to Carol what he had said to Balins. When Han Chuo finished his description, Carol was looking at Han Chuo appalling and said, "Your master is perhaps a true divine-ranked character. I really don't know how you were that fortunate to run into such a character. No wonder Grace prophesied that whoever you support would be able to become Lancelot Empire's newly appointed king. It seems like Grace's astrologer is indeed mystical. Whoever I support would be able to become Lancelot Empire's king." Han Chuo was similarly shocked and became emotional once again. It's no wonder Uhtred even had a trace of pleading in his tone when he spoke with Han Chuo. The old astrologer seemed to have really helped him. However, the old astrologer was able to predict the future. Was she also able to see the past? Was she able to see his true origins and find out that the original Brian had already died long ago? "Brian, is your master currently still in the profound continent? See, can I visit him?" While Han Chuo was letting his imagination run wild, the emotions of Sacred Sword Master Carol was suddenly in chaos, his eyes glistening as he looked at Han Chuo and asked. Han Chuo abruptly returned from his wild thoughts, smiling bitterly as he shook his head. Repeating what he said to Balins to fob Carol off, "After Master imparted this martial technique to me, he departed from the profound continent. I'm also clueless regarding his whereabouts. I'm sorry." "So that is the case." Carol was clearly somewhat disappointed as he muttered, "It's truly a pity." I've already remained in this rank for so long, if I have the opportunity to meet such a formidable person and maybe ask for guidance regarding some problems, perhaps I would be able to break through my bindings. For people who have reached the level of Sacred Sword Master Carol, their only concern was to constantly improve their strength. At his age, he was already numb toward wealth, rank, fame, and power. Even the strength of a country was unable to contain people like him, and they only longed for and pursued the rumored half-divine realm mentioned by their ancestors. Previously, when I visited the underground world, I met a grade 5 magical creature. Maybe you have already found out some information about him through the Dark Mantle. The ancient lizard king Degassi had left after reaching the half-divine realm. I suspect that maybe he has also left the profound continent and headed for a more expansive plane. Han Shuo was silent for a while before suddenly speaking again. Carol, who was contemplating something, was roused by Han Shuo's statement. Soon after, Carol sighed and said, "Legends have said that those who reach the half-divine realm would be actively approached by the guardian of the plane of the profound continent, and the guardian could assist these characters to break away from the profound continent's constraints." This information was told to us by Stranglethorn Vale Stratholm when we previously went to the 7 Grand Duchies. Stratholm was only a step away from the half-divine realm, and he vaguely knew some of the profound continent's deeper secrets. It appears that the half-divine magical creature should have obtained the qualifications to leave Old Demon Stratholm. Han Shuo creased his brows when he heard of this person once again, this time from Carol. Han Shuo completely understood Stratholm's true strength, a step away from the half-divine realm. It would seem that he was more formidable than Carol. Only experts that reached the strength of half-divine realm would possess the qualifications to be summoned by the plane's guardian. It seemed like the profound continent was indeed full of unknown mysteries. Han Shuo was secretly alarmed as he replied, "I reckon that Degassi has indeed left." "Ah, such a distant dream. I truly don't know when would I have such qualifications. You still have a long time to explore. Furthermore, you have a good master and ought to be quicker than us. For people like us who are already too old, this bottleneck has been restricting us all along. We can only wait bitterly if we are unable to make a breakthrough." Carol sighed, his snow-white hair and loose skin demonstrating the ruthlessness of time. An expert like him could really live much longer than ordinary people, but the distance of this final step was incomparably far. As he looked at Carol, this was the first time Han Shuo realized that even those supreme characters in the Lancelot Empire had their own troubles. Perhaps this was also his only worry. Han Shuo didn't know how to respond and only maintained taciturn in front of Carol, waiting for Carol to awaken from his moodiness. After a while, Carol vaguely had a trace of comprehension. He then looked at Han Shuo engrossingly, smiling as he said, "I've heard Balans describe many of your miracles, but I've still never truly seen your martial technique. Maybe your martial technique would be able to give me some inspiration. If you don't mind, we can spar a little." Han Shuo was somewhat startled that with Carol's status, he would suggest to spar with himself. However, Han Shuo understood that what Carol fancied was the technique he practiced and not Han Shuo's personal strength. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before smiling and replied modestly, "A spar is out of the question. For you to be willing to advise me is already more than I could wish for. Do forgive me in advance for being presumptuous." Carol seemed to appreciate Han Shuo's straightforwardness, smiling as he nodded his head and said, "Don't worry. Just use your martial technique to attack me. I'm extremely curious about your martial technique. Let's see what's the difference with the fighting aura I cultivated." Han Shuo was similarly excited when he heard Carol's sentence, as he had not figured out his true strength ever since he reached the separate demon realm. Han Shuo felt sufficiently confident when facing great swordsman-ranked opponents, but he had yet to come across sacred swordmaster-ranked experts. Although the Dark Elves matriarch Adele that he previously met in the underground world was extremely strong, Han Shuo realized as he stood before Carol that Adele was still weaker than Carol. Furthermore, Han Shuo didn't truly fight with Adele previously, purely using evil ways to harvest yin to replenish yang and sucked Adele dry, and not genuinely fought with Adele. Han Shuo could perhaps be able to truly understand the current strength of his separate demon realm through fighting with Sacred Sword Master Carol. This would also help him make an accurate judgment the next time he met a strong opponent. Therefore, Han Shuo was somewhat excited when he heard Carol's proposal for them to spar. The martial technique I practice is called demonic magic, which resembles fighting aura but has different characteristics to fighting aura. Perhaps you would be able to sense it in a while. Han Shuo retreated a few steps, the Demon Slayer edge suddenly appearing in his hand. For Balans to think so highly of you, it proves that your martial technique definitely has its peculiarities. Hee, Brian, you don't need to hold back. Don't hesitate to attack me. Carol stood up from the boulder, taking out a translucent longsword from his spatial ring. The longsword was 3 fingers wide, 130 centimeters in length and had a cross engraved on the sword hilt. Chapter 397 397, Cross/. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo was fully aware that when one trained their fighting aura to Carol's level, its power would be extremely frightening. Besides, Han Shuo had intended all along to test his strength against Carol, hence he did not hold back. Demonic Yuan energy rushed into the Demon Slayer edge, activating the power of the violent spirits within, causing it to suddenly burst out with killing intent. With the Demon Slayer edge as the core, the killing intent rippled out into the surroundings. The waves of killing intent appeared material, the friction with the atmosphere producing a peculiar shishi sound as it rippled in the sky. A sinister and ruthless aura could no longer be contained as it flowed out from Han Shuo's body. Sacred Sword Master Carol was visibly moved, his snow-white brows tightening as his abstruse eyes brightened. As Carol was able to reach the level of Sacred Sword Master, it naturally showed that he had outstanding talent. Over many years of fighting, he had seen countless experts as he watched over Lancelot Empire with his rich fighting experience. Carol could clearly sense the Demon Slayer edge in Han Shuo's hand bursting with frightening killing intent. The killing intent that had spread all around had a hint of viciousness, as though containing a violent explosive force, causing Carol to truly be startled. Within the profound continent, most experts gradually realized the importance of imposing themselves before battle. However, there has never been anyone who could transform this vigor into strength during battle. This was similar to Balan's use of killing intent to destroy a person's willpower. However, Han Shuo's killing intent was more material. Carol understood that this sort of aura truly existed, unlike Balan's killing intent which could only intimidate a person's spirit. As Sacred Sword Master Carol was staring at Han Shuo swung the Demon Slayer edge filled with demonic Yuan energy toward Carol, unleashing the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts. The Demon Slayer edge suddenly revolved rapidly, the bloody radiance resembling the petals of a blooming flower. With every rotation, a quill-like blood light was formed. Midway through the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts, the blood-colored light have already formed a hedgehog-like ball of quills, containing dense killing intent and giving off a sharp whistle as it flew at high speed toward Saint Sword Master Carol. Mystical martial technique. Carol suddenly praised loudly, suddenly raising the long sword in his hand, gathering a golden-colored fighting aura and sending a sword thrust toward the approaching blood-colored ball of quills. Golden fighting aura was something only sacred sword masters and sacred knights were able to use. This was the appearance of fighting aura at peak concentration. Han Shuo could clearly sense the destructive power it contained. Although the golden fighting aura was different in nature from demonic Yuan energy, it similarly contained formidable explosive strength. As Carol raised his long sword, it emitted lustrous golden light. As his raised arm drew circular arcs, the tip of the long sword suddenly shot out waves of crossed-shaped sword light. The crossed-shaped sword light were arranged from small to big as they struck Han Shuo's blood-colored ball of quills in succession. With the moniker of Cross Saint Sword Master, Carol was indeed befitting of his reputation. The various sword lights all formed crosses as they shot toward Han Shuo's ball of quills, rapidly grinding away at the demonic Yuan energy contained within the Demon Slayer edge. The tyrannical bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts was neutralized by the cross-shaped sword lights even before reaching Carol. From start to finish, Carol had a relaxed expression, clearly yet to use the limits of his strength. When the blooming 10,000 cuts were all obliterated and revealing the Demon Slayer Edge's original appearance, Han Chuo acted. The Demon Slayer Edge, which had been shooting towards Carol in a straight line, suddenly froze in midair, before suddenly following a mysterious curved trajectory as it slashed toward Carol. "Oh? Interesting!" Carol exclaimed softly, raising his head to watch the Demon Slayer Edge's downward chop as he struck out with his sword to brush away the approaching Demon Slayer Edge. Han Chuo, who was originally watching Carol with both eyes, suddenly shut his eyes, fully concentrating on controlling the Demon Slayer Edge, using the law of activating magic to unceasingly slash at Carol from all directions. At the beginning, the Demon Slayer Edge wasn't very fast. However, Han Chuo slowly increased its speed, causing the Demon Slayer Edge to gradually become a lightning-like phantom. He also incited the violent spirits within the Demon Slayer Edge, causing an endless resentful aura to spread out. At first, Saint Swordmaster Carol was still able to effortlessly deal with Han Chuo's attacks. However, his expression became serious soon after. Bright golden light enveloped Carol's body, as cross-shaped sword lights shot out. On one hand, he had to use his long sword to resist the Demon Slayer Edge's high-speed slashes, while on the other, he has to concentrate his mental strength to withstand the demonic aura emitting from the Demon Slayer Edge. It must be said that Sacred Swordmaster Carol was indeed exceptional. As Carol, who was able to stand proudly at the peak of Lancelot Empire, faced Han Chuo's all-out tempest, he had never given off the slightest indication of defeat, appearing as calm as before. When Han Chuo had exhausted half of his demonic yuan energy, he saw that Carol still hadn't shown any weariness. Han Chuo then poured mystical glacial spell fire into the Demon Slayer Edge, causing blossoms of red and purple spell fire to shoot out with every slash of the Demon Slayer Edge. Extremely cold and extremely hot energy constantly shot out, causing much inconvenience to Carol. Afterwards, 12 mystical demons became corporeal, becoming malevolent ghosts as they attempted to enter Carol's body. Carol gave a gasp of surprise before suddenly exclaiming, "Truly mysterious! This martial technique is indeed different from any training method in the Profound Continent." Facing numerous attacks, Carol still had the opportunity to shout. Shortly after, the long sword in his hand suddenly exploded in resplendent golden light as a giant cross-shaped sword light emerged abruptly, carrying a ravaging force as it spread in all directions, unexpectedly causing a sudden explosion. The boulder he was on was the first to be unable to bear the impact as it broke into pieces with a bang. As rubble flew about, the ground actually started to cave in, as though an enormous force had bombarded the ground, crushing everything in the surroundings. Han Chuo was shocked, rapidly recalling the 12 mystical demons, and soared into the sky and landed next to Carol in a flash. The Demon Slayer Edge that had been attacking constantly flew back into Han Chuo's hand, the remaining demonic yuan energy frantically pouring into the Demon Slayer Edge, while the killing intent and the wrathful energy from the violent spirits within the Demon Slayer Edge converged to form a 7-meter-long blood-colored edge which violently slashed in tandem with the Demon Slayer Edge toward Carol's astonishing giant cross-shaped sword light. A fierce explosion spread out from the point of contact, causing the barrier that enveloped the area to collapse. The vast space suddenly regained its original appearance, revealing the original form of the wide stone room. When the barrier was destroyed, a fierce ripple simultaneously spread out, causing the ground to tremor in its wake. An astonishing explosive force suddenly rushed through the Demon Slayer Edge, rushing through the sword hilt into Han Chuo's body. Han Chuo's descending body couldn't resist flying backward at high speed before finally crashing into the rock ceiling and forming a 3-meter-deep indent. "What's going on? What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Ah, the bed is still moving." Within the rose garden above the two of them, nobles who were in the process of seeking pleasure with beauties suddenly felt the tremors under their feet. They were all shocked and started talking about it one after another.